From the heart of where innovation, money, and power collide, in Silicon Valley and beyond, this is Bloomberg Technology with Emily Chang.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York, in for Emily Chang, and this is Bloomberg Technology. Coming up in the next hour, U.S. equities rose for a second day. That's as economic data and, well, actually some hope surrounding Russia's war with Ukraine started to impact investors' choices. We'll bring you the latest in terms of the market moves. Plus, the growing cyber threat out of Russia after Ukraine's institutions were attacked. How big of a risk is there for the West as well? More on that later. And the amount of misinformation spreading online in the wake of Russia's invasion is growing. How platforms are handling their role in a burgeoning war. We'll get to all of that in but a moment. But first, the prospect of talks between Russia and Ukraine has been cast, well, hope, then doubt. The Kremlin saying Kiev stopped responding after rejecting Moscow's initial offer for a meeting in Minsk, Belarus. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Horden is here with more, and in an odd way, the market seemed to grasp onto this hope that there could be talks between Ukraine and Russia. But tell us about the real truth here.
Well, if there were to be, really the timing and the location would be incredibly important. So Russia first decided that they would like to hold these talks in Minsk, Belarus, but that's not going to happen given the fact that Lukashenko has allowed Russian troops to stay in Belarus and use that as a base to then invade on Ukraine from the northern border. And the Belarus border to the capital of Kiev is about 2.5 hours or 3 hours, depending on which side of that river you drive upon. So this is going to be incredibly interesting if these talks were to happen. But of course, one thing on the table is that President Putin wants is a veto on Ukraine joining NATO, basically neutralize Ukraine in terms of whether or not it would join NATO or not. And Ukraine has constantly said they want to maintain that path to NATO membership and keep that door open.
Meanwhile, therefore, next steps that you're going to be paying attention to as we head towards the weekend. We've had so much of a global narrative, China weighing in. We've looked at other key leaders in the UK and NATO leaders. What next in terms of next steps for you?
So today was really about upping the sanctions against Russia. So we saw that European capitals, as well as the White House, just confirming about an hour ago with Press Secretary Jen Psaki talking about the fact that they are going ahead with sanctioning Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, as well as President Putin himself. But this is largely symbolic, given most of his assets are relatively skim. That's official assets. But what's going to happen for the weekend, I think, is really going to depend on what happens on the ground in Ukraine. I imagine if there's anything on the diplomacy front, it'll be a lot of phone calls, but they'll probably wait until Monday, Caroline, if there's any more of this upping of the risk or the potential penalties for Russia when it comes to sanctions.
Anne-Marie Horden, one of the busiest women out there this week. We hope you managed to get some rest. Thank you so much for that. Meanwhile, of course, the conflict in Ukraine's been top of mind all week, but investors maybe taking a breath ahead of the weekend, maybe trying to reallocate amid what had been a significant sell-off during Thursday's trade to then rally higher. Ed Ludlow, bring us the Friday big moves for us.
Yeah, I think you're right to position this as hope rather than substance on the talks between Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of green on the screen. You see there the S&P 500, the main gauge of US equities, up 2.25%. It's the biggest jump in a month, and it almost makes you forget the volatility of the week, right? Such big declines over Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday sessions because of what we saw in Ukraine. The Nasdaq 100, though, very tech-heavy index, kind of underperforming because don't forget, traders are trying to make up their mind now where we stand with the Fed and the outlook for rates. So note the US 10-year yield there at 1.96%. Had been a little higher earlier on Friday. We're off by about a basis point, softer by a basis point. So a lot to consider going into the weekend, but a sigh of relief, which is interesting. Going to skip ahead to semiconductors. Semiconductors, really interesting one. A big focus of Thursday's sanctions package was restricting access to technology for Russia, semiconductors being a big part of that. You see the SOX, yes, we underperformed the S&P 500, but we're still up 1.6%. Those that are willing to discuss it semiconductor company is saying, well, if supply isn't going to Russia, we have a long list of customers waiting for chips. We'll just send it somewhere else. Demand is so great. NVIDIA are also interesting. They coming out with statements saying that they have had some kind of hack to their internal systems, not doing too much to the stock. It actually rose and saw a late gain in Friday's session, up 1.7%. And Ford up 4%, despite idling one of its most profitable lines in Kansas City for the F-150. Why, Caroline? Shortage of semiconductors. Very quickly, let me talk about Dell, because 24 hours ago, you and I were so focused on Russia, Ukraine. This is Dell over the last 6 days. 6 straight days of declines. We had earnings for the fourth quarter Thursday night, a weak profit outlook. Why? Supply chain disruptions, rising costs. They can't service demand. I'm going to be mean. I know I shouldn't do this on a Friday, but let me just read to you this long list of superlatives. The biggest drop since April 2020 for the stock on Friday. At one point, it was facing the biggest drop on record. The stock is at its lowest level since September, and this run of 6 days of declines is the worst streak of declines since October of 2020. So something clearly not going right for Dell. Of course, such a legacy name in the world of technology. You might have missed that one for everything that's been going on in the world in the last 24 hours.
Well done for shining a light on it, because there's plenty we're missing amid, well, what is a turbulent time in geopolitics and indeed the markets. Ed Ludlow, we thank you. Let's get even more insight on the tech sector's slightly remarkable moves. Dan Ives of Wedbush, who, of course, at the beginning of this week had said that really the situation in Ukraine couldn't have come at a worse time for tech. And then the bounce back. What is this? Is this that, you know, we'd seen so many bearish bets put on, that we'd seen so many shorts already, that we sort of see the bounce back now?
Look, I think it's the most oversold. It's the most oversold that I've seen tech stocks in the last 6 years. And I think that's essentially what's really playing out here. I think it was oversold in terms of tech, and now you're really starting to see a bounce back, especially with what's happened with the Fed. It's going to be a slower Fed hike. That's starting to get factored in, 50 bips off the table, and it's oversold in terms of tech. That's why we saw the bounce back.
Therefore, if we start to reassess what happens March 16th, if we don't think we're going to get a double hike, a 50 basis point move, or we start to tamper down our expectations for 6, 7 rate hikes over the course of the year, who wins then in the tech sector?
Well, I think it's a combo. I think you got to look at this. The large caps are going to be safety. Names like Microsoft, Apple, Intel, Cisco, safety blanket names. I think you see more and more rotation toward tech. I think you're starting to see a little more of a risk on, dipping the toe in the water. And then you look at cybersecurity. I think some of these cybersecurity names, in my opinion, it's going to be the sector of tech that probably outperforms the most, not just because I think valuations, the overall growth, and then you look at the Ukraine situation, that's going to be potentially a 200 to 300 bip tailwind. Names like Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, Zscaler, or Okta, among others. And then that's why this is one. You go into the weekend, despite the horrific situation in Ukraine, at least from a stock market perspective, tech feels like that oversold. And I think we're starting to put some sort of bottom in here, at least on tech.
Okay, interesting. And your perspective in terms of, you know, the allocation to big tech as a haven or not. Do you think that it rides that wave in some way, or is this really about trying to understand the valuation element to it all?
I think part of it is valuations are way oversold, you know, relative. Obviously, from the beginning of the year, we've seen most tech down 20%, a lot of these down 40, 50%. Relative to growth, I think it's some of the most attractive valuations we've seen going back 2015, 2016. But I think when you look at overall growth, which is important, that's not changing because of the situation here. And I think when you look at overall tech, that's really what's, I think, resonating with investors in terms of some of these levels.
And lastly, what's sort of been overlooked perhaps is also some of the idiosyncratic news, some of the M&A news, you know, Zendesk terminating deals. Are we expecting fewer combinations here, consolidation here? Is there still plenty of opportunity to be had when we're thinking of those sorts of eventualities to make us want to get into certain tech names?
Oh, I think there's going to be actually an acceleration of M&A because of what you're seeing on some of the oversold names from a valuation perspective. I think names like Microsoft are going to be aggressive when it comes to specific areas like cybersecurity. I think you'll see strategic M&A as well as financial. And this is something I think behind the scenes, you have a lot of investors really focused on, which are some of these oversold names you'd be looking at. I think a lot of them are names like cybersecurity, and some of the cloud names in particular, just way oversold.
Dan Ives on the technicals, as well as some of the fundamentals at play. We thank you so much. Of Wedbush, he's just been a font of knowledge when it comes to checking out what's on the Bloomberg terminal as well amid these dramatic days. Coming up, well, the growing threat of cyber attacks, which has been talking about the opportunity to buy into the stocks. Well, what about what's actually happening on the ground? Russia attacking Ukrainian servers during its military invasion. Could we expect a global cyber warfare here? We're going to be talking with Mandiant's Sandra Joyce. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
You don't have to move tanks. You don't have to move armories. You can just use your keyboard to get across what you think is an active art of war in an asymmetric manner. So it's also something very difficult to move back against. So, for example, if Russia strikes us with a cyber blow, what is the U.S. going to do? And so that's definitely what he conceives as an excellent use of his arsenal.
That was former U.S. Assistant Secretary for Homeland Security Matt Hayden there, talking about the threat of cyber attacks from Russia, not just on Ukraine, but also here in the West. Let's bring in Mandiant's Head of Global Intelligence, Sandra Joyce, to talk a little bit more about that. The most phenomenal resume in terms of the amount of, master's degrees that you hold in cyber policy and international affairs. Just talk to us in the here and now, Sandra, what you are telling your clients, how worried they need to be.
Well, what we're telling them is that they need to be prepared, but not to panic. The fact of the matter is that Russian cyber aggression has been going on for many years. And a lot of the preparations that organizations are making for ransomware and other attacks that are the same preparations that we're asking them to make today.
Any industry groups that are more vulnerable than others, or indeed that you feel could be under greater threat than others?
Well, the risk of reciprocal action against or cyber action against U.S. businesses, the risk of that does go up with the application of sanctions. And when we're looking at reciprocity, a lot of the sanctions are based on financial effects. We might expect to see some action against the financial sector, but it wouldn't be just limited to the financial sector if it were to happen. And that's because cyber attacks can create effects across all industries. And that is really what I believe the Russian aggression is about. It's about creating fear, doubt, uncertainty, and that's going to be very powerful if they can actually get that done.
Fear, doubt, uncertainty was certainly increased in Ukraine amid, not one, but two cyber attacks, which seem to be more DDoS, distributed denial of service attacks, an inability to communicate, particularly with their front lines. But I'm interested in what types of attacks you might see in the Ukraine, but also perhaps closer to home. Is it that sort of an attack, or is it more ransomware that we need to fear?
Well, what we should be thinking about is what is the effect that the Russian government would be trying to get. So they could use a very low sophistication technique like a DDoS attack. But what is accompanying with that are things like text messages. We saw this in Ukraine, text messages going out to banking customers, telling them that the banks were down, that they wouldn't be able to get their money. That is an effect that's really cognitive. It's psychological. I think that what we're going to be seeing from that Russian playbook is a psychological attachment to any of the cyber actions that they're taking, trying to drive down the resolve of the people. The application of sanctions and their effectiveness is really driven by the willingness of the people to support them. And if Russia can get, their target population, whether it's in Ukraine or elsewhere, to start doubting their government, to weaken their resolve, then they will have achieved the effect that they're looking for.
Okay, so give us as a consumer, but also the clients that you speak to, a sort of quick 101 of what we should be looking for, how we should be acting in this current environment.
Well, really what we need to be doing is looking for anomalies in our networks. We should already be practicing cyber hygiene. Run that playbook. If you know that you're going to be taking actions, separating networks or segmenting them, who's responsible for that? Is your general counsel part of your tabletop exercises? If not, they should be. And a lot of this will also require a connection to your PR or media relations team, because if you are a target of significance, there certainly is going to be a lot of messaging around that. In fact, you can expect things like defacements or a narrative come out that could be completely fabricated. So really what organizations need to be doing is to prepare in the way that they would be preparing for any ransomware attack or any type of other breach of their network, get the playbook in place, and then remediate and press on, because our resilience is very important here. It's essential not to panic. Companies get breached every day, and they do continue once the remediation is complete.
We, of course, talk a lot about defense, but we've started for, I feel like, the first time to hear from potentially the administration and talk about offense when it comes to cyber, well, attack to a certain degree. What do you think could be deployed to be able to, take it back upon Russia in some way?
Well, the U.S. military, of course, has every option available to them, and it doesn't need to be a cyber response. In fact, if military action were to come, there would be quite a few different options. But one thing to remember here is there are multiple instruments of national power. If the United States decides that it's going to go on offense, it can go on offense in many ways, diplomatically, economically. Even within the breadth of military tools, there are low-level, things that can be done, all the way to some of the more sophisticated attacks that could happen. But really, it's not about the mode and mean of it. What it is, it's about the effect. What effect do you want to reach, and how is the most efficient application that you can put out there to gain that effect?
And quickly, Sandra, the people, the places these attacks are coming from, is it becoming easier and easier to identify very quickly? Because that seemed to have been what the case was, to ensure that we knew that these were coming from Russia, even if it wasn't exactly from the government itself.
Well, we do know quite a bit about the Russian threat, cyber threat apparatus. Over this several years that they have been conducting attacks, not only the governments, but also commercial companies like my own have enumerated a lot of their capabilities. And so we know quite a bit about them. They've been operating in safe harbor in Russia or in adjacent areas for quite a number of years. So a lot is known about them. The thing that gets tricky is that they've been operating in an area where we have thus far not had jurisdiction or a lot of options in order to stop the activity.
Really great to get your expertise amid this current environment. Sandra Joyce Mandiant, Executive Vice President and Head of Global Intelligence. Pretty busy woman, I think. Meanwhile, coming up, YouTube, massively popular in Russia, and now Google is facing pressure to cut back on ties to pro-Russian channels as countries continue to sanction Russia. We'll discuss the knock-on effect for some US-based businesses. This is Bloomberg. So with sanctions on Russia ramping up following its invasion of Ukraine, certain companies like, Google's YouTube are under pressure to remove or cut commercial ties with some of its most prolific pro-Russian channels. For more on this story, I'm joined by Bloomberg's Mark Bergen, who covers Google, of course, Alphabet, the parent company, and done a great deep dive on this. Just how deep do these relationships run, Mark?
Yeah, that's hard to say. It's kind of a repeat of 2017. If you remember, there was a lot of criticism around Russia Today and Russian influence after the 2016 election. That clearly a lot of that was around some of the bot networks that hit Facebook and Twitter. But on YouTube, Russia Today advertised itself. You can go look at their English page as the world's most popular news channel on YouTube. They're tremendously successful, over 4 million subscribers. They built up in part with a very aggressive digital strategy. And they're part of a network of, there's some analysts that estimate close to 100 channels that have commercial ties to entities that are they've been under sort of lesser sanctions prior to this past week. And now there are, the EU and the UK and the US are introducing new sanctions that impact individuals, either prominent TV journalists that have YouTube channels or members of close to the Kremlin that have connections with Russian media. And a lot of Russian media is very popular on YouTube.
Interesting. So how does one go about cutting it? I mean, before we've seen them label, indeed, sort of some of these sorts of state-funded videos and channels, but do you just cut it off entirely? How do you control it?
So, at this point, YouTube's only kind of come out and said that they're paying a lot of attention to misinformation. And that's been something we saw Senator Warner kind of call that out. His term was propaganda. The clear, I think, commercial ties with YouTube is they run ads, right? They have a revenue split with all their YouTube channels. And so every ad you go and see, I was just looking earlier this morning, a lot of these, at least in the US, they run commercials. That's a split with YouTube. YouTube could decide to demonetize and no longer run ads on those channels, which they have in some cases. There's even some former Google lawyers that are sort of calling for them to make more drastic measures and actually cut those channels off entirely.
Interesting. Once again, very difficult conversations, I'm sure, being had at an executive level, Mark. Is the response also, though, if it's not on Alphabet's own YouTube, it's being forced elsewhere? How much are we seeing still YouTube being used by such news organizations or indeed state-funded organizations, or are they going on to other parts of the internet?
So YouTube's been prominent. I mean, what the interesting thing about YouTube is that it's both popular in Russia for a lot of these state-backed media and sort of pro-Kremlin media. It's also been a huge asset for the opposition. Navalny, who's the opposition leader, has a massively popular YouTube channel. YouTube often likes to point out that in a country with tight controls of state media and broadcast, YouTube does offer avenues for criticism, and I think that's a fair and valid point. What's also happening is that they are under incredible amounts of pressure even prior to this past week from the Russian government there's been this contention around a particular YouTube channel that YouTube blocked. And then there was a court fine, and now they're paying a regular daily fine. Google is. They're under increasing pressure along with Facebook and Twitter to take down accounts that the Russian government has told them are either extremist or using the guise of misinformation.
Mark Bergen, it's a great story. Go and read it. Google faces sanctions dilemma with pro-Russia YouTube channels. We thank you so much for breaking it all down for us. Stay well. Meanwhile, coming up, we continue the conversation on social media's role in all of this, really. Facebook, of course, parent company Meta, now weighing in after Russia said it was limiting access to the platform. We'll be discussing the ramifications, the roles, the duties, and the difficult conversations probably being held at executive levels across social media in the US. This is next. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Technology. I'm Caroline Hyde in New York. Now, as we headed into the end of what was a pretty tense week, to say the least, investors still making sense of how to navigate the situation, of course, between Russia and Ukraine. Ed Ludlow is here with what has been a remarkable rally, actually, into the end of the week.
Yeah, it has. And you're trying to work out what your exposure is in financial markets. You're also trying to work out which companies and stocks are going to be impacted in the short and long term. And this is a discussion we've got to have around social media. Meta, parent company of Facebook, and also Twitter, of course. Meta coming out saying that Russian authorities ordered them to stop fact-checking and labeling posts on the Facebook platform by state-run media, to which Facebook declined to do so. An interesting analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence jumped on this really quickly, saying that in the case of Meta, you could see 1 to 2 percentage points of a hit to daily active users. But which company might benefit here? Twitter. Really interesting. We know this from the Olympics, right? We know this from the Super Bowl. Twitter is an event-driven platform, and Bloomberg Intelligence estimating they could actually get a short-term boost for their active users from what's going on the ground in Russia and Ukraine, no matter how tense and difficult it is to see from afar. It's also interesting to see where capital's flowing. We look at some of the ETFs. I'd love to take a look at the ETF space on a Friday, Caroline. ARK is a name so familiar to us, right? This is the big fund, Cathie Wood and ARK. Money's been going into this fund last couple of days. Big gains over a 2-day basis, I think 10.5% over the last 48 hours or so. But if you compare that to the Van Eck Russia ETF, which also saw a big rebound on Friday and saw inflows, you have to ask about what the psychology of investors is here, because this was a big rebound, right, in the Van Eck ETF. That was a massive drop Wednesday, Thursday. This is an ETF that tracks Russian equities. Now you have people coming in. Are these bottom feeders? Are these guys coming in trying to buy the bottom, or are they looking at shorting Russian equities, short interest in that ETF gaining as well? But what's the rationale of going into ARK? If you look at the performance of these ETFs relative to their 52-week highs, or over the last 12 months, in other words, we bring up the next board, there's a real difference in what's going on here. These are two very different ETFs tracking very different basket of stocks, but on a 52-week basis, or a drawdown from a 52-week high, we are in pretty much the same place. So the point I'm making is investors seem to take stock on Friday and say, I'm going to go back into technology stocks. I'm going to go back a little bit into this ETF that's tracking Russian equities and see what my exposure is going forward.
Ed Ludlow, great way to wrap up an extraordinary week. We thank you so much. Now, we want to turn our attention to the role of social media in what's currently occurring in Ukraine. Russia, of course, no stranger to peddling disinformation, especially now as it tries to shape the narrative of the war it created. It announced that it was restricting use of Facebook due to the company fact-checking content posted by state-run media. In a statement, Meta's Nick Clegg wrote, in part, ordinary Russians are using Meta's apps to express themselves and organize for action. We want them to continue to make their voices heard, share what's happening, and organize. For more on all of this, I'm very pleased to be joined by Margarita Kunaev. She's the Associate Director for the Center of Security and Emerging Technology, along with Brett Schaefer. He's a Senior Fellow at the Alliance for Securing Democracy. Rita, first and foremost, what's the playbook we're currently seeing out of Russia at the moment?
I think it's been a standard combination of things that we've seen before, with an influx of some news messaging. It is a reiteration of the narrative that NATO expansion has driven Russia to defend itself, which is obviously a disinformation tactic designed to justify the current attacks and a lot of the probably atrocities that we'll be seeing increasingly so. Another emphasis is being put at dissuading ordinary Russians from taking a stand against the conflict and against the war. And I think we're soon are also going to be seeing an argument that those domestic protests are being driven by external CIA fomented, those points that we've seen before. So in combination of targeting domestic audiences as well as looking externally, it's tools that Russia has honed in its previous disinformation campaigns in Ukraine and then in Syria, and now we're seeing it repeated again in a way that has been difficult to tackle for those media companies that you discussed earlier.
Yeah, Brett, difficult to tackle, and particularly when Russia's sort of saying no longer wants to be using the Meta platform in that respect. How do you see social media companies such as YouTube, owned by Google, Alphabet, Meta's Facebook and Instagram, how do you see them being able to respond to this in the real time?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real moment of reckoning for the U.S. social media companies. I mean, for years they have tried to be neutral platforms where they have allowed different perspectives to exist. Yes, they have labeled Russian state media outlets as being Russian state media outlets, but they've also labeled U.S. government-funded state media outlets. I think at some point they may be forced into taking sides here. And frankly, that choice may not be theirs, because I think the Russian government is going to continue to crack down on Western social media companies. Of course, we saw that today. But I think it's possible, if not likely, at some point that the Russian government, if this conflict continues to escalate, that they will just cut off access to Twitter, Facebook, Google for their own domestic population.
And to that end, Rita, how effective would that be? Of course, we all know a VPN when we want to use one, but I'm interested as to what outlets already people are using, how much perhaps Russian people have preempted the fact that it might be harder to access certain Western providers.
Absolutely. And I think in modern society, you can never really hermetically seal a country anymore, especially a country that has already been integrated into the outside world. We're not talking about North Korea here or even China. We're talking about a country that has been, Ukraine itself has been fully integrated into Europe, and even the great parts of Russia are been European facing. So the apps that, even if we're seeing, reduced access to Facebook, we just talked about YouTube being a meaningful platform that regular Russians follow. They also use WhatsApp and Telegram, and those are apps that will continue to be a way for people to communicate. And at the same time, unfortunately, we're also seeing the spread of disinformation there. So I don't think Russia will be able to hermetically seal the internet as we know it here, but there's no argument that they will try to control the information that is reaching Russian citizens much more tightly.
And Brett, to that point, how is a good way of layman terms to be ensuring that you're not being targeted by misinformation, that we're not? I mean, we just heard of the cyber attacks that could occur, the ways in which they're sending text messages to people and the like. How do you feel that from a social media perspective, people can really try to, with rigor, understand what's true, what's not?
Russia has significant information capabilities. And that starts, of course, with their state media outlets that are very active. They're very successful across multiple social media platforms. Those are the easy ones to deal with because we know what they are. They're attributable. So they can be labeled. Information consumers understand where the information is coming from and the intent behind it. What gets a little bit trickier is Russia also has significant capabilities in the covert space. So we know that they've run troll farms. They've run pages presenting themselves as being sort of genuine American political opinion pages, but of course have been connected back to Russia. So they have ways of messaging and a capability that doesn't make it entirely clear where the information is coming from. This is even very difficult for the social media companies to ferret out. So as information consumers, I think we just have to remain vigilant and very skeptical because Russia has ways of reaching us that don't necessarily come through outlets that identify themselves as having a connection to the Russian government.
And Rita, very briefly, the amount that's been spent by certain companies to beef up the AI, to ensure they can take down bots, to be a fact checker of choice. Do you think that's enough? Is there still so much work to be done, or have they done all they can to a certain extent?
I think there's a lot more to be done, and not just in that automatic false actor bot space. There's a lot to be done in an area that we're uncomfortable to deal with, and it is the fact that, like Brett mentioned, there are what appears to be legitimate Western political opinion formers that are then later discovered to be Russian bots or Russian influencers masquerading somebody else. At the same time, we are also dealing with actual real people in the West who are of political influence one way or another, who are, whether intentionally or unintentionally, end up amplifying a lot of the Russian messaging. And that is something that I think Americans and people throughout Europe should be much more cognizant of.
Hold ourselves to account too. Margarita Kanaev, we thank you so much. Brett Schaefer, real expertise from you both. We thank you for it. Have a good weekend. Meanwhile, coming up, the fight over control for information in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. We're talking with Arweave, decentralized storage network built on a blockchain-like data structure, and it's designed to provide permanent data storage, safe from state censorship. We'll discuss. This is Bloomberg. Now, of course, crypto has been a focus throughout the Ukraine-Russia tension, in large part because of the price moves, but also because of the ways in which maybe some oligarchs could or could not be using the technology. But also, let's talk a little bit about how we could use the technology, the underlying technology, not ideally blockchain per se, but this time Blockweave is something that we could be looking at. Arweave is a Berlin-based blockchain startup that built an archival platform for permanent data storage as a means to actually counter state censorship of online information sources. Arweave founder Sam Williams joins us now. I'm very pleased to say so does our lead in our crypto discussions, Bloomberg's Sonali Basak. And Sonali, I want you to take it away first with Sam.
Yeah, Sam, I think this situation in Ukraine is such an interesting example of where storage decentralized could be applicable. Can you explain what's happening when it comes to Ukraine and the types of information you're able to store in a decentralized way?
Yes, well, we think that in order to learn from the past effectively, we need to store the past in such a way that it's not going to be altered over time. So we built a ledger that is decentralized in nature. It stores its information in hundreds, if not thousands of places across the world, and then backs that storage with a sustainable endowment. And essentially what our community has done has created archiving bots that are putting approximately 1 million pieces of data a day into this system and replicating it around the world such they can't be altered in essentially forever.
Can you tell us a little bit about whether or not we're already seeing your technology being used? How are you deploying effectively an ability to ensure that what is currently being written in history remains so?
Well, we use cryptography to back the system in order to make sure that information can't be changed once it's put inside the network. And then we have a system similar to proof of work with Bitcoin, except we use storage, essentially storing the data set as the work in the system. And that proves that the data has not changed over a large period of time.
I'm wondering how people use the data after it's stored. You have this instance, for example, where Senator Pat Toomey had talked about Arweave's use of the technology in order to store work when it comes to Apple Daily in China, and the inability for the government to erase the information that surrounded Apple Daily. So how then does the US or other people and actors and governments start to take a look at the data that is being stored?
Well, I think the key thing is that information is available all across the world, not just in the US. So when a piece of data is stored inside Arweave, you can collect that data from hundreds, if not thousands, of different places. So while China may have successfully, unfortunately, removed the Stand or Apple Daily from the internet, they really can't remove access to Arweave in any serious fashion. And that means that information is still available to local populace if they want to access it.
Just remind us of course, with every of the protocol tends to come a token, the Arweave token in particular. How is it incentivizing people to be using your particular provision? How many people are?
Using it on the storing side or on the hosting side, if you will. So, well, either way, it's about hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people on the storing side. And then there's hundreds to thousands, depending on the time, about 900 right now, I think, data storers that are replicating that information around the world.
Well, speaking of funds, and you're announcing a fundraise, right? So what will you do with the funds? You have some really interesting large backers, Andreessen Horowitz, Blockchain Capital, Coinbase Ventures. To what degree can you grow using the new funds?
Well, I mean, we've taken investment from many different people over the years, and also many of those people that you just mentioned also bought the tokens just from the open market. But the key thing for us, I think, is backing new founders in the ecosystem that are using the technology that we've created to new use cases. So, for example, OurDrive, projects in the Arweave ecosystem, just raised $18 million in order to create enterprise solutions on top of the system that allow businesses to store their data in perpetuity as well, which of course is very important for compliance reasons sometimes.
We want to be thanking you for your time, Sam Williams, of course, Arweave founder, and we want to thank Shonali Basak for helping us bring that interview, and clearly some use cases currently being evolved as we look between the Russia and Ukraine invasion. Coming up, what we can learn from Russia's history of cyber attacks and be better prepared against future threats. That's next. This is Bloomberg. With Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it's been, of course, accompanied by cyber attacks, actually preempting it to a certain extent. And now the question arises, how do you prepare for cyber conflict? Can you glean hints from history? Our next guest has some insights into just that. Chet Wisniewski is a threat hunter of sorts at security software company Sophos. It is great to have some time with you. And Chet, talk to us about what we've learned in previous years, we've learned what perhaps sanctions do to Russia in their response. What has their response been in terms of cyber?
Well, it's been quite a history. Most nation states haven't really been caught doing too much, but with Russia, there was a lot of information to mine. They started doing cyber attacks against Estonia back in 2007 and followed that with attacks against Georgia a little after that. Of course, there were attacks during the Crimean invasion in 2014. We've even seen them mess with Kyrgyzstan and other countries as well. And so we were kind of able to kind of put together a bit of a map of things, as you see there on the screen. And depending on the types of attacks, there's always a bit of a pattern to it, which is what we call denial of service, but in essence, taking down, news and government websites, that kind of thing, to create confusion, followed by a lot of other types of attacks.
Talk to us about the other types, because we've seen the DDoS attacks so far, in particular affecting Ukraine, but what next?
Well, we saw a little bit of activity earlier this week just before the land invasion, which is, again, something we've seen before in Russian operations, which are not attributed to Russia yet by any government agency, but it's suspected these so-called wiper attacks, which in essence is a computer virus that gets on your computer, and instead of stealing information or things like that, it simply wipes the hard disk so the computer is inoperable to sort of disrupt things. And we did see some of that on Wednesday this week, right before the land invasion.
Interesting, and we're just talking to Sam Williams of Arweave about how to be protecting your data and ensuring it can be stored for longer periods of time. What about people in terms of how stressed the systems already are by the fact that many people are working from home at the moment? Have we got the level of cybersecurity that we should have? Have we learned the lessons of past?
Unfortunately, our cybersecurity is not in good shape anywhere globally, and in particularly in Ukraine, where resources were more limited than perhaps we have in the West financially. But the pandemic has not helped us either, right? We've opened more remote doors to provide access to our networks and our information than we normally would have, say, publicly facing, and as a result, that is that many more opportunities for criminals or nation states to exploit that openness.
And in past, we've of course talked about the vulnerability of infrastructure, in particular power infrastructure and the like. Is that what we should be suspecting this time? What does history tell us about where we should look for vulnerabilities going forward?
It's really hard to say. I'm not a political scientist, so I don't want to comment too much on the politics of it, but it would certainly seem at this point we've moved into a phase where sort of non-state actors are taking over as sort of patriotic hackers, if you will. The Ukrainian President Zelensky called on Ukrainian patriots to try to hack back at Russia. We've already, throughout the day today, it's been evolving. We've seen several criminal groups that are largely believed to be based in Russia make public proclamations that they're going to come after U.S. and Western assets and retribution for the sanctions or whatever other penalties we're imposing on Russia.
And so that's ransomware, is it, that they'll be coming after, do you think?
certainly ransomware groups of the ones that have been chattering, that's for sure. They're not limited to ransomware necessarily. The one particular ransomware group known as Conti has, in our experience, performed some of these wiping attacks when they weren't paid the ransom in a previous ransom attempt. So they could certainly get even nastier than taking our data and simply abuse access they may have already, footholds that they have inside of Western assets, and just delete things to be disruptive.
Chet, how many calls are you getting at the moment? So what are you doing to help your clients?
Well, it's a busy time, and the challenge for each individual organization is identifying what their weaknesses are, and on short notice, what they may be able to do to try to mitigate some of the risk of being victimized. And so, there's been a lot of long, well thought out conversations with some of the larger clients, just having conversations about what can you do right now to make the best of this situation, and what do you watch for to know that something may be underway where you may want to batten down the hatches.
One thing that we should look for?
Well, certainly we've seen a lot of abuse of unpatched networking equipment. So back to that COVID pandemic question, all of us working from home with VPNs and things, the Russians have persistently abused those flaws when they're not fixed. And so certainly making sure those fixes are applied, and monitoring the network very careful for unusual activity, especially things that may involve large quantities of data being transported at off hours are often signs of an extortion or ransomware attack.
Chet, really good to speak with you. Thank you so much. Chet Wisniewski.
Thank you very much.
Principal Research Scientist at Sophos. Meanwhile, that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology. You want to stick around though, Wall Street Week is up next. My colleague David Weston, of course, leading that as always. Larry Summers there to discuss, and a real deep dive into an extraordinary week in where we actually saw US benchmarks close the week higher. He's going to be joined by Jane Harmon, president of the Wilson Center, alongside Kate Moore, CEO of BlackRock Global Allocation Team, and former Treasury Secretary, as I mentioned, Larry Summers. Stay with him from a clearer New York, wishing you all a well weekend. This is Bloomberg.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
All right, we should be live. It is February 24th, 2022. Still early in the softball season, but you know what? We got a lot to talk about. We have an Oklahoma team that is still dominating. It's not shocking they're dominating, but they're doing it at a really, really impressive level so far. My buddy Eric Lopez, in the circle, YouTube channel, website, podcast, everything softball. This is the man to go to. Subscribe to his channel for all your softball needs. Follow him on Twitter. Victor Anderson as well. Don't want to forget Victor. But Elo, my man, just will we continue the everything that we've been looking forward to, or just kind of like with this Oklahoma softball team, living up to the hype of going into this year. And so far, they are living up to it. Like, we were dealing with nitpicking kind of that first weekend where it's like, they were struggling a little bit with UCLA, the number 3 team in the country. But other than that, I want to play this one clip from Patty Gasso talking about dealing with run rule games and how it might actually be hurting the team overall. And so here's Patty Gasso being asked about, you're missing out on all these innings, you're missing out on multiple games combined based on just being too good, basically. Let's hear what Patty Gasso has to say about that.
It's interesting because people would think, what's wrong with the 5-inning run rule? And for us, it just really isn't good for us. because there are players on the bench that are trying to get in and get at bats. There's pitchers that are looking for innings. It's kind of tough on those that are not everyday players, and trying to squeeze them in and give them opportunity. It puts a little unnecessary pressure on them, but they feel it. They think, I may not get another opportunity for a while.
First world problems, huh, Eric?
Yeah. We're not happy that we're destroying everybody and run ruling them. We got to get 7 innings in, y'all.
You know, I think I may have mentioned this, or I mentioned on Twitter, is like, what is Patty Gasso going to find to critique, or I don't want to say complain, but you got to find the motivating factor. I didn't have it on my bingo card that we're winning too good.
Yeah, they smoked Houston twice, McNeese, Texas State, pretty good teams. That's yeah, that's a hard problem to have, and I don't know what the solution to that is. You know, 6-inning run rolls. You just wait till the 7th to run roll. Like,
I think they would have to remove the rule altogether.
Maybe that's what she's pushing for.
Well, I make the jokes that on Twitter every week, and some people take it seriously, is like, this Oklahoma team's struggling. I know they can put up double-digit runs in a single inning, and only 4? That's ridiculous. What is going on with this Patty Gasso team? But it's we're a couple weeks in, and this is officially a problem for the depth of this team. And I guess if you're thinking long term, going into the tournaments, super regionals, and Oklahoma City, mind you, you might have to go to your bench once in a while. So there is a possibility.
Well, I don't think you're going to have to. The run rule will take care of itself. I mean, you're going to face better competition like this weekend. You're going to be in Mary Nutter, California. You got Arizona in that tournament, Tennessee, Long Beach State.
And you got Arizona, Tennessee, and back to back for a doubleheader too. Yeah,
Saturday. Yeah, so I think you'll learn more on Saturday, and then they conclude with Utah before a rare Monday night softball game at home, the home opener.
Weather permitting.
It gets weather permitting. Keyword, good point, because there's weather's causing havoc through some of these tournaments. Minnesota coming in to play Oklahoma, and then the Sooners head out to Hawaii. And actually, that Minnesota game is a week after the Utah game. So, wow, they have a week off. Is that right? Wow. Okay.
Well, I guess we got to take a look.
Yeah,
I guess so.
Monday,
yeah, they only got the one game. So
I'm gonna have to ask Coach Gasso if they have media availability in it. Plus, I might have to take advantage and put some requests in. But anyway, so look, I think we'll learn more about this team this weekend and especially the Arizona and Tennessee. Tennessee has good pitching with Ashley Rogers, who has been medically cleared to pitch in this tournament after a health scare last week in Clearwater. She's a top 10 pitcher in the sport. So if she pitches against Oklahoma, that will be a really good test for this team. But it's good to know that you have issues when you run rule teams that you can't get everybody in. But what are you going to do? But that's not even their biggest problem. The biggest problem is they can't get home runs. They can't find them because the ball is crushed too much. That's the next one we're going to hear.
And Patty talked about that at the presser just a few days ago. Here's on Patty on Alo's being on fire, and just I don't believe they found the game tying or the career home run.
Yeah.
Number 95 is still at large in Houston's campus. So.
To be quite honest, the way she went off out there, I wasn't ready for. I didn't expect it. So much so that our team, we had to get a GoPro in the dugout. I mean, it was happening very quickly, and we didn't want to miss the moment. And she had her dad and her grandmother and a ton of cousins and family members. I mean, a ton of them there holding up the flag from Hawaii. It was just really a really awesome moment to see. And I think she just almost felt like she wanted to do it in front of all of her family that way. Let's hope that this next one doesn't get lost in a gutter or wherever it ended up. I have no idea how it found its way in a drain. If that's even true, I don't know if that's even a true story, but that will go down in history as to where her tying ball went.
She went on to make mention, I didn't cut this up because it was a little too, she made a Ninja Turtles reference. So props to Patty Gasso for, bringing up my childhood. I guess your childhood to some extent as well. I was a Ninja Turtle kid growing up. So
correct. Now, I had to tell her later on when it was my turn to ask questions. By the way, the media session for this was insane. It was football level-esque. Sean, we went an hour and a half talking to Josh.
I saw because I was like, I don't know if I have time to cut up all this audio. This is a lot of audio to go through.
I mean, credit to Oklahoma and everybody over there for doing that. But I asked Coach Gass, I told Gasser, because I've gone to Houston games. I've covered that for many years. On even years, UCF plays there every other year. You can lose a home run ball there. Like there's been balls that have been hit that have hit a car that's driving by. There's been balls that have gone all the way to the gas station across the street from where the home run is hit. So I actually believe it's not the first time I've heard a story where the ball gets lost in a drainage. I've had, there's been stuff that has disappeared from that place.
So Jay and Silent Bob could be hanging out at the Quick Stop / gas station, and then it's like, check it out, Silent Bob.
Yep, pretty much. I've seen it happen with my own eyes. So, but of course, obviously, and she's right, by the way. I mean, it wasn't like this was expected. A week ago, Coach Castro was like, well, she's pressing. She's got 6 home runs to go. She's got 65 games to go. Next thing I know, this weekend, I was covering the Clearwater tournament. UCF was beating Texas, which I know some of your audience enjoyed that, as Texas went winless. But next thing I know is Jocelyn Allo is hitting multiple home runs per game, and now all of a sudden she caught Lauren Chamberlain, tying her on Sunday with 95 home runs, and it kind of came out of nowhere. We had to kind of readjust our Thursday podcast show. We actually aired a lot of the Allo and Chamberlain sound on our podcast because the next one is going to break the record, and it was cool to hear Allo and Chamberlain both talk about how they admire each other. They're friends. They met in Palm Springs in Allo's freshman year when Oklahoma played over there in California. And Lauren Chamberlain has been a big supporter of Jocelyn Allo. She's worn a Jocelyn Allo jersey she talked about. So Lauren is their biggest cheerleader when it comes to breaking this record, which is nice to see, Sean, because Patty Gasso said that the last time when Lauren Chamberlain was chasing Stacey Newman, the UCLA great record, that was a lot more stressful because you had Shelby Penley and Lauren Chamberlain chasing that record. So it was almost like people are saying, well, which one do you prefer to break the record? It was very much more stressful than this one, according to Coach Gasso.
So basically, she was trying to make a reference to Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle back in '61. I think she went Babe Ruth and Maris, which is not... the great Bambino was no longer around.
She's not a Yankee baseball historian. We found the flaw in Patty Gasso.
It's all good. But as I got the reference, I have seen the Billy Crystal HBO film, so I learned all about Mantle Maris because I was not around back in those days. But overall, just we're all waiting for the historic 96 home run, which it would be. On the roll that she's on right now, it'd be absurd if she didn't hit it tomorrow. If not, it's going to happen sometime this weekend, you'd feel. But she also.
I want to include you in on this because me and Victor on the podcast did our prediction. When do we think she breaks the record? We both agreed we think she breaks it this weekend. He predicted that they would break it. The first game, he thinks they're going to break it against Fullerton, which is the first game on Friday. 2:30 Central. I picked Long Beach State, the second game, as her breaking the record. Some people, this is a hot topic. Some people have picked Utah and the last game as the one to break. Do you have a
prediction? To go on a 4-game skid with no homers?
So what do you think? What's your prediction here?
I think she gets it out of the way tomorrow afternoon. I think you Fullerton. Yeah.
So you're right. Well, you're with Victor then. You're on Victor's side. You saying first game right off the bat. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna miss a beat. I think there's gonna be that obvious stress and anticipation every time she comes up to bat, but I think by the only way she doesn't get it in the first game is we keep going into this troublesome run rule thing. We got going on, like only playing 5 innings, and she only hits a bunch of RBIs and doubles, and he gets walked a couple times. So those pesky RBIs, and just knocking out of the park. So, but back to California. You will be able to listen to it on the franchise, so online you'll be able to listen to it on the radio.
How about Chris Plank, man? Like, is there a non-football, non-basketball play-by-play guy as well known right now as Chris Plank? Like, I mean, he's made a name for himself doing the softball. He hosts Fox Sports National Radio on weekends from time to time. I see him. He's always doing different stuff. I mean, it's the success of Oklahoma softball and Chris Plank. It's been pretty remarkable. But here he is about to call another historical moment in Oklahoma softball.
Yeah, so he was there when the ball went down the drain, and he he told everyone when I was listening on the Sooner Sports TV broadcast. So that's the only thing that I'm a little like, I wish we at least had the Sooner Sports broadcast and I could listen to it with the the behind the plate setup. But I will definitely have the franchise on streaming tomorrow afternoon for sure. And I might have to make a quick trip to the DMV though, so I'll have to do that early in the morning. But other than that, I'll definitely have that on for most of the weekend. And obviously, follow OU Softball on Twitter as well, the official, because they're good at getting all the clips and everything you can that you need.
Yeah, you better believe they're on top of it. I know. And talking,
they will have the GoPros ready this time. The GoPro is going to be set up for every game. And it's not a question of if she breaks the record. It's like it's when and how high does that record go? Because I think she was asked on Monday, like obviously she wants to get it into triple digits. I think that's very attainable at this point, considering we're only in February. But I don't think there's like a specific number attached to that. But she has a chance not just to break this thing, but I don't want to say unreachable, but you're asking someone for 4 straight years to average 30 plus at this point to catch that.
The name it was funny you bring that up because Gasso mentioned that the name that people have brought up that might do it is Tiare Jennings.
Actually I do have a clip that I would love to. That is another clip that I have here. So let's play that real quick.
Really cements the Sooners as one of the best hitting programs to have played the college game as of right now. To me, if someone could break Jossie's record, it might be Tiare Jennings. But what you're going to have to do now is average over 30 home runs over the course of your 4 years, which is really, really hard to do. So I think it's going to hold strong for a while, but to have Lauren have it, Jossie take it, have Shelby Penley in the race. I mean, it's just a celebration of hitting excellence in this program. And I just, I credit our hitting coaches who have helped these guys get there along the way.
So there you go. I kind of, got ahead of myself there because oh wait, I have a clip. So
it's amazing. I asked Lauren Chamberlain in the media availability, compare this offense to the offense she was a part of in 2013 that won the national title with Shelby Penley and Jessica Schultz. And the alums, it's very competitive. They're very supportive of the current group, but they're like protective. To me, I've always said, I've told you this, I think that 13 team is the best all-around softball team I've ever seen. And, and Chamberlain was like, hey, man, we got, Ricketts and all, but these players are so good. And so she kind of shied away from the question, but it is amazing the job they've done here. They're building historic offenses here at Oklahoma. I mean, there is not an offense at the level that Oklahoma has right now in college softball. It's really, and that's why they are the clear favorites. I mean, I watched Clearwater. I lost a lot of the teams. There's a gap. There's definitely a gap in the Big 12, as I saw. Oklahoma State and Texas are not at Oklahoma's level. They have not made up the ground. I thought they might. I think the only teams that could be a significant threat to Oklahoma is Alabama and possibly Washington, because they have two of the best pitchers in the sport. But the problem is, the big problem is Oklahoma's pitching's better. It might be better. How?
I mean, I remember a few years ago when it looked like Oklahoma was probably going to win another national championship, and Washington got in the way. They were great defensively. Great. It was a combination of great pitching and great defense that shut down that offense. So that program has given Oklahoma headaches in the past before. So it's funny you say that, but same with Alabama. When the kind of like this current run of OU softball from like 2012 on, where they've only missed going to Oklahoma City once in that period, has been an amazing run for this program. And, it'll continue to get better, and hopefully sooner than later they'll have that new stadium ready to go. But for the schedule that people, in case you don't know, you'll be able to listen to it on the franchise online. But if you have a Flow softball account, you'll technically be able to watch it. It's $30 if you're willing to drop it.
My advice is mute. If you have it, mute the video.
And listen to Chris Blank. Yeah.
Trust me. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a Chris Blank fan and I'm a friend of his. You're not going to be impressed with the broadcast and most of it. Trust me.
You said it, not me, sir. But we have CS Cal State Fullerton tomorrow at 2:30 Central, followed by a doubleheader with Long Beach State at 5. Then on Saturday, a great doubleheader, Arizona at noon, and then Tennessee at 2:30 Central. So a couple of ranked matchups there for Oklahoma. That will be their next big test. Like UCLA was obviously the first big one this year. And then they finish off with Utah on Sunday at a late brunch, 11 a.m. brunch. So if you had a chance
and a couple of things about that tournament. Cal State Fullerton, their head coach is Kelly Ford, who's a Sooner alum. She played at Oklahoma pre-Patty Gasso,
that goes way back then.
Yeah. So I have talked to her about that. So she is a Sooner, so that is the deal there. And then obviously Arizona and Tennessee, all about their tradition there. And then Utah on Sunday, the head coach is Amy Hogue, is a good friend of Patty Gasso. Her son obviously has JT, the hitting coach at Oklahoma. Her other son is the hitting coach at Utah. And then the pitching coach for Utah is Paige Parker. So it's a Oklahoma reunion there for when the Utes and the Sooners compete there on that Sunday. Coach Gasso told me about Mary Nutter. She expects a lot of Oklahoma fans. There's a lot of Sooner alums and fans in California, and she says it's a pretty party type atmosphere, like a deal there at Mary Nutter. And she says that beverages have been used by the fans there to consume to enjoy themselves. So she expects a very good atmosphere there.
Well, they go back out, as I said, they're going back out to California. They come back home on March 7th for one random game at home before they go back out even further. They're just going out all to these warm weather areas, these warm weather states. Can they bring some of it back for my folks back in Oklahoma? Because that weather is just killing my family and friends back at home. Of course, you and I are here in just the fastest rising city in the country, Orlando, of course, just like, who wouldn't want to live in Orlando? Am I right, Eric?
That's correct.
We're still, I heard there was a piece, there was an olive branch between, Mackenzie Milton and Dylan Gabriel recently.
Yeah,
so,
they've kind of, they kind of met middle ground there a little bit. So, we'll see.
But so there will be after this weekend, there will be a little bit of a brief pause for softball, but that's okay, because this next coming weekend for OU football recruiting, a lot of buzz for that junior day, a lot of big names coming up or that are being mentioned, and a lot of rumors about maybe a couple commitments happening on that weekend. So all you outsiders and doubters of this program, 2023 recruiting is looking really good for football. But softball, again, just killing it right now. They're looking like they are a runaway train on their way back to Oklahoma City. In fact, they will be playing in Oklahoma City in March. They'll have 5 games at Hall of Fame Stadium. They're just gonna, they're gonna get their spot in line already. They got a big Hall of Fame Classic Invitational there as well before they finally get to no more invitationals after that, like a late March on the 22nd when they begin somewhat regular season play where, they're either on the road or hosting. So, but overall, a fun team to watch. If you have a chance to listen, watch on any streams, this is your chance. I don't know what the TV broadcast is for the future. Some games are known. I know the game against Kentucky will be on the SEC network on the 22nd of March. So then there's, of course, for people in Oklahoma, Valley Sports will have a lot of games, of course. But hopefully ESPN Plus will start picking up more and more.
Well, I know they're going to be on the ESPN regular stuff later in the year. I know that Oklahoma State series is going to be on all the ESPN networks. I think that Thursday night game, a Thursday night primetime game, I believe, with Oklahoma State's that's going to do a big number. This UCLA FSU game that was played on Sunday night, the most watched regular season game for softball since 2015. I wrote about that on Extra Innings Softball. I broke the story there. 620,000 viewers, top 20 cable TV show in that 18 to 49 demo, which, as you know, is a very important demographic.
It's a very important demographic, as we talk about in other aspects of things that we enjoy. It's Big Okie bringing up. Batty did mention there was the stress and the distraction of softball and how academics are still important. You're still a college student. That was
a couple of years ago when she was talking about Jocelyn Allo, where she went on a break from the team. That was her sophomore year, and they've kind of joked about it since, where she was on a she's like, hey, I've never been to Kansas. Like, really? Yeah, I was on a cruise when you guys played here last time, and so that's all they've said about it. But, she overcame a lot of stuff that year and grew up, and Patty mentioned it, that, look, if you got to get your schoolwork done, and she wasn't, on top of things, and, the Coach Gasso will make sure you keep you on a straight and narrow there from that standpoint.
Definitely. But for when it comes to softball, definitely not just Jocelyn Allo. I'm looking forward to seeing if Jordy Ball can continue to make this amazing freshman run.
Well, that's the big story, is the pitching staff. Obviously, Allo's getting a lot of the attention. I'm really interested in that Tennessee game because I think Tennessee can hit. Chris Malvo's their new hitting coach. He's one of the better hitting coaches in the sport. They got talent on that offense. I told you about the pitching staff. I'm really interested to see how this Oklahoma pitching staff, which really, Jordy Ball against UCLA, but other than that, they haven't been threatened. I'm curious to see how they handle a team like Tennessee that has a good offense. Arizona has a pretty good offense, but they're young. They're Caitlin Lowe's the head coach. I'll be curious to see how they handle the atmosphere and at teams like Arizona and Tennessee that might push them a little bit, this pitching staff. I mean, you mentioned Jordy Ball, but Hope Trotwine has done very well, and Nicole May. So, it'll be interesting.
Are you saying we might actually have to play 7 innings or more?
Maybe.
7. Is that allowed? I was like, okay.
You might have to. Yeah.
We don't. We're this Oklahoma team is like this. Here's a reference. They're kind of like Hulk Hogan in his early WWF run, where he would want to do the first match or the middle match and get out and go home early and let someone else be the last match on the card. That's a deep reference. Okay, so softball again doing great. Big weekend.
Number 1 team in all the land.
There's nowhere else to go but down at this point. So can you maintain? You're on top of the mountain, but there's always people climbing up trying to knock you off. So definitely something to.
Especially those of you that maybe are disappointed with the basketball turn there. You got something to turn yourself into.
Basketball was a mistake. Just was. That team's just not good this year, unfortunately. Even with
looks like they ran out of gas. Don't you feel like they're on empty?
The Grove brothers just they're kind of a disappointment overall. I hate to say it, but they didn't live up to. I don't know what kind of hype they had, but it's just early on. It felt like they could be something, but they're on that bubble right now. If they don't win on Saturday, if they don't beat Oklahoma State at home, they don't deserve to go to the tournament in my mind. So they gotta win. They gotta win these. Like, listen, losing to Texas Tech is no shame. Getting killed by Iowa State is like, okay, but they got to find a way to pull it together and finish out strong. Because if they don't, I don't see them going. I think they're going to be on the bubble. That bubble's going to burst. But
I agree.
Anyway, this is kind of old news for some people, but we talked about a little bit about this last week. Kind of briefly mentioned. Then the next day, last Friday, the college football playoff expansion is officially on hold because we have no one in charge of the sport. And just cutting off your nose to spite your face is kind of what the ACC, the Pac-12, and the Big Ten and the Big 12 have all done, it seems. Everything seemed to be we were about to rubber stamp a 12-team playoff. How exactly we were going to go about it, we're all going to be fine-tuned, but everyone seemed to be on board for 12. Then OU and Texas happened. Moving to the SEC, and feelings got hurt, and all of a sudden we're not having a 12-team playoff yet. So we're going to have this 4-teamer. It's going to run through its contract. All the games will be on ESPN, ABC, all that stuff up through the 2025 season. The contract expires. So people are asking, so we're going to know what's going to continue probably by the summer of 24, because this isn't going to be done in the 11th hour. Like, oh, we got to extend the playoff. No, they're going to have they're going to know what they're going to want to do in a couple years. But the question remains is that you basically set yourself up, if you're the rest of college football and a non-SEC power, you have basically allowed the SEC to control this playoff. They are going to get 2 teams in every year now, regardless, because the standard has been set, and you've seen not 1 but 2 championship games that frankly have been pretty good overall. I mean, I think the first one was the best one, obviously, the overtime walk-off touchdown with Bama, but Georgia winning was pretty competitive until it was sealed late. But you basically allowed the SEC, for good or bad, are going to more likely get 2 teams in. The Big Ten is likely going to get a team in, probably Ohio State on the reg. And now if you're the ACC, the Big 12, the Pac-12, and Notre Dame, you're all fighting for 1 spot. And you left nearly $500 million on the table. Your thoughts?
Well, Notre Dame was 4. The 3 leagues that turned it down was the ACC, the Big Ten, and the Pac-12. The Alliance.
The Alliance. Remember when I was excited about the Alliance? Man, everything's moving, Eric. And then we found out what it was. Oh, really? That's what it was? Like, I thought something was actually happening, and then we talked.
Well, it happened, all right. They blocked the playoff.
They blocked the playoff from happening.
But look, here's what I think this is going on. This is beyond on the field now. I think the Big Ten and the Pac-12, to some extent, they're blocking this, I think, because they don't want this to be an ESPN-only playoff. I think they want this contract to run out. They want other networks involved. You know that the Big Ten wants Fox involved. The Fox owns a piece of the Big Ten network. So, and you know, the Pac-12 usually is like that little brother of the Big Ten. They'll do whatever the Big Ten tells them to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
right.
The ACC is the one that's interesting because they have a deal with ESPN, and I think part of their issue there is I think
they have a network.
They have a network. I think the reason why they turned it down is they know they are in the weakest position if they go to 12. In other words, they are the likely team to have the fewest teams in the playoff. Like if you think of the ACC, really, they've benefited when a Clemson or Florida State just dominate the league and get the team in the playoff. They really have not had a, quote, second or a third team that you're like, hey, this team should be in the playoff. So I wonder if the ACC's perspective is we're not at a position of strength at this moment going to 12 because every year we might only have 1, maybe 2 teams in the playoff. Is that selfish? Yes, it is. But these people are selfish in general.
But Eric, like, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but Clemson just had a huge turnover in staff, and I know Dabo is still there. I'll give respect where it's due. Florida State is still trying to figure things out. I mean, Mac Brown in North Carolina, I don't know how consistent that's going to be, even though we thought they were going to be good this past year. They weren't. They need to worry about getting one team, let alone multiple teams.
Right. But I think what they feel like is they have a better shot at getting, and I'm not saying I agree, but I'm just telling you, I think from their perspective, they believe at the short term, we have a better shot at getting one team into the 4 is better financially than getting one team out of 12, from a splitting the pie standpoint. I don't think they want to share money with some of the other conferences, i.e. the G5s. I think that's the issue. The ACC one of the 3 is the most, I just a head scratcher to me a little bit. The Pac-12 I would say is a second head scratcher, except they always do what the Big Ten tells them to do, so maybe we shouldn't be surprised. And the Big Ten clearly is being a bully here. They don't want the SEC to run the sport, and they're trying to show their muscle. And again, I think they want multiple networks to be part of the playoff. My thing is, they should not have jumped the gun and announced all this 12-team playoff and get people's hopes up without realizing, hey, there might be some things we don't agree on, like whether there should be automatic bids or not automatic bids. It's like everybody, they jumped the gun, and then you mentioned once Oklahoma and Texas left, now they're like, oh, well, the SEC is just controlling all of this. Which is funny because the SEC is going to benefit no matter what you do. If you
exactly. So Greg Sankey's like, oh, you don't want to expand to 12? All right. As he kicks back on his, props his feet up on his desk and, smokes a cigar, watches replays of the championship game with 2 of his teams. That's happened twice already. It's like, all right. This contract was going to get renegotiated anyway for 26, and you left nearly $500 million on the table. Like, that's free money, considering.
I just think that these conferences now are paranoid of the SEC and ESPN controlling the college football playoff. And I think they're like, no, we rather let the clock run out and have this be an open bid and get to the networks. I'm not saying that I totally agree with it, but I think that's the perspective they're coming from. And I will say this. I think if you have more networks involved, you can make more money. We've seen this in the NFL. We see this in baseball. We see this with the NCAA tournament in basketball, how they have CBS and Turner involved. But I think there are some questions that they have to address. For example, if you go to 12, is the bowl, and then we haven't even brought up the bowl contracts, in particular the Rose Bowl, which somehow is
we got to please that master.
Right. And that's the problem. There's so many contracts involved that I think they feel that by 2026, they'll have all a clean slate and they could start. Like, are you going to play the games on campus? Are they going to be on a neutral field? Is it going to be on a bowl games? Are you going to cap how many teams? Because that's one of the things they were trying to push. And the SEC's like, wait a minute. Why should we cap at how many teams each conference gets? Like, if we have 5 of the best 12 teams in the country, why shouldn't we get 5 teams in? That's been a big debate.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing you're dealing with a 68-team basketball tournament, and you can have all the teams you want. But I listen, like I think whether you want to put a cap in it or not, at some point, you know what teams are good and what teams aren't in your conference. Like, you play a regular season, like 2, okay. I think there were some years where you could argue 3 for the SEC. You could have argued 3 potentially, but I think those are very rare years. And right now, there's only 2 teams currently in that conference who are clearly year in year out dominate.
When you're adding Oklahoma and Texas, though, who's to say you can't get 3 or 4 in? Right? It could be an Alabama, an Oklahoma. And,
of course not.
And I think that's what some of the other conferences are concerned about. Is wait a minute. Is that why Oklahoma and Texas are going to the SEC? Because they think they can just, turn the playoff into an invitational. I think they're paranoid. I think they're kind of that. They're so shocked. They feel so shocked from what happened to Oklahoma and Texas that they don't trust ESPN or the SEC right now. Whether you agree with it, I don't think they trust them.
And then you got Sankey saying, "Is like, oh, okay, well maybe we won't support a 12-team playoff next time or whatever." And so he's peacocking a little bit. He's got his feathers out or whatever. But I just, I think about this, and Oklahoma and Texas going to the SEC is huge. And it's going to continue to be a story until we actually find out when it's going to happen. And but you remember all the rumors about, oh, I hear they're contacting Ohio State and Michigan, and they're doing this and that. It's just like, that's not going to happen. But you have to wonder at some point how long this is going to drag out and how bitter this gets. Am I crazy to think it could come to a point? Because we look at it as the SEC, it's regional, it's the Southeastern Conference. But, I think back to one of my favorite, anime cartoons, Futurama, where Bender's on the moon, he gets kicked out. I was like, oh yeah, I'll go start my own theme park with blackjack and hookers. On second thought, forget about the theme park. But the point of the matter is, could Greg Sankey just be like, maybe I'll start my own postseason. Maybe I'll just build. Maybe I will poach Ohio State, Michigan, and USC and a bunch of brand name teams. And do we need Minnesota? Do we need Oregon State?
I agree, and I think that's part of this game plan as well that we could be headed for down the road if this situation kind of depends how it plays out. By the way, I think it's something also to bring up. Conference USA right now is in a legal war between the schools and the
I am entertained by that, by the way, but please continue.
But I think it's important because this could affect Oklahoma. Like Marshall and UCUS, Marshall's trying to leave, now, yeah. And USA is trying to take him to court and all that. Some of the early reporting, we're going to monitor this, is they believe that Marshall will win that case if it goes to court. And the belief is if they win that case, that's going to make it easier for schools to bolt conferences and not wait the extra time. So what I'm saying is, let's say if Marshall wins their case and the courts say, no, you have no legal rationale for keeping them in this conference if they're, do this, I could see Oklahoma and Texas say, you know what, we're going to bowl here. Here's the check we're going to give you. You're going to accept it, and we're going to say goodbye. I do wonder, depending on what happens in that Conference USA situation, because that's right now they're dealing with that. If you could see a rippling effect where other conference teams are like, well, why do we have to wait 2 or 3 years? If they can leave now, why can't we leave too? And threaten, and you might see maybe now that might motivate all the parties to, like the Big 12 and Oklahoma and Texas, to reach a deal that maybe they're not motivated to do right now.
Well, it's there's the feeling that, there was a slight chance maybe it could happen this year for 22. And then it's like, okay, it's going to happen in 23. But I get the feeling that if we get to the early part of the summer, if we get into June, July, and we don't start hearing at least talk or scuttlebutt or whatever about the move happening, I don't think it's going to happen in 23. But to your point, no. Like this is just in the past few days. I'm like, if we don't hear something in the summer about when, all right, something's, at least rumors or this, that, if we don't even hear anything, something akin to that, maybe it won't happen in 23. Maybe because would it benefit Oklahoma and Texas in theory, now that the playoff is not expanding till 26 potentially, would it benefit them to wait it out at this point? I don't want that to happen, mind you. I want them to get going in 23. I'm ready to go. As a fan, I want to see that happen. I'm not afraid of is Oklahoma not ready because they're rebuilding? I don't care about that. I'm ready to go play SEC football in 2023. But is there a thought? It's depending how this case goes, and maybe we just wait it out, and maybe Brent can get a few Big 12 titles under his belt, and he's still recruiting very well. Texas, if anyone needs to wait, it's Texas. Because I think Oklahoma would be fine in a year or two. Texas, on the other hand, oh boy, do they need they need a couple of more recruiting classes under Sark to get something resembling what Texas football used to look like.
So Chris Vanini wrote about it, and he quoted, he's obtained there's a restraining order. Okay, this is a restraining order motion against Conference USA by Marshall. and it's pretty strong in Marshall's favor. The quote is, the courts finds that Marshall faces immediate and irreparable injury and is likely to succeed on the merits. And that's why I think you're going to see the Oklahomas, everybody that's in the pending move. They're going to see how this plays out with Conference USA and Marshall and some of the other members, because if the courts favor a certain way, I think that's going to put pressure to get a deal done. Because if you're the Big 12, you don't want all of a sudden Oklahoma and Texas to go, all right, we'll just take you to court. And they're like, no, wait. I'm actually optimistic because you say, well, if you don't hear anything. Well, remember, we didn't hear about Oklahoma and Texas leaving until, well, they announced it.
Right, but the cat's out of the bag and people talk at parties and everything, loose lips and chips and whatnot.
I think this summer, I hope you don't have vacation plans this summer because
well, we don't, Eric, we live in the fastest growing city in America, so why would we want to go anywhere?
I think we're going to see a lot of chatter this summer, and I think because UCF and Cincinnati and Houston, they're in the same boat. Technically, they don't join the Big 12 till 2024. They're trying to negotiate with the American to try to get out of there sooner. So, I mean, everybody's there's a lot of schools and conferences in the same boat. And to me, holding somebody else for another year or 2 years, it's just dumb. I think at some point, and I think this court situation with Conference USA, even though it's like, what are you talking about? It's USA, it's small potatoes. I think if the courts vote in favor of the schools to bolt CUSA, I think you're going to see these conferences all of a sudden come to the table and say, all right, maybe you can't give us 80 million, but give us 40 and we'll shake hands and wish you well. I would not be surprised if you see that late this spring and this summer. But again, it all depends on this court hearings. I think this is pretty important.
It's kind of amazing how I find this fascinating, how the Sun Belt is slowly becoming this amazing mid-major G5 league, and how there's a lot of passion in that league, and how everybody just hates Coastal Carolina. Just for whatever reason, like Coastal Carolina are the new bad guys in the Sun Belt, and it is just, you got Appalachian State, and all of a sudden it's like I read somewhere someone was calling it SEC Junior. That's what they're calling the Sun Belt, is SEC Junior, basically. Not when it comes to winning, but it just comes to, there's a lot of passion and a lot of the fan bases are chirping, and it's a lot of like when it comes to Liberty and Coastal are chirping a lot, and it's like it's slowly becoming a fun league to watch, just based on who's chirping on the internet.
It's going to be fun. And I do think, by the way, all this conference realignment stuff, I think, has also played a factor. And I think some of the conferences thinking about the playoff, it's like, wait a minute, do we want to just agree to 12 teams? Like, we don't even know who's going to be in what conference, stuff like that. I think some people are just kind of scared, and, people don't like change in general. Now you add to the fact, I think there's a lot of apprehension out there, and I think people want to see how all this clears up. How is this college athletics going to look like in 2026? Does anybody really know that right now? I don't know if we do.
No, I don't think anyone knows, but when it comes to the playoff and everyone's arguing what number should it be, or I know the big thing is some conferences want automatic qualifiers and some don't, because of especially I know the G5 schools don't want it because they call it preferential treatment or whatever. That's why when you originally heard the initial plan, the 6 highest rated conference champions, they didn't say the Power 5 get automatic bids, but it's a way of saying it without saying it. I think for the sport, you need to have automatic qualifiers, because you don't want to run the risk of having those conference championship games because those aren't going away. Right. They're not going away. You want those games to have meaning.
Correct.
Because how many years have we gone into a few weeks out from the SEC championship game, and everyone's talking about, well, does this game even matter? It's just a prelude to what's going to happen. And it's like, I hate that talk. I hate that, the SEC title game is always when you build up to it a few weeks out, people are talking about, oh, Alabama and Georgia, it's just, we're going to see a rematch of the playoff anyway. And they did. But I just hate that it doesn't have any meaning. It's starting to lose any sort of stakes And like those, and if those games, if you win that game and you potentially get an automatic bid, it means something to both teams. You're playing hard. You're not, oh, well, we'll play half as hard. Even if we don't win, we get in. You know, I know Nick Saban will always say
No,
it's
I
never.
agree. I agree. I would make it I think that's one of the other things the Pac-12 is kind of like, we want to make sure we have a guaranteed spot. We don't want to lose a spot to the Sun Belt, or I think that's part of this too. And I do wonder how the G5 is going to play out in this. They better be careful on this, because if they try to demand too much, the big, the major conferences will just tell them, all right, well, you go create your own tournament if you don't like it.
I suggested it on the air once, and Victor and I got the whole hear no evil treatment. It's like, why don't you guys do your own national? Nope. I was like, okay. But see if OU waits to leave. Will it affect recruiting? I mean, yes and no. I mean, talking about recruiting for Oklahoma 2023. We got the big junior day coming up in a week or two. It's it is they're looking very good for some high level 2023 guys. So I think just the fact that Brent and his staff have are establishing there. You have a combination of Oklahoma, their brand, what they've accomplished with the new coaching staff, and their credibility. I think recruits are smart. They know the SEC is coming at one point or another, and by the time the deeper you get into future classes, the less of a problem it's going to become. Because I don't think a 2024 kid is going to worry if for some reason Oklahoma's still in the Big 12, because there'll be a true freshman in 24. And even then, like, it's only going to affect 1, 2, like the fewer, it's going to affect fewer seasons for more, but 23 is going to be okay, in my opinion. I don't think that's going to be the big deciding factor at the end of the day overall, because Clemson still got major recruits and they didn't play in the SEC. So either way, it's, everyone's like David Hicks and Anthony Hill, and we got the LT Overton sweepstakes coming up soon that we're I'm feeling a little bit better about as time goes by. Fingers crossed. But it's just I'm sad that we're not going to get this expanded playoff like in 23 or 24. Just it felt like finally we were going to have a postseason that kind of made sense.
Well, look at the bright side now. Look at the bright side. Now when you do these playoff marathons, you don't have to do 4 games in one day. You just still do the 2 games you do.
Yeah, that's true. I
understand. I understand the disappointment, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, Matt. Do you think? Let me ask you this: do you think they would have been better off going with, hey, why don't we just go to 8 for now and put 12 for later? Like, do you think they try to do too much too soon?
Well, if you did 8, it's just gonna piss everyone off. Everyone's gonna get mad because you're going to assume 5 or 6 conference champions, 5 Power 5, 1 Group of 5, and then the 2 at large. Notre Dame's going to cry about having one of those at large. So you're basically fighting over one other. Everyone's going to cry about it.
I just wonder, like the NFL went to a 17-game schedule. I mean, everybody that follows it knows it's only a matter of time where they're going to go to 18. I'd rather them do an even schedule than this odd even schedule.
Well, you either have a winning record or a losing record, depending on ties, of course, mind you. But still,
they could have just gone to 18, but they chose to go to 17, partly because they probably will go to 18 in their next TV deal. That's probably, which is money. I just wonder if they would have been better off coming to a compromise and say, let's just go 8 for a couple of years and then revisit 12 for 26. Would that have at least, satisfied some of it? It's kind of like, because, college football works in their tempo is like a glacier, right? They move as glaciers.
I think you just answered your own question. If you go to 8, they're going to stick at that number for however long. And then it'll give time for people to argue and debate and say, well, this is too much. It'll give them another reason to hate things. I want to get to a point. The reason I got sold on 12, because I was like a lot of people, 12? Why are we doing 12? That's a weird number. And then when they talked about the potential of what it could be, I got excited about the idea of like home playoff games. Like, ooh, that's exciting.
Now, that's what I want. And see, this is my thing. I want a playoff on campus. I don't want this to be on a neutral field like college basketball where you have to travel all over the country. I do think we should have at least the opening round games, maybe the quarters, to be on campus, and then you can do the semis and the final in a neutral field if you want. And I think I think there's hopefully that happens. I think that would be great from that standpoint. So I agree with you. That part I did like.
So I like that idea, and just the fact that and the other thing people keep pointing at, like, well, look at all the playoff games, and like you can count on one hand how many great semifinals we've had. And I always point to the NFL playoffs, because outside of wild card weekend, all the playoff games were great. I'm not saying you're guaranteed to have that every year.
Yeah, but the NFL and college football, there's more parity in the NFL than college. I think where I will agree is if the more playoff games, the better your chances are that you're going to get a good game.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you have Michigan State and Pitt in the Peach Bowl. If that was a playoff game, your two best players on each team are going to play in that game, and you have an exciting game, and you have an exciting finish, and it means something even more. And like you can still remember that, like you can have great quarterfinal games, and you could have a Cinderella story. You could have someone get to the semi potentially. It could potentially happen there, and they can still get their heads kicked in by an Alabama or Ohio State if it's like a Pitt or a Michigan State or something like that. That's very possible. But you those schools, like you have to. The whole winning a BCS Bowl or a New Year's Six game is losing its luster very quickly, and you have to replace that. You have to replace that.
I've been saying it since the 2000s that we should go to at least an 18 playoff, and like just nonsense. But again, the problem is these bowl games have too much control and too much contract, and some of these people don't want it to go away. And the reason why these stupid playoff games are on New Year's Eve, and you and I were on a stream on New Year's Eve, is because they couldn't push the Rose Bowl out of New Year's Day. That's how dumb this goddamn sport is. So why are we?
The only thing that can move the only thing that moves the Rose Bowl off of New Year's Day is the National Football League. It's the only thing powerful enough to make the Rose Bowl move, because the NFL plays on Sunday, and those Red Jackets in Pasadena are powerless to stop the Shield. The Shield is that powerful. It's like, whoa, you can make the Rose Bowl not play on New Year's Day. So, like, you need to get some of that NFL power, or it's like, listen, you can't play on New Year's Day. Like, it was kind of a miracle you got them to play like a January 3rd or 4th, like with Texas and USC in the arguably the greatest Rose Bowl ever.
It was the national title game. It's funny how they and I think FSU and Auburn was also not on January 1st when they played for the national. So unless it's the national title game, they ain't moving. Or the NFL.
It's a shame the San Gabriel Mountains just like are invisible on all days outside of January 1st. They just don't exist. You can't see those beautiful mountains. You don't get to see them. They just go away. It's like the groundhog and Groundhog Day. You see the groundhog day once a year on February 2nd, one day, and then the groundhog's gone. You just don't see it anymore. It's like it's a few days. It's still going to be the beautiful weather in Southern California. You're going to get the sunset. You're like, it's just like you did it for the BCS.
Let me bring up something to Josh. I don't disagree. The national championship game being on a Monday night instead of a Saturday night is kind of tricky. I'm not a fan of the Monday night thing. The problem is, and this is the other thing about the expanded playoff that has to be talked about is, and we're talking about this with the Rose, what dates do you put these expanded playoffs? Because if you decide that you want to expand the playoff and have all these games in January, there's a little thing called the NFL playoffs that kind of occupy the weekends.
Well, you also have this thing called Capital One Bowl Week that goes away, and you have playoff games instead.
But so would you move the playoff games to during the week, or would you still keep it on the weekend though?
Because you could have, you could do it on the weekends and stuff, but like you're going to have people with Christmas breaks and everything. Like, there's a way to do this. Like,
well, my theory is to expand the playoff. I would do it in December because the NFL is only going to still play on Sundays, and the NFL on
you do not you make those Saturdays like very, very special, basically.
Exactly. And then you have the national title game around January 1st, which is when you and I grew up. January 1st was college football day. That's what we look forward to.
Cotton Bowl in the morning, Rose Bowl in the afternoon, Orange Bowl in the evening. That's what it was. That was my bowl schedule.
So to me, I would have the playoffs in December and have it and conclude with the championship game on New Year's Day. I think you get monster numbers. My concern is they're going to want to start the playoffs on New Year's Day and go all the way into late January. You're not going to get good slots.
I don't know. That's I don't know.
Better not.
I don't think you could do that because you're going to have those conference title games. I understand giving like a week or two in between, but for to get things organized. But I don't know, man. Just like because you're going to have the top 4 teams in theory with a bye, as I think that's fine. I'm completely cool with that. But just the idea that Norman, Oklahoma hosts a quarterfinal or first round playoff game is fun to me. I love that idea.
Right. Just start the playoff. Like the NFL doesn't take a month off to start their playoffs. They start right away.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So, well, we know we at least know what we have for a postseason format,
and we'll complain about it every November when we
absolutely. And you will hopefully be joining me again this year as we overreact to these rankings and look at the bottom tier to try to wait a minute, these teams are ranked there, these are quality wins, why is this team at number 11 not number 9 or number 8? And I look forward to late October, early November when that happens. It is going to be fun. I also look forward to seeing what Brent Venables does year 1, and just who's going to win the national title, who's going to do this, who's going to do that. But we're only at February 24th, and but again, no expanded playoff for at least a while. But they'll sit on their hands and try to figure it out, and then maybe they'll get something before it's too late at the end of the day. But I don't know, just disappointing.
I understand.
Well, I know you got to get going, so I appreciate you being here, and I thank everyone for hanging out. Again, it's big softball weekend this weekend. Next weekend, of course, big junior day, and for that weekend, the 5th and the 6th is going to be huge for Oklahoma football. Potentially, hopefully, a couple commits will verbal and get on Twitter. We'll all celebrate 2023 being in a big class. But with that being said, thank you, Eric, for joining. Hopefully you can join me again next week. We'll talk about the Allo breaking the record. Who knows? And more run rules, and got to find some more extra innings for Oklahoma to play so they can feel like they accomplished something. And with that being said, for Sean Forster, Eric Lopez, catch y'all later.
This President's Day, celebrate American legends with great deals at the Jeep President's Day event. Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Excludes Grand Cherokee L, SRT, and Trackhawk. 0% APR financing for 72 months equals $13.89 per month per 1,000 finance for all qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Take retail delivery from dealer stock by 2/28/2022. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
What's the big deal?
Where can you get pizza, bread twists, specialty chicken, and more for just $5.99 each?
Is it at Domino's?
He hands off hand-tossed pizza and a marble cookie brownie. He's going!
There's a lot of variety on the radio and at Domino's too, where you can
Mix and match 2 or more. $5.99 each at Domino's.
2-item minimum. Pan pizza, bone-in wings, and bread bowls will be extra. Ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
No, I was just enjoying my voice, to be honest with you.
There she go.
I'm trying hard to not do it.
Eyes got all big.
She was too excited to even do anything.
This whole time I've been like, I like it. And I don't have to. I don't have to like lean in. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this.
And it's not really. It is still.
But yeah, you can't be.
Yeah,
doing
you can't be doing
That's
too much. You can give yourself a little bit of a slide back and forth.
I just want to.
I'm so glad my headphones not on.
You should be. You should be. That shit sounded like.
Oh shit. I just want to say hello to you and everybody.
What was that?
All I heard was the.
That's ASMR.
Hey,
That's why I try to put on when we go to sleep, and he doesn't let me.
I could see.
Yeah.
The kids been mad about my sleep music.
I do sleep
white
music.
Noise. They was mad about the white noise. No, it's not shot o'clock yet.
I'll just.
I'm trying not to have you be extra drunk.
2 shots, nigga?
What is it?
Extra.
What? No, this motherfucker had me taking shower shots the other day.
Not shower shots.
You better get in the shower. You might as well take a shot. It's like, I don't need shower shots.
You don't need to take a shot.
I was like, surely you want a shot.
Yeah, surely you want a shower shot.
That's the new.
Go ahead.
Then I played the game with the kids. And then was about to go take a shot. He was like, but that expired. You got to take another shot. I was like, I'm going to be drunk as fuck, just leaning on the wall of the shower. Like, thinking about life and what does it mean.
So we got the clip picked out, or where we're gonna start it from. I guess is the thing.
It was all of them funny as hell.
I mean, we want to have a start now.
Yeah, so we know where to stop at. I'm just waiting for her to put this up.
I don't do that gay shit now. Smokey, I am not trying to look at that girl's booty, all right?
Booty.
No, you don't look at her booty before? How your ass feel? Get out of my house and don't slam that door. All right, man. Hey! What's up, Big Pine? Big Pine?
That's a good one.
40, 60, 80.
Y'all tell me when to stop.
Flip that bitch over.
120, 140.
Matter of fact,
That's
yeah, you can hit record. Or you already doing it?
Oh, wait.
All right, man. He said we don't pay him by 10 o'clock. He gonna bust a cap in both our ass, nigga. We need to pay him, man. He crazy, man. Let's stick together.
You on that too? You on it?
Man, let's jump.
Let's jump him. I still say that.
Your ass down. Man, I got mind control over Debo.
Mm-hmm.
He be like, shut the fuck up. I be quiet. But
When he leave, I'll be talking
I be
again.
talking again. We're gonna hook up. Boy, please. Avita! Avita! That's okay. She'll be back. Another Quaalude.
Shalom.
Shalom in the morning.
How much longer?
Nigga, this shit
I was
like
in there on
30
the phone
minutes.
with Debbie and what's up with Rita?
We can start with
Rita
this
who?
shit.
Rita is gonna
I
be
gotta
here at
start.
7:30. That's my friend.
That's my friend.
Thank you. Hey, I'm gonna run over there and give you the gun,
Yeah.
right?
Yo.
Classics.
Just to
Classic.
bring y'all in with some of the classic words from Smokey. Everybody knows Smokey. Everybody loves Smokey.
Everybody loves Smokey.
Yeah. What's going on, world?
EOP.
Viewers.
Hold it down.
Y'all already know who it is. We all here. EOP, full in effect. I got the cast. We got a new setup today. We're all looking directly at the camera, and we're gonna be more like a talk show, guys. You know, y'all ready for that?
Listen, I ain't signed up for that, Steve Harvey.
It's your man.
Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back, everybody. But so y'all know me. It's
No, we don't know you. Who are you?
Oh, y'all don't know today.
What personality are we getting today?
I'm gonna present myself as Juice.
I'm going to present.
And just know that it's worth
I would love
every
to be called.
squeeze. The juice is worth the squeeze. Just know that.
Oh. Wow, Tropicana.
Tropicana. I like it. And we got apples to my far right.
Apples, a.k.a. Jazzy, a.k.a. applesauce, a.k.a. apple bottle.
Oh.
No. Nobody calls me that. Unfortunately.
Apple bottle.
Unfortunately. No one calls me that. What's up, y'all? What's up?
And I have a question for you.
What's up?
What would you say your headspace is like today?
Today I am in a great mood. I've been in a great mood for this whole weekend though. It's been a really good weekend and I'm like hyped. I'm ready.
Good.
I was excited about recording day today.
As always.
Mm-hmm.
As always. To my left, I got, as it's spelled, Slim Golden. Nice and simple.
Yeah, you took my intro.
A.K.A. Slimothy.
Slim
A.K.A. Mr. Slimington.
Hey, I'm going to use that one. It's Mr. Slimington to you, bitch.
And what would you say your headspace is like, brother?
It's kind of empty for real. I'm ready for a shot.
Not as empty.
I went to work today.
Fill it with my head with shots.
I went to work at like 8 this morning, so you know.
No, didn't know that.
He works hard for his money. And to my immediate right, I got Queen Bree, all smiles.
Yeah, Queen Bree. Like, I'ma just do Big Bank Bree, bitch.
Triple B.
Triple B's out here.
Yeah.
And what would you say your headspace is like today?
Right now I'm good. I went to a little baby shower for my homegirl, and it was, really pretty and whatnot. Kids running around. So, got put in a good mood. So,
yeah, baby showers
I'm
always
good.
do put folks in good mood.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
You don't leave a baby shower, man. Who never left a baby
you're
shower?
right. I don't
not
want
feeling
that.
just good.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
True. It's
Fuck
not.
babies. Just mean, just mad at the baby shower.
Baby ain't even born yet.
Yeah, got all these gifts. What you do to get these gifts?
Right.
Damn, baby.
To deserve
I don't
these
get
gifts.
as many gifts.
Yeah.
Nah, it was good. It was a good time.
On the soundboard, can't see him, but y'all gonna hear him. We got D.A. Weezy over there.
Yo.
Give us the faraway shouts.
Yo, what up? D.A. Weezy.
Tell me, what's your headspace like from far away?
It's amazing.
Amazing. I like it.
So amazing. He's on the ones and twos.
So
Get out my head.
Wow.
Get out of my brain.
I was like right on cue too.
Fucking Wonder Twins activate.
Right.
Yeah, I could have left that part out.
That part had to go.
Saying that at the same time was enough.
So yeah, before we even get into anything further, I know Slimothy, Mr. Slimington, if
you're nasty. How'd you feel saying that?
Yeah,
How'd
no,
that
really.
feel?
It didn't feel right. I was like, if you're something else, please be anything but nasty, please.
He like stopped the bitch. And
Like, if you're looking for
If
business
you're-
inquiries.
That's what I was gonna say.
You want to do some real estate.
So we gonna get into shot o'clock.
Shot.
It's my favorite time.
Favorite time of pod. Salud, familia. Great pod coming up for you. Silencio. Moment of silence for our shots. But all right. So, in honor and continuing honor of Black History, not just a month, in continuing honor of Black History, we got another episode for y'all. Last week we did Black TV shows, and it led us into thinking about how much these movies need to be talked about.
Yes.
And once again, we did the giant board that has all the movies we can think of. But this isn't just Black movies. This is classic Black movies. Can you check the video for me real quick? I feel like it stopped. Not sure. But sorry about that. But yeah, so our top 5 is going to be classic Black movies, the ones that meant something to you personally. And we're not just going to say Black movies because, well, actually, we'll get into that. Smoking on top 5. You better hit that real quick.
Yeah, I'm about to get to it.
All right. Apple's going to flip the board for us so we can see this monstrous list. You got to push the thing down the middle.
The black thing?
Mm-hmm.
Over
That black
here in
thing.
It's okay.
Just started holding the side.
She's our own personal Vanna Black.
Yeah. Vanna Black. Push it down. Boom.
And then move the board.
Ooh.
There you go.
Are you smarter than a 5th grader?
And then make sure the board is back in the middle. Yeah.
Bam.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right. Oh, I think I let it die because I didn't want to get the clip in there. I'm going to do this one first.
Yeah.
All right, so top 5 Black movies.
Your top 5.
Now, for me, this isn't hard because I grew up, I don't know, it's just not hard. Menace to Society, New Jack City.
Mm-hmm.
Let me switch categories and go something funny real quick. I'm going to say Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah.
The Temptations, and Boomerang. And that's an easy top 5.
Dang.
Smoking on top 5s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boys
You
in the
did that
Hood,
with
New
ease.
Jack City,
Mhm.
Temptations, Don't Be a Menace, and Boomerang. I'm with it.
Okay.
All right, I'm jumping in. Double dutching in on this bitch. So for me, it's Juice.
That's a good one.
Shouts. Don't Be a Menace. Got to.
Break yourself, fool.
Poetic Justice.
He was brushing his hair all day.
I loved What's Love Got to Do with It. And Baby Boy.
Really?
I know. My guilty pleasure.
We're gonna talk about Baby Boy. We got a special thing to bring up about Baby Boy. Who Nick's on the top?
I guess I'll go just because I'm already kind of picking it. So, and this list is based upon what kind of affected me the most, what I saw the most, really. You know what I mean? I got to throw Friday in there, of course.
Yeah.
It says trilogy on the board, but for me, the first one will always be the best one to me. For the simple fact that Smokey, you can't replace Smokey.
Mike Epps didn't do bad though.
No, Mike Epps is amazing, but not a replacement.
Yeah,
he's an addition.
It's different.
Yeah, it's different. You know what I mean?
Ice Cube struck gold twice with that one.
He really did.
He did.
Yeah, he did. Then we got New Jack City because Chris Rock is hilarious as a crackhead.
Everyone's hilarious. Rockabye, baby.
Yeah.
Nigga, when I met you, you was the prom queen. Now you're the prom fiend.
Belly is a big one for me.
Gosh.
And because of Belly, I have to call out Shout-Outs even though they ain't up there.
Shout-Outs.
Yeah, Shout-Outs.
That was a good one. And then I guess I'm going with. See, this is it's a battle for me, but I'm going with Hustle and Flow because that movie was funny as hell.
Okay.
I didn't think you would have said that.
That movie is so funny to me.
I didn't think you would have said that movie.
I'm in charge. That movie cracks me up.
Just DJ Mike.
The whole movie is
Right.
The whole movie
DJ
is sweaty. Like
DJ Mike.
I got
The whole movie is sweaty.
the whole movie is sweaty. Yo.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Boom, boom, tap. Boom, tap. My cough is loud. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Get the weeds. folks.
Oh, but I don't want to mention real quick.
Go ahead.
Coming to America. Got to throw that
Coming
in
to
there.
America is
Gotta-
definitely.
Oh, I don't even think that's
Got to
on
throw
there.
that in there. It's on
not?
there. Yeah, it's on there.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We talked about it. Like,
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
morning. Fuck you.
Yes.
Fuck you too.
I am looking for a queen. You should go to a place where you can find queens.
Queens.
I'm about to say you couldn't even be mad though. That's where you should go to
find your
You would
queen.
think that you would go to a place named Queens.
Yeah.
We're just not saying Queens.
Damn,
got it.
love and basketball my shit too though.
Wow.
Sorry.
I didn't think that you would say that.
I like them. What you mean?
We're gonna talk more
QB,
about
who you got?
Yeah. We gonna
For
talk.
all the movies get talked about.
Word. Okay, so number one for me is definitely The Wood. Thank you.
That's a good one. Real good one.
The Wood. We're gonna go Harlem Nights. I love that movie. Is funny as fuck to me. I didn't rediscover it until like after college and shit, but it was one of them things like how BET be playing these movies over and over. That's how I watched it. So now this is like my
BT Star Classic.
right.
Now playing.
You buster. Let me see. Oh, Love Jones for sure. Know that whole movie backwards and forwards.
We're gonna talk about that too.
Then American Gangster. Love the movie and the soundtrack. And
You blot that shit. That's alpaca, nigga.
right. Fucking alpaca. So now I'm trying to like choose between Waiting to Exhale and Set It Off.
Set it off in this motherfucker. I forgot
Yeah.
If I had to choose between those two, I'd still pick Set It Off.
That was my first, like instinct to go for that. So yeah, we'll do Set It Off. Love Jada Pinkett.
In the romance category, we could have put How Stella Got Her Groove Back.
It's a lot. Now that's a lot on the board we didn't
said
write
a whole
down.
bunch that we forgot.
Yeah,
to
we
write
didn't
down.
even
Yesterday,
halfway
I can't remember
cover.
now.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was top 5. D, you gonna run through yours real quick from afar?
Yeah. Menace to Society.
Bam.
Above the Rim.
I love that one.
All right. I got Thin Line Between Love and Hate.
That's a good one.
And that's the one. That's one of the ones that wasn't on the board.
didn't
We
add.
talked about like, dang, we should have that one.
Dead Presidents. And then
Jasmine Loves the Mimes.
I actually don't watch no more. I don't watch the movie
Because that part
I like
comes?
the movie up until that part.
Okay.
And then Juice.
Yeah.
Double
Juice
shout
was
out.
my
You got the
favorite.
juice now.
Omar Epps was so
Man.
fucking fine in Juice.
So let's get into
90s niggas
But
used to be a
anyway.
different type of fine.
Yes,
This
he
shit was
so
different.
fine.
Nah, niggas look the same. Y'all
Like it
don't-
wasn't Pac or nothing.
No,
It
they
was
don't look
him.
the same.
So,
Nah.
did y'all know Tupac wanted that role?
Yeah, he went
You
for
told
the
me,
good
yeah.
role.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I remember
he
that.
getting the other one. And so some of the scenes where he's like going at MR Epps, it's like, is he really mad at him? Like they wasn't cool on set either. So I was like, damn. I think that happened with another movie too. That was wild. You hear that?
It was Menace to Society.
Why do we have to?
Can't-
wait
yeah,
till
can't-
next
he
week
got
to
rid-
hear Jazz's anger story.
What? Something separate.
Her Kroger story.
Oh.
Oh, I thought it said
about
anger.
anger.
I was like,
Yeah.
I want to hear that shit now.
No, you heard it. We talked about it in the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we're just gonna get into these movies. And before I do, I want to kind of preface with a little bit that we have this large list. Last week we kind of just ran through TV shows, and we were just hitting them. So this week we kind of broke them up into sections. Y'all can't see the board right now, but we got them in 4 different sections. We got musicals, being like, saying the ones where motherfuckers is singing. The romance or loved ones, which we got question marks on which ones could go in there because there's some hate movies that ain't no romance happening.
Hate movies?
Not hate, but dislike. Like what's it called? Waiting to Exhale. That ain't really romance and love happening.
Yeah, it's not romance.
That ain't romance.
Love.
You know what
No.
I'm saying? Like
At the end, they fall in love with
themselves, with their inner
with each
selves,
other,
beautiful
with
black
themselves.
women.
Women need to love themselves.
We are strong
before anybody can love you.
We are one.
And annoying.
So it is a love story.
Watch yourself.
So yeah.
Or I burn your shit.
Yeah, burn your car down, all that stuff. You raggedy bitch.
The nigga should wear the same outfit every day.
Nigga was famous for saying that. You raggedy
He was
bitch.
crackhead ass motherfucker. Fucking had on leather in June.
He's usually
Fuck
a
out of
cop.
here.
He's usually a cop. That's the funny thing. Every other thing I see,
Yeah, that
he'd be a
role
cop.
was different for him.
But then we went comedy section. Obviously, I know what the comedies are. We had a question Friday. Should that go in the comedy section?
Yeah, it's a hood comedy.
Because
Or does it go into the hood? We have the hood stories where it's, saying the hood shit happened throughout this movie, running from drug dealers. Friday just had everything. I think we should start with Friday.
All encompassing.
Yeah, classic. If
Let's start
you think
with
of
Friday
classics,
being
that's
the
it.
classic that it is.
Okay, well, let's talk about what makes it a classic.
Oh, I was supposed to say the story.
Because that's kind of how
This
I was
nigga.
supposed to say the story.
Here you go.
Smoke dog.
Break yourself, boo.
You did to my curtain. Man, I got a lot. You still ain't sold that weed, Smokey? And I'm trying to, Worm. Niggas are broke these days. God damn. You got to be a stupid motherfucker.
Oh,
to get
Chris
out on your
Tucker.
damn-
He
Chris
made
Tucker,
that
man.
movie.
Chris Tucker is a
Chris Tucker made that movie.
He did.
Made that shit.
So yeah, Chris Tucker definitely highlighted that movie. Like Ice Cube, I think Apple said it a second ago, struck gold by using him in those movies. Because I don't really remember. I was also young, but I don't really remember what he was in before Friday. But I definitely know what he was in after it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Friday was such a beginner movie for people. They was accepting $2,000 and almost no money for their role. You know what I'm saying? So it was a very much beginner movie. I don't know if that was Chris Tucker's first. I think he had already did the stand-up Def Comedy Jam shit.
Yeah,
Probably so,
I think
yeah.
he was
You see
doing
what I'm
stand up. I
saying?
can't tell you early movies he's done.
And if that really struck his movie career, for real?
Yeah, I mean, I
Because
think
the
either
Rush
way it
Hours,
did.
Money Talks, all them shits that came after that. You know what I'm saying?
Which is
Like-
why he wasn't in the other ones.
Yeah.
He moved on. Yeah.
So it's and then he didn't want to be smoking weed no more since he had done other movies where he didn't have to be
that
type of
character.
nigga.
that type of nigga. Yeah, he was. You know what I'm saying? He was a cop.
You know, there's actually an interview
He
where he
wasn't that.
explains it.
D said he was in Dead Presidents, and he was, but that was after,
And he was a
right?
crackhead. That was after too.
After
But that's
Friday.
what I'm saying. It wasn't about smoking. It was
He-
literally he just turned down it because he was doing other things. Like he said it.
Like he was busy.
Yeah, like seriously, he felt like these were going to be bigger than the next Fridays. So you feel me? Yeah. So he just moved on.
I heard that it was actually he didn't want to be portraying like he found God. He got into church and stuff like that. And he
When
didn't
I
want to
heard-
be portrayed like that anymore.
When I heard him say that, that was way after all of it. Like it was like, oh, we're gonna bring it back. Would you come back? He was like, no. At this point, you know,
I'm telling you why he wasn't in next Friday.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Well, he wasn't in next Friday. But yeah, I mean, even that, he was just. We talked about it in the last episode. Just to touch back on it, he didn't only make the movie, but he definitely gave us the lines that made it a classic.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Delivery.
Because we had Big Worm. Big Worm was in that movie, and fucking shit he said, everything Big Worm said was classical too. Playing with my money, it's like playing with my emotions.
So what else did Faison Love do?
What
He was in like
before that?
He's just
show
being
and other little
stuff.
weird
he just be
movies.
showing up, right?
Yeah, he's just being stuff. He was like, I remember him in The Replacements. That
see,
football
yeah, that's
movie.
so random.
That's not a black movie.
I can't
That's not
believe
a
you
black
just
movie.
brought that shit up.
But I remember him as the lineman. Like I remembered him and that other black dude that was big and bald too. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
I just remember him always being like the big black
The big
nigga.
black
like,
dude.
yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Talking shit.
Yeah, and he always had something kind of funny, but kind of like I'll fuck you up. And everybody, no, I ain't fucking with you. He always
I
had a-
can't
a
remember.
goofy ass laugh.
Can y'all remember anything beside that?
I'm pulling up his.
I just know he's in other
Films.
stuff, but I
Yeah,
cannot
he's been in shit.
I cannot remember.
It's not nothing that's.
No, hold on, because I'm scrolling.
Yeah.
The shit is scrolling, but okay, let's see.
The shit
okay,
is scrolling.
I'm trying to see shit. We already said Friday. Okay, so he was Bebe's kids.
Okay.
That's a voice.
True. I mean, okay. I'm just recognizing stuff.
Chris Tucker?
Faison Love is the Big Worm.
Big Worm, yeah.
He was in A Thin Line Between Love and Hate.
Shit.
You
Nigga.
where?
I can't remember.
You
It
gonna have
says
to
he
keep
was
that
in
Google
that.
up.
It says he was in Baps, Money Talks.
Money Talks.
Money Talks.
That's the one I remember because remember he's in the jail with Chris Tucker and he take off his shirt.
Yeah.
But I couldn't remember what movie it was.
And he did. This is not a movie, but he played on that show, The Parenthood. I do
He was
remember.
the
He
uncle.
was in shows. I was like,
He
I
was
couldn't
the
remember the
uncle.
show.
He used to walk in and shit.
With Robert Townsend. I remember that
Speaking
show.
of the Parenthood, shout out to the Parenthood. We forgot to mention them.
Shout out
last
to Reagan Gomez.
And shout out, no, can I just say a special shout out? I'm mad we missed that because when I tell you Robert Townsend, he don't get as much. He does not get as much like for the black actors / but producers, and one of the ones who advocates back when they weren't advocating for our shows and shit. He was standing up
Putting
saying what he
people
needed to
on.
say, putting people on, being a black producer of a show, not just an actor, and like advocating for us being on TV, period. Our shows. He's the one who was mad about Friends being brought out after Living Single, and he made a big deal about it because they stole the concept from Living Single. Living Single was first, then Friends came out. Same. Anyways, it's crazy. Like, so I was like, dang, we didn't even mention him. He really is a big part.
Also, he was the first black superhero.
True.
Meteor Man
But
was
all
the
of those
shit,
movies,
bro.
yes, he
You
was-
remember Meteor Man?
No.
Meteor Man was dope.
With
bro.
Dan,
And Bill Cosby was in that.
That's some. What was
Bill
that?
Cosby
Was that like 89?
Bill Cosby was the old man who like had the other part of the meteor, and he saved the day. I got a video on my Facebook I shared like years ago, and Bill Cosby's making himself a drink from his couch in the thing. He like pour some extra shit in his drink. And he's like, it's funny.
I'm out.
I was like, he been telling.
He been doing it.
Been telling us.
Oh man.
He also, I want to say, has extremely good songwriting skills. I don't know if y'all remember in the 5 Heartbeats. He's writing a song and like
just handing
throwing
it
it
to
away,
his
and his
sister.
sister is just singing
Just
it.
picking it up.
Now all of a sudden he just writing, like the song is just coming together. I used to be like, when I was little, I was like, how the fuck did they do
And he was
that?
like, this isn't even a good song. I'll just throw this over my shoulder. She's like, what are you saying?
She's
Put
like,
it together.
Stormy wet. Like she was singing that shit. I do know.
that song, she took the show with that. The
You gonna
movie.
act like you weren't trying to sing for real.
No, she wanted
hit them notes.
for us.
I
She was
did-
waiting for us to do it.
I'm gonna get my
all
tea.
together.
Fuck yeah.
Miss.
So I got to bring something up real quick. So you said out of the Friday trilogies, number 1 is your favorite.
Definitely, by far.
Friday After Next is my favorite.
Friday
I
After
kind of have to go with the third
That
one too.
shit is my
Friday After
favorite.
The third
fucking
one,
movie.
the third one, they dedicated it to comedy.
It was
They dedicated
hilarious.
that shit to comedy. Ricky Smiley was a funny crackhead.
The first Friday is a classic to me.
why it's my
But then, like, that third one was the funniest. Like,
With Damon, Money Mike.
Funny.
I know what you're talking
Mike
about. It's
and
hilarious. Don't
Money
get me
Mike.
wrong.
Pimpin'. You thought I was pimping, didn't you?
the amount
You were
of
gonna
like
take it, wasn't you?
jokes in that movie.
Yeah.
I am a boy. You are not in jail anymore, Damon.
I can't.
Crunching on your balls in a one-horse open sleigh. That motherfucker was going in that movie.
Nah, it
bro.
was a funny one. Don't get me wrong, but shit. Smokey, man.
But yeah, just to him, it wasn't.
Said, Donna, how are you? Doesn't matter. Get the dough. I got to keep a real shyster around this motherfucker. You never know. That nigga.
But so that's funny as fuck, and that's classic too. But we haven't said yet, what do we think makes a movie a classic? Because
right.
we can just like a movie, but we be deeming certain movies classics.
Yeah. When we say some of them are instant classics.
But that's why I like the first one so much.
Oh,
it broke ground.
I have one that is definitely not a classic, and I want the whole black community to hear me when I say it.
What you about to say?
But we're gonna talk about what makes a classic first. I'm gonna keep y'all waiting. But
I think what makes a classic is it shaped the culture at a certain time and place. You know what I'm saying? And when I say shaped it, like we say, we can say we know all those lines, but we all knew somebody that was kind of like Smokey, or it was like we related to it. You know what I mean? It wasn't just this character. It was, but it was like, no, that's really how it is. Oh, you really got somebody like that. You got this. We related to it. It shaped us. It molded us. It's kind of how you start to black culture started to go in a certain direction due to these movies. Some for the good and some for the bad. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's also when it's a movie that brings us together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A movie that, like I said, I didn't grow up next to Slim, and I didn't grow up next to Bree. But when we say lines from the movies, it's like we all watched it together.
That's a really good point.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be that I knew you back then and da-da-da-da-da, but when I say these lines and you say these lines and we all jump in, we have that
common experience.
Yeah. And so I think that's what makes movies. When you do it and someone's like, I've never seen that movie.
Yeah, it just automatically flops. Like,
or where Mario gets smaller. But yeah, so I think that's what does, and it's actually hard because what started this whole let's go back thing for me was trying to get Liana to watch.
Friday.
Yeah, it was one of the Fridays. Though. I think
it was next Friday, which is the least of my favorite.
the least funny of the three.
But it still has funny parts.
It has funny,
very much
parts.
Funny. But Baby Joker, he was funny in that one. But yeah, so I think in trying to get her to watch it, and she wasn't interested, and I was like, "Girl, what you mean you ain't gonna watch this movie?" And I was like, "Dang, what can I tell her? Is like, you should watch this."
And see, what folks don't know is me and Juice, our family made us watch movies. Like when we was younger, there was certain movies that we wouldn't have probably watched on our own, but our parents would be like, "No, come on, whatever, sit down, come and watch it." And we watched it.
I got a quick story. You wanna know how bad it actually was? My dad used to tell me that I ain't black because I couldn't make my upper lip touch my nose.
What?
You can make your upper lip touch your nose?
Did it bother you that bad?
Yes.
He used to try so hard.
What are you talking about? My dad's like, you ain't black. Hey, this ain't my son. Get this little nigga away from me. He can't be my son. Can't make his lip touch his goddamn
your
nose.
Goof ass in the mirror crying, trying to touch your lips in your nose.
I can do it though. I had to teach myself how to get it right. See? Imagine if you couldn't do it now, just making fun of you right now.
I'm just laughing at you in the shower and crying about that shit, man.
But anywho,
everybody got to try it. I know
no,
y'all
everybody
got to do it.
don't got to
you
try
got to pass the test right here. Black tests come up at any given time. You never know when a black pop quiz is about to pop up on
y'all.
you.
I'm black, y'all.
Taking black cards too.
Black and I'm black, y'all. What you talking about?
So yeah,
Black and Whoopi Goldberg's lips. The back and forth with
I hate y'all.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the next.
Wesley Snipes.
Black ass Wesley.
We're gonna do the next movie. Let's do New Jack City next. Because I fuck with it. There was a whole
movie.
dance style.
New Jack Swing came out
Jack
like
Swing
right around
stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Nino Brown was the man himself.
Yeah.
But let's
Shout
talk
out
about
to
Nino's
Teddy Riley.
genius. That man was a genius.
Had an idea.
He was a genius.
Had an idea.
Had an idea and a plan.
That is
and
a way to put it.
And he executed. Hey, we should talk about how Ice-T somehow infiltrated that drug organization because he should not have. That was the part of the movie that was very much a movie.
And
Ice-T has always been the man that acts hip hop and people accept it. If you think about it. I mean, everything he does, even when he's a cop. Even when he's a cop, he's the hood cop. He's a hood cop.
Yeah.
Literally.
Y'all want to know?
I like Ice-T.
She's like, okay.
You just can't be no geek off the street. You know what I'm saying? These colors, They mean more than what you know, homie. Mm-mm.
This nigga just grew a ponytail.
Nigga just grew a ponytail when he was losing his hair. Because he don't care. Nothing
I like
about that.
Ice-T. So I didn't like Nino Brown that much. Like I liked him, but I was like,
He
he's
was
a
pretty fucked up.
fucking dick. Like
He was
I
pretty fucked
hated him. Like he made that
dick.
character. Like he was
he played
amazing
the
because
fuck
I
out that
fucking
role.
hated him.
Shout
in
out
that
to
movie.
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah,
as
he
an
played the
actor.
fuck out of that.
He did.
He makes me forget that he's Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Forget all about his
That nigga
taxes.
used a child as
Forget
a
all about his-
shield.
Forget all about his taxes.
Just like he did.
Yeah, he did too.
Just like he did.
Forget all about that. But you look for that.
He got fucked over, man.
Nah, yeah,
I'll be
I'm
happy
With the
pretty sure that was
taxes
an
shit.
accountant.
I'll be feeling bad for all them tax people. Somebody fucking you over bad.
Yeah.
No way in hell you shouldn't be taking care of that.
Since we're still on New Jack City, Chris fucking Rock.
Chris Rock, man.
I think that might have been his first role. One of the first roles. if
Yeah,
not.
that's definitely early.
Yeah, it's definitely top.
Early him.
His first 10 roles. You know what I'm saying?
Just in my head, I just see him struggling not to smoke that fucking
Pookie,
Yeah.
bro. Pookie. Like, that became a nickname of nicknames.
Yeah, Pookie.
Yeah.
Pookie like
became
that's
a
where it
nickname.
kind of.
They had an epic bike chase scene on a bicycle.
A bicycle.
Yeah. They was like through the subway and shit, running, going downstairs. You don't see many bicycle chase scenes. Is what I'm saying.
True.
The whole movie was done good though. G Money.
G Money was my favorite.
Am I my brother's
He was
keeper?
so weak.
You see that?
What?
Now that's how you blow a motherfucker's head off in broad daylight. It's like, why is he so excited about
He
that?
really was about murder.
Yeah. for no
What's
reason.
funny is
Niggas on that shit.
kind of like sidebar, but that's what first excited me about American Gangster.
Jason's lyric.
Yeah.
Does that go up there
We
in
didn't put
Romance
that up
Love?
there.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Romance.
G Money made me think of that.
Yeah, yeah. What's his name? Alan
Pain.
Payne. Mm.
And he's on House of Pain.
Yeah.
What were you saying? Though?
When fucking Denzel Washington walked up to Idris Elba,
Oh yeah.
killed that nigga in the
Yeah,
middle
That
of
was
the day.
stone
In
cold.
broad
I was like, oh, I love this
Like for
movie.
real.
That was stone cold.
She said, "Ooh, this is ooh,
I like
It's
murder."
I like it.
Cold
I'm like,
blooded
this
murder.
nigga
Right.
bold. He walked up, he didn't even rob that nigga. He took his cut. I was like, that's the code, nigga. You gotta follow
He
the
gave
fucking
him.
sure
he
did
gave him
take
a
his
chance
cut
to
and
let
put
Took
the
his
money
cut
back.
and put the rest back.
That nigga disrespected him. Like he did
Yeah.
exactly what he was like. This
Multiple
is,
times.
And then he called him on his butt. What you gonna kill me in broad daylight?
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Yeah, bitch.
Goodbye.
That covers a little bit of a American Gangster for me. Honey.
Yeah. I could do lines though, you know.
Yeah.
No, we're good.
Above the rim. Let's just fuck with it.
Okay.
Come on.
Tupac. There was
Tupac.
they had a lot of people in that movie.
Bernie Mac.
It wasn't
Bernie
like
Mac.
Yeah.
Leon. Who we gonna talk about?
Yeah,
We are
Leon.
gonna talk about Leon
First name.
over and over.
Leon.
And only name.
Yeah, because he just be appearing and
He's gonna
shit.
he's in a lot of these movies.
Leon
that we
just
about to
pop
bring
in.
up. Let me see that.
Yeah. And what's his name? Dwayne Martin. Tisha Campbell.
Shakes.
Oh, yeah.
That's where he got the nickname Shakes. He was actually fire. Like if you go back and watch
Oh, he
Above the Rim,
really
he was
can't-
dope.
oh.
Like, I don't know if he really
You
can play
mean the-
basketball. In the movie though, he
Yeah.
was dope.
Who else was in there?
Fucking Wood Harris.
Wood Harris. That's his name.
He was the nigga with the
Yes.
Marlon Wayans.
I love him.
Yeah.
Marlon Wayans was hype.
Oh, yeah. He was
Uh-huh.
hype.
Fuck, there's a lot of people.
The main dude that was playing ball and shit.
That's Dwayne.
Dwayne Martin.
Dwayne Martin. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just a good movie, all about basketball in the
Star-studded
hood.
cast.
You know what I'm saying? Black excellence being done. I don't know if y'all remember Above the Rim. It don't come on like that. Like BT don't play it like that. You
Yeah,
gotta
it
actually
used to.
look for it.
Yeah, it
I
did
used to
used
have to
to.
look for Above the Rim.
Nah, that shit used to play for.
that was-
It didn't play
That
nowhere
and
near
White-
as Baby Boy. But
Yeah, no.
Nah, they
Baby Boy
played
was
Baby
daily.
Boy out.
But
Daily.
that and White Man Can Jump used to play.
Yeah, that one.
they
It
kinda
still
made
plays.
it.
That still plays.
Does it? Okay.
Yes, it
We
does.
watched it not too long
It's
ago.
White Man Can't Jump. I love that.
The classic.
I know what a quint is only because she says it.
Oh, in Jeopardy.
It's a 5-letter word that starts with a Q.
Rosie Perez.
But you know what? For the listeners out there, that is not on our board because the two main characters aren't both black.
We didn't know how to
We
fit.
wasn't sure how to fit that. You know, maybe we should have put Oreo on.
But Woody Harrelson has been
No.
Woody Harrelson has been in
Oreo category.
classic black movies. At that
Yeah.
too. You know what I'm saying? He's been in classic movies and movie star, yes, but especially like in his beginning stage, he used to dip down, kind of like Jim Carrey used to. Jim Carrey just being around. You know
Woody
what I'm
Harrelson
saying?
is like one of my favorite actors that I don't think
He's
about.
dope.
Both Woody Harrelson and Jim Carrey should have black cards. That's how I feel. They're invited to the barbecue.
Jim Carrey be like, what are these cards? What are people? We're all universes inside of them.
I'm love, you're love.
Yeah, Jim Carrey would be way out there. That's the problem. I don't even like barbecue. It's all food.
Woody Harrelson might kiss you.
Yeah, he would. And then offer you a blunt. He's a heavy smoker.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Him and Matthew McConaughey are best friends,
All
and
right,
they're
all
like
right, all
surfers, smokers, just
right.
laid back, cool as white boys.
And I look at that and I say, all right.
Yeah, I like them.
Yeah.
So like Belly, that was gangsta shit for me at that
For
time.
sure.
Especially
Belly is a classic. Belly
That's
was-
how
Oh,
you
you
said
read
about
it?
American Gangster. I was like, ooh, Belly. Like, this shit happening and
Belly, but Belly. Can we be? Are we being honest?
Yes.
Belly kind of sucks at the same time.
The acting itself is not impeccable. No.
You know what I'm saying?
To me, it's
So when
not.
people homo now? There's a line. Don't cancel me. There's a line in that movie where Nas is saying that he thinks there's more to life than just selling drugs.
And DMX
And DMX
insinuated
is-
that he was homo.
He was like, "So what? You a homo now?" He was like, "What, bro?"
Nigga, I'm going to
For some reason, it's so quotable to me. Like whenever somebody says something different, so that's how you feel.
That's what's the name? He said that in Power too on Raising Kanan. He said that to his daughter.
Yeah,
He did.
He said that shit.
Damn. Did you notice that when it happened, or did you just?
No, I did.
Yeah,
I
we talked about it when it happened. Yeah,
Yeah, that shit was like some real
Random.
belly shit.
yeah.
The plot kind of confused me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It didn't.
Towards the end,
things
it
happened.
got like the church hired him, or some white dude from somewhere hired him to murder a pastor because of his criminal history.
It was just shit that nigga go through.
That was your answer to it?
Right, yeah. Just shit a nigga
It's
go
just
through.
shit a nigga go through.
Shit that his
That's
crazy
how I watch
ass
it. That's
was
how.
going
No, I'm not
through.
saying like that any nigga will go through, but it was just like he handling shit as it come. It's not. He got a plan. He trying to handle some shit. But
But my argument isn't his character. It's
I don't know. I mean,
The plot of
there's
it
a lot of
all.
plot.
I don't know who
I can't really make. I'm
created
trying.
it and all that.
I'm trying.
I don't know who created and all that, but I do know.
Wasn't it?
somebody making.
I don't know,
It
Hype
was
Williams or
Hype,
something.
yeah.
No, it was-
Hype
yeah,
Williams,
that was
yeah.
definitely it.
So okay,
That
you
nigga
have
makes-
a music, producer.
only
But what we're
make
not
3.5
Oh,
finna do
minutes.
is get on here and slander Belly.
No,
don't wanna
that's what I'm
slander
saying.
Belly.
I'm on
I don't
Belly's
wanna
side.
slander
You were
Belly.
I'm
slandering
on Belly's side.
I'm on Belly's side. Belly.
It's a good thing not on the back.
Nah, I loved the movie. Like it was gangster shit for me at that time.
Just honorable mentions since we're on Belly. State Property, and I'm about it. The really, really hood ones that
Those was
didn't
real.
make it to
Masterpiece.
theaters. Yeah.
Ooh, that
Hot
shit
Boys.
is ratchet.
You know what I'm saying? We just gonna touch
Those
they-
are real ratchet.
They said they
Ratchet.
Snoop Dogg.
they didn't make the list. I got the hookup.
Yeah, that was
I could talk.
damn near.
Ooh,
Yeah,
But people
But he
talked
made a whole
about
bunch
it.
of money. Out of
that
it.
was how he did.
he did.
It was the way he did it. It was on
That hit
underground because he
theaters.
was literally selling discs
And that's what I'm saying. Like
out his trunk.
honorable mentions. They're not necessarily on the list. We don't got to go into characters or nothing like that. But just y'all remember them.
Let's
right?
talk about the second one then.
What?
Which one?
I got the hookup.
Oh, I wasn't even gonna touch it.
Oh, okay.
I got them bitches straight from to VHS. Nigga said, "Yeah, I'm selling it on VHS."
All right, I got one for y'all.
Shit, my bad.
Set It Off. What makes Set It Off? Why do y'all think black people go fucking crazy?
Because of the
Set-
for Set It
cast.
Off.
Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly what I was gonna say.
That's
Set It
easy.
Off
Yeah.
was back then. It was 4 black women who are normally co-stars, and now, or secondaries to the movie. They're all leading co-stars again because it's 4 of them. But
Right.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It was all led by 4 women. They were being tough. They weren't taking no shit. Well, throughout the movie, they had their issues, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it was them being in charge. They weren't listening to no man. It wasn't like they were being led by a dude, and they were just carrying out orders. And nothing. It wasn't Charlie's Angels. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, not by far.
Yeah. So, I think that's what it was. And at the time, we didn't have strong black female leads.
And think about it, Cleo. What's her name? Real name? I can't even remember.
Queen Latifah.
Thank you. Queen Latifah was bigger than Cleo already anyway.
Exactly.
That's gonna draw attention off the real.
Exactly. Jada Pinkett was hot at the time.
Jada Pinkett, yup.
You know what I'm saying? So
Vivica
she
Fox
like-
was too.
Yeah, Vivica was.
Oh, that was her prime.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact. So yeah, so it definitely. I think that was just our first examples of strong black women, like leading in that way, and like they can be bank robbers too. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't have to just be the woman who's like.
But do you think it's like showing it was like showing a side of our culture that like to our people, like to everybody, like this is what y'all do, this is how y'all live. Everybody was pretty much like living in the hood, like this is what y'all, even y'all bitches gonna succumb to this, and then y'all all die. Well, except for Jada Pinkett, but everybody gonna die at the end. Like it's a fucking horrible, sad story.
Now, when they make movies like that, they have to make it that you get killed at the end.
They can't have to do it.
They do that because so we don't get the idea to do that.
I mean,
like it's supposed to end in tragedy.
That means I have a 25% chance of surviving.
You see what I'm saying?
That means I know what to do. Not
you like
to get caught
getting
like
on
how
the bus.
these motherfuckers
getting on the bus.
And usually,
in the sombrero.
and usually within that, they'll put a failsafe of something that really won't work, but it worked in the movie. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, what are the odds of it coming? So you're gonna have to move the mic too, but it worked in the movie. You see what I'm saying? And then therefore that's gonna get you caught. So that's most of the time what it is. You gotta get caught so you don't get the idea.
I guess. Well, let's talk about Cleo's scene.
I was gonna say, at least for Cleo, she kind of
that scene was crazy.
She did it how she wanted. She went out how
bang.
she wanted. And that nigga went out guns blazing, like
guns are blazing. It's always something that when you see.
I hate that song though.
Now when I hear it, I think of only that
as soon
part
as it come
of
on, I get sad, like immediately.
I cry every time I see that movie.
Yeah.
It really fucks with me. So, and I know it's about to happen.
And I think that's what makes it powerful. You know,
because
it evokes emotion.
It's still
impactful. It still affects you that way.
It take you on their story. Like why at first they might not have even wanted to do it.
No, he did his thing on it. Wasn't that John Singleton?
Back at that time, I wasn't paying attention now, but it probably was John
Singleton.
I don't know, maybe.
We were actually trying to come up with a John Singleton's to go
his list of movies.
I'm ready to hit one of my personal favorites. It was actually my first one. Menace to Motherfucking Society.
Classic.
Let me tell y'all, I used to watch this movie. I used to come home from school. This is a time when I was living alone for reasons. But I used to come home from school. I used to turn on Menace to Society, and while it was on, I already knew all the words.
Sorry.
Okay. But while it was on, I'd like cook my dinner, or if I already got fast food, I'd eat my dinner and just watch Menace to Society. I watched it every day for like 4 months straight. Shit's wild.
4 months straight. I tell you, it's a long time.
Yeah, I know. When I tell you, I know this movie forward, backward,
side to side.
It's literally up there with Friday to me.
That means
it
you've
definitely
watched
is a
it
good one.
at least 120 times.
Yeah.
Minimum.
And I watched it way before that too. So I could talk about.
Yeah, I love that one. I thought Kane was fine as fuck.
I love that he somewhat had a moral compass.
Yeah.
Or was trying to have a moral compass.
Yeah, fucking O-Dog was like...
O-Dog did not give no fucks.
Nah, he was not that nigga.
He was the menace to society.
Yeah, he really was. Getting him and all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole problem of the movie was
the
beginning of the movie, was the fucking...
the robbery, and murder.
Half the other shit they did, they got shot up. They got shot up at the end. That was just because the niggas they jumped.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's because he fucked that bitch and never called her again.
And he beat up her brother.
Yeah.
He stomped her brother out.
Well, that's why that's the dude who came back and shot him.
Yeah, no.
He plays himself in Don't Be a Menace. He's the nigga who gets stomped out the way he got stomped out.
Why is that not up there?
And then that's the same nigga.
Don't Be a Menace?
Oh, yeah, it's up there.
Okay.
And then that's the same nigga who had sex with Diamond cousin in Players Club.
The one who got stomped out. The one, yeah.
Yeah, it's the exact same dude.
That guy.
If you know anything in life, it's don't trust him. I don't know who this nigga is in real life, and I don't need to. Fuck that. This nigga said, "I'll get stomped out. I'll play me," and he got flattened. He got flattened a minute. Don't Be a Menace. He was dead flat. Like, nigga, shoot this nigga.
She literally was flat.
Niggas they thought, hey, Loke Dog wasn't playing. I thought O-Dog didn't care. Loke Dog didn't give no fuck. Nigga had the missiles on deck. Had the choppers on deck and the yappers on deck. Okay, the counter to Men's Society to me, the anti-Men's Society is Boys in the Hood. I don't know why. I always pit these two movies against each other.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know why I do.
Say why.
Yeah, I don't know why I do. I just always felt like I always be like Men's Society or Boys in the Hood. I don't know why. I have no real.
I mean, because Cuba Gooding, like the characters, the characters of he was a little bit, you know.
It was Cuba Gooding Jr.
It was him, yeah.
I don't know. And Morris Chestnut.
Yeah, and he
was fine too.
That's it.
Show me the
He was fine too. I mean, we talking about the characters or
No.
It was like more of the
if
good
there's
boys.
A good
like
person, they're gonna say it.
I am.
we gotta start doing that.
Y'all can. There's fine women all the time, but it's not always a lot of
We're
fine
probably
men.
going to agree. It just
We be trying to be respectful.
And at the time they was. I don't really care for half of these people now, but
Yeah, right.
at a time
You
in
know, you
life,
still like Morris.
like
Chestnut.
Omar Epps.
yeah.
No,
Maybe
offense.
not now, especially when
Y'all, you didn't like you
Not
didn't think he was
in
like
Raising
not
Kanan?
now, but like
Not in Raising
Juice?
Kanan.
Yeah.
You didn't like him in Raising Kanan?
No.
Like, and as a cop,
Love and Basketball and
But
Juice.
Nia Long,
Omar
no.
Epps.
Nia Long only
Nia
better.
Long, no.
Nia
Oh,
Long
my
is
God.
wine, baby.
Nia Long.
Nia
we want to talk
Long
about
is
Nia Long.
wine.
Do y'all know Love Jones like that? Because that is my shit.
No, John.
That's
know,
what we were talking about
you
the
know,
other day. I need to rewatch
remember
it.
last
That shit
episode?
dope.
Y'all watch A Different World?
I don't like it.
Turning somebody auntie real quick.
I am.
Go ahead and talk to us about Love Jones, because
Okay,
I
first of all-
personally, I just wonder how much
you wonder?
did the little girls watching Love Jones, how
How what?
how'd y'all identify with it? When you watched the show Girlfriends, you said you couldn't really identify with it because they were adults
This
and they
is-
were adulting.
This is one of
just-
the things that came back around as an adult, like how I can watch
Okay.
Girlfriends now and identify.
Okay.
Love Jones came back around, I guess, around college or right after college.
Okay.
So yeah, first of all, I love Lorenz Tate. I think he's fine as fuck too.
Yes, yes.
In my
Do you
head,
ever
that's
get
my boo. Like for real, for real.
Small
Like,
guy stand up
Lor-
because we can't see him sitting down.
don't.
I didn't know
When
was
he
that
sit on
short.
his resume, he tall as fuck.
He's like 5'4".
When he sit on his
He's
bank account,
5'4"?
he tall as
He's like
fuck.
5'4" or 5'5".
Anywho,
Okay.
She had to make reasons for him to be tall.
Right.
You mean
I
if he
love
gets a
the-
piggyback right?
anywho,
I also like Lorenz Tate, and definitely in that movie, yes.
they were just
And Nia
so-
Long, yes.
Yes,
Like,
she is
okay, I'm not as
beautiful.
big of a fan as you. I need to watch it more, but I remember watching it and just being like, oh my God, like, just them two. Like, it's like mesh them together, like,
Two
smash them.
bomb looking.
They do make a cute
black
couple. I'm
people.
not gonna lie.
It's just nice looking
Also,
at them.
I do
the
want to
whole
give a
time.
shout out. I made a side joke, but I really was trying to give a shout out to Lorenz Tate because he was O-Dog. And
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like he literally is in half
Versatile.
the movies that we said. He's in Dead President.
He's a damn good actor.
He goes back and he should.
And he
be-
don't get enough credit these days.
Yeah.
They don't say his name in like
And he's
none of the like
technically
real.
You know what's not on
That's right.
the list?
Yeah. What?
Biker Boys. Tell me it's up there. Tell me it's up there. Tell me it's up
It's
there.
not up there.
I forgot.
First of all,
He got
I
Biker
haven't thought
Boys.
of it.
We're gonna talk about.
And
Biker
you know
Boys.
why I say that? Because
I
he was
know.
in that too.
He was, but Lorenz
Lorenz
Tate.
And he was talking his shit. Yeah.
What?
I mean, Biker Boys just touches him especially.
Yeah, I see. I'm like, wow. I do remember
Bow
the movie,
Wow.
but I would have never thought of it. And you always come up with I'm like Biker Boys.
The Proud Family
What?
Biker.
and Biker Boys. Slim's top 5 all time. But no, Lorenz Tate definitely should be up there in the Black Actor Legend Hall of Fame.
For the longevity,
Mm-hmm.
roles,
The
versatility.
versatility. Yes.
I mean,
Youth,
you name it.
youthfulness.
He was
Yes.
The nigga still look 25.
was-
He do.
Youthfulness.
What's
like,
his name? Ricky. What's his name?
Ricky Fontaine. Pretty Ricky, what they call him?
No,
Ricky with
Frankie
the cow.
Lyman.
Yes, he was Frankie Lyman.
Why do fools fall in love? He killed that fucking that role.
He did.
That was that. I love that movie.
Yes, me too.
So yeah, he's not getting. He doesn't
Yeah,
get
my
his
brother.
flowers.
What can
Give
I
him his
do for you,
flowers.
Tariq? What can I do for you, Tariq? Hey, nigga, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I like
Hey, when he just switch up.
I like when he
Little
switched.
nigga, what you worried about
Bring me
right
my
now?
papers, boy. I was like, oh, not boy. Like
Hey,
that was.
anytime. I'd love to help out a fella brother. No,
now, am I making a mistake fucking with you?
He be mixing in one sentence.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that, brother. I know I got you fired. Let's talk about him and his brother looking like twins. And his brother used to fill in for roles for him because his brother was in Don't
His
Be a
brother used to be in little weird little side stuff
Random,
too.
yeah.
Random
He was like the goofy Lorenz Tate. If you wanted him- if
but
you
he's
wanted
no
to be more
Lorenz
goofy.
Tate. But yeah.
I just think he don't have the resume, but
he looked
his
like
little
he looked
side
like a
money.
Tate.
He's a Charlie Murphy.
Yeah, you know they brother.
Yeah, yeah.
You know they brother.
You turn to somebody uncle.
You know they brothers now. They some kin.
No, they go way
your
back.
ass.
They go
They
way
some
back.
kin now.
Oh, let's do okay. Let's talk about soul food. Let me tell you,
that was low key my movie.
Low key was
so when it first
dope.
came out, we went to the movie. Me and my mom and daddy went to go see it. Lord
As an
Jesus.
adult.
The scene when they're having sex, you was watching that with
My
your
mama,
parents?
I was until I wasn't when she snatched me up out the fucking theater
Oh snap!
and went to fucking guest service and was like, I didn't know she got our money back. Whatever the fuck she said, she got our money back because
Wow.
It wasn't rated R.
It wasn't rated correctly.
it was. I think it was. I think my mom was.
Like Dougie Fresh out here.
Oh, I was like, what?
I just wanted to see if I
didn't
could
know
do it.
what
It was
it
random, but I just wanted to see if I could do it.
I was about to look to D for help. I would, sound man.
That was cool.
Help.
But
Anywho, yeah. See, that's weird.
That was my first association with this. So now of course, I'm like, I got to see this fucking movie. The fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
I love
some
it.
of
I
the
love
worst.
that, and the fucking soundtrack.
Yeah,
I
the
know we
soundtrack
talking about
was dope.
movies and shit, but
Soundtrack was hot.
soundtrack was back when soundtracks was about something. Like
Friday soundtrack.
Boys to Men.
yeah, Friday did have a good
Yeah.
Boys to Men killed it.
Mama.
Boys to Men. Yeah, everybody was on it too, and like everybody. Drew Hill.
Let's talk about
That's when I thought what's his name was going to be more than he turned out to be. Mekhi Phifer.
Yeah,
He
movie,
was a flop.
he
Am I
had
supposed to-
no.
I just mean like
I don't know. I mean,
what
yeah.
I thought,
You
at
don't know
that
what,
time.
Yeah, really, what did
I really
happen to
liked
him,
him.
though? Yeah, because he would have had a similar type resume as we talk about Lorenz Tate. If he
Or
would've
even
kept
like an
going.
Omar Epps or something. I thought he was going to have
Omar
like
Epps
that.
kind of fell off too, though.
I mean, he did, but he still...
I thought he was gonna.
Damn.
We didn't see Omar Epps for a minute, bro. Omar Epps is supposed to carry a torch for some time.
I mean...
It's like that nigga needed an action role or something.
Wait, but he didn't?
Well, yeah, he's not like
doing
top,
like
top.
TV or something.
He just fell off after a while. Like, don't get me wrong. He did his thing for a while, and we all know those movies. And then we didn't see Omar Epps for a
I
minute.
don't think he fell off. I think things
was doing
changed.
TV.
How long has
He
it
did
been
some
before
shows.
Raising Kanan? What you used to see him, man? Nigga went to ASMR.
I can't think of many things.
And that's
but,
what I mean.
But I don't know. I just think people, the fact that he's still around, like I'm giving him his flowers too
Because he's now getting
he's-
back in shit.
No,
50,
yeah, he's
50
still
bringing
here.
niggas out the woodwork now.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
You know what I'm saying? That's
But
not
where?
like,
But we don't know where Mekhi at.
we don't know where Mekhi is at.
So,
That nigga's
anyways.
Phifer in. But yeah, he fell off. He fell off. Nigga should have been acting for real.
He was acting, but he was in shit that I don't think made no noise. I'm looking at these titles like,
Yeah.
What is
Oh no, he was the doctor on a TV show. I actually do remember that's what I was like, oh, that's what Omar Epps is doing?
Oh, Omar Epps, yeah.
Yeah.
talking about House?
Maybe.
oh, that was good.
I just remember
House
seeing him.
The
I
Love
remember he
House.
used to have a white coat on.
Yeah, House is
that's
dope.
Omar
Yeah,
Epps.
House is dope as
So
fuck.
that's where it went to where I wasn't seeing him, but he was doing something.
Doing something.
I will give him that credit.
Mm-hmm. He ended up being one of the main characters.
See
Yeah,
what I'm saying? I will give him that credit.
He's a good actor.
We know this.
No, I'm not
like,
saying he's bad. It's just when you don't see him for a while.
Yeah.
Because I feel like
Well,
Mekhi
thanks
Phifer
for
was good.
remembering that because you're helping my point. He just ain't doing the same. He wasn't doing the same shit. He's not leading role in like Black Panther. He's just he's still out here acting. It doesn't. But
I be feeling like motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? They had it and they were carrying that torch. They were doing it. They were the people we saw when we were back then. You know what I'm saying? And so I do wish that we had more that moved up into upper echeloning of black acting. That also leaves room for it's like a pathway made.
Yeah.
That's the crawl before we walk. That's the, you know what I'm saying? Like Denzel was always at the top.
Yeah.
Will Smith got skyrocketed to the top, and everybody can't do that. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no pathway for them.
Yeah. you have to really fight for all the different things they're letting our black roles be in our movies shine
and competing, because the roles really ain't too.
That's what I was about to say. We have to break out of those same roles that we also always play, that's what makes it hard.
This gangster or this gangster?
Yeah, it has to be more than just
or we
that.
can go different and get that gangster. Like, which gangster we gonna pick? Like, which role? They're not giving us a plethora of roles to choose from. You're a gangster with superpowers who turns good, and versus the gangster who with superpowers who turns bad.
So is that why we don't have Black Panther up there? Because we feel like that's more of like superhero. If it's a good movie, it's like a black movie, but it's a.
What about Bad Boys?
I don't.
Black Panther should definitely be up there.
I mean, it's a black movie. I don't feel like it's a
classic.
I don't feel like it fits with.
Does it fall under the classic? See, it falls kind of under. It's just a modern. It's a newer movie.
It
should be up there. Definitely.
I don't feel like it gives.
Can you name another?
I'll lose the vote.
You feel like it's too modern? It's
lose
too
the vote.
New? I mean, that'd be the only thing I think you could say.
I think it would.
If you want to put these in a.
It's going to tie in more with a generation that I don't necessarily connect with as much, but maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's too new. I just don't think it fits with these. It's a black movie.
You're going more back into the.
Yeah, the back in the day.
Black history. Yeah, that's all. I was just
maybe
trying
that's
to
what
clarify.
it is. I don't know why, but for some reason, because it is a black movie, and I can't really say why it isn't. I don't like it. I don't know.
It's probably beginning. You think it's something that's shaping the culture from now, from when it's come out?
I don't see it shaping anything.
Oh, you don't think so?
You don't think so?
I don't see it shape. I mean, it paves
Wakanda?
the way.
Like, seriously, bro?
I mean, I'm
a
Marvel fan.
But how many? No, but I'm asking, bro. How many positive representations do we have? Period. Like, especially Africa. That's why to me it's important.
I think it showed the world a side, and made everyone have that unity, and it did do that. I just feel like it was all whitewashed. There wasn't anything. All of these movies here gave us punchlines. I mean, I guess people do be like, "Hey, Auntie." I don't know. All these movies like connected us in some way. I don't see Black Panther really.
They were calling white people colonizers.
Still do.
It's great. It's amazing. I thought that gave me an insult. I'm like,
yeah,
colonizer.
Okay. That's a good. We'll put it on the board. I'll lose the vote. I'll take this as a L, because I'm humble enough to.
But
do
we
that.
definitely get your point.
But
gotta argue with you on that one.
Yeah, I get your point. So. But that's why I just have to ask in the grand scheme of things.
I don't know. It touched me, and it was great to see it because it had never been seen and stuff like that. I don't know. The story wasn't a story. Like, I didn't feel like this could happen to me. Like,
so
you see what I'm saying? Like the rest of most of these movies, I feel like could happen to me. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So that but being a superhero movie.
So that's just like a different category for you.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just a different category than what these fall into.
What about Bad Boys?
I don't.
It's
a
black
great
actors.
film. I just don't know if it's a black film
Because it's just a great film. Yeah. So like we talked about it, things like graduating out of just being in a particular particular group. And that's kind of how I feel about Bad Boys. It was Bad Boys that made this conversation happen, but that movie it had two black actors and it surpassed limits. And once it did that, it's a national, worldwide thing, international movie. Mm-hmm. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just a black movie. And I feel like that's kind of when we say it wasn't just ours, right. I guess.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Most of these movies are just ours, if you ask me. I mean, American Gangster did too, though. Made a lot of money. So it's almost like, how do you define it? You know what I mean?
Because it's just because like Martin was like the main writer of,
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't either.
All three of them.
That's cool.
So what about an old school one, Boomerang? That's one of the ones, like I said, y'all, my family, my dad and my mom was watching, and I started watching. I love that movie. Like, we had the VHS.
Boomerang. We had to act out scenes of it. Love should have brought your ass home last night.
I loved that movie. I loved Eddie Murphy.
Robin Gibbons was bad at her all-time
Super bad.
baddest.
That was like prime for her.
Yeah.
Ooh. I liked Halle Berry a lot in that movie.
She was,
That actually
young Halle.
But she wasn't the star. It was Robin Gibbons was the one they was giving all the heat.
Yeah.
At that time.
But the moral of the story was to get you a Holly, not a Robin. That's the thing.
Oh. Yeah, I guess so.
You know what I'm saying?
Robin was.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. That movie was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you got to fuck over your friend to get your Holly. Because he really did fuck over. He did. That's what he did.
I think he just liked her though, man. Holly ain't like him.
She liked him as a friend.
As a friend.
Yeah.
So.
I still do that to this
Shout
day.
out to Pops who's in that shit.
Oh,
You
yeah,
got to
yeah.
coordinate.
Everybody Daddy. Pops was
got the
everybody
mushroom
daddy
belt
in the black
Gerard,
movies.
You know your dad has on a mushroom belt too. It's like, yes. Look at the socks. Bow.
Martin.
Oh, you got the socks too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Martin was in. We gonna set this motherfucker off.
Eartha Kitt.
Chris Rock.
That's a
Marcus.
Grace Jones. Strange. Grace Jones was Strange.
Yes, Strange.
I know him. He's gay. You think I don't know a gay man when I see one?
My cousin is gay. You just don't want to fuck.
You just don't want to fuck me. Is that it?
She was like, I got the best
pussy.
No one. She was like, stop
pussy.
I was like watching like this shit is crazy.
the video, the commercial, and she like gave birth to the.
Oh yeah, that shit was crazy.
All like raw.
And he's like
shit.
sitting there like Eddie Murphy was such a good I liked his comedic yet still kind of like drama roles. Like he was really good at being funny but not outwardly like it wasn't funny
overt.
not overt.
He was funny like how what's his name is in Ozark like
Marty.
And you know
like
I
he could
love
just
kind of like situational.
Jason Bateman.
Oh yeah, we're just gonna use that. And I remember he was like, "Is that a nipple or a button?" He was like, "It's a nipple." Because I'm drooling. He was just like, got you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, that was that's a classic to me. Like,
and while we're on Eddie Murphy, we're just gonna transition that right into Coming to Motherfucking America.
Got to.
I mean, shit. You know what? And on Coming to America, it's Shot O'Clock.
oh, it's that time again.
Coming to Shot O'Clock. We definitely got to talk about shouters, by the way.
Shout out to Whack Arnold's.
So
Whack Arnold's.
Damn, why can I hear you swallow your shot every time?
Yep, every time. Sir.
What is that
It's
sound?
my Dougie Fresh.
That actually wasn't bad.
But for the listeners, this nigga's holding the mic to his neck.
Yeah.
And
Making throat noises.
throat noises.
Wow.
This nigga's a fraud.
Pause? I feel like there's a pause in order for throat noises.
Good grief.
Because you're the only
You couldn't even argue that. You just had to agree.
Anyway.
Coming to America, that's y'all movie. I'm not as big of a fan as y'all.
I didn't think you was about to say that. Yeah.
I should see their faces when I just said that. Like,
for effect.
It was a little surprising.
Yeah.
I'm not judging you or nothing.
It starts off.
I just was not a big Coming
The
to America
movie's quotable
fan.
from start to end.
Oh,
I like it, but it wasn't as funny to me.
Look like a big dog.
Oh, we don't have Vampire in Brooklyn on
That's a.
there. I like that one more than I
That was
probably
a
like
gas.
Coming-
Vampire in Brooklyn's good.
I just like different stuff.
Oh, you don't like because it's scary.
Yeah, I have not seen
Nasty
it.
shit. Eyes pop out.
Angela
and stuff like that.
Bassett.
Nope.
Fuck. What?
Kadeem Hardison.
Yes.
I love him.
What the fuck is wrong with
I love him.
You have a diary, don't you?
I used to.
Yeah, I can tell.
I just heard a song the other day, and it was the Moesha's diary song, but a beat to it.
Because they're using it on the TikTok and stuff like that.
That's what it was?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, we just talked about that shit. I was like, we just talked about it, and then all of a sudden I hear the shit.
Yeah, like on Reels and shit. Yeah, they be using it.
Trading Places ain't on there.
Which one's Trading Places?
It's
Well, he
almost like the
displaces
same
the white man,
cast,
right?
But it's like this time he's rich. He ends up rich.
Yeah, he ends up with Mortimer.
like in New York.
With somebody in Mortimer.
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
them
yeah,
niggas' names?
yeah. They're in New York, right? And he's just homeless. Like I can't even remember for real.
Yeah.
But he's broke.
I don't know that.
And
He's
so,
Trading
like
Places.
places a
so they
bet or
place a
something.
dollar bet.
Yep.
That they could mess with one. He was a white dude. He was rich. He worked for them, and so they pretty much traded them. They framed him, got him fired, and then they hired Eddie Murphy. And yeah, so man, I just gotta watch it.
No, that was a good one.
I don't think I've seen that.
So
or if I did,
the white man became homeless, and then he had all that white nigga money.
But it came out right at the same time as the other one.
All right, we're gonna hit these musicals real quick because I just realized we had an hour.
Let's do it. I'm ready.
Put out the jazz
hands.
So we're gonna start at the top of the list with the 5.
Is there a heart?
Is there a heart in the house tonight?
Stand up.
Say I know.
Let me know. Let me know.
That's not my favorite. I have 2 favorite lines from that movie.
Here we go. Just say it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Nights like this, I wish
Not you trying to sing for real, nigga. No.
Look, Doug, I'm back.
Low key try to warn y'all.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be with me.
Yo, you
I'm
get on-
dead ass. Yo, I have very few. I have damn when they get pulled over
and they
and they make them
slow ass
sing.
song.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that shit was funny. I was like,
They
okay,
just
guys.
sit down to sound depressing as fuck. Like I can't think of what song it was right now.
But the deep voice started with it.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, I can't think of it.
It's not
It's
Melvin.
not Melvin. You mixing
Melvin
it.
and the Temptations. My
Yeah.
bad. My bad.
All right, so then we're gonna go to
Temptations.
Yeah, we're
The
gonna go
5
straight to-
Heartbeats was just like a pair, like kind of like fake. Right?
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I
It
would
was
never.
It was just
like,
a.
This is what happens.
This
with
is how it
fake
is.
people.
It's based
But the
off of
songs
different
were real.
groups and stuff.
But the
like a
songs
real
are
group.
real.
Real groups put them out.
Okay.
So, because I hear the songs in real life, and I'll be like, so the 5 Heartbeats is a real group?
I don't know.
No, I think really real people
Okay.
put those songs out.
Comment in. Go to Equally Opposite Podcast on Instagram and tell us if you know or think you know if the 5 Heartbeats was a real group or not. Because I'm dead ass.
I think it
don't
was
know.
like a fictitious, a merging of different things. The Jackson 5, the Temptation, this is a family.
But the
this is a friend
songs
group.
came out in real life.
I think maybe like a soundtrack or something.
Like Empire.
Like a soundtrack.
Like Empire.
But not.
Because remember, they had real
Okay.
songs. You're so beautiful.
Drop.
Check it. Yeah,
Drop.
they had real songs that came out.
Okay, maybe ahead of their time, but I think it was based off of the movie, like not,
Okay, because I've been confused about that my whole life. Like that's a black unknown. There's known knowns and there's unknown knowns, and there's known unknowns.
Oh my goodness.
So
Next movie.
So
Whoa. Go back.
don't do it.
and you're gonna do this?
How?
You do send me something.
How?
We don't.
How?
Are there known unknowns and known knowns?
No. Just that there are known unknowns.
There's things that everyone knows,
Those
but
that we don't
gotta-
know. Okay.
So anyway, learning with Jews. So we're gonna go to the American Dream. Obviously,
Was that a fucking rainbow?
learning with Jews.
All right.
But I told you.
What a butterflies at?
Butterflies in the sky.
Oh my.
I can go twice as high.
Take a look. It's in a book. Reading rainbow.
Not the
Reading rainbow.
Reading rainbow.
I can
go
anything. Yeah.
Juice is on one tonight.
Y'all know I be singing.
You
I told
on
y'all.
one tonight.
My album dropping soon. I just shared a post that said, your boyfriend or girlfriend is second priority always. Your rap career comes first.
So he's upset.
We're upset. Album dropping soon. Be on the lookout. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Upset.
getting my hair done.
Now he's typing this.
That's his hype man. That's how it goes,
yeah.
and that's how it works, people.
Yeah.
That's how you hire a hype man. If he gets you dancing like that as soon as he,
Right. Yeah, you
Can't
gotta
turn it
keep,
down.
you got the job.
You gotta keep Slim on
Upset
paper.
out here. You know what I'm saying? Album dropping on all platforms. I'm doing it on Spreaker. So
Spreaker. Need to get on stand with Kanye.
that's true.
So anyway,
It would be you and him. Just
The
you and him.
American
Back to the
Dream.
the American Dream, which is what the Jackson 5
is
movie, right?
15 hours long.
Very long,
You got to watch it over 2 days.
many parts.
Many parts.
Amazing movie though.
Great.
It is how I was let into the what I call like the early days of Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5 being like the age that I am.
And just learning the dance
when
moves.
we learned it, like his hair was on fire.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's the first time I learned the history of them, and that Daddy was mean.
I probably watched it.
You know what I'm saying?
He used to beat them.
My dad used to get away with shit because he wasn't as bad as Joe Jackson. Does that make sense? Like your dad can beat you as long as he don't beat you as bad as Joe Jackson beat you.
I don't know.
That was the staple.
Well,
the limit.
standard.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. My dad would beat me like I was Kunta, boy. I was bad. I was bad.
You had to
I was
be.
bad. I was bad.
See that reference alone, Roots. I was this was something I was saying earlier. I was like, why we ain't got Roots on this motherfucker?
Roots really ain't up there?
No, it's
We
on
ended
the
up
it's on the
adding
other
it,
side.
but I was like, Roots. That was like, even if I didn't see it at the time, that was a staple. Everybody knew about Kunta getting your foot cut off.
Because it was planted in school.
I
was watching
they didn't
Roots
play it
in
at
I don't
school.
know if I saw it in
for you?
school.
That's
Yes.
actually I'm not mad at that.
I was watching.
They
it in
didn't. They didn't play it in school for me. I'll wrap this up. My dad every February made me watch like all of it.
Really?
Like
Every February?
Every February.
So was this
Like,
a
we
Valentine's gift?
For Black History
Month, 1 or 2 episodes, like however, like we can go in all about Chicken George, like
Yeah. It took me a while to watch it as a kid, as a younger person, but when I did, I was like, that shit was crazy. Like, it was a staple. It was another thing that I knew I had learned in school about slavery, but watching that movie, it was like, oh, this what y'all
Like, it
talking
puts-
about?
yeah,
For
it
real,
puts
for
a
real.
picture
It put
in
the
front of you,
visual
yeah.
to what I was.
I think for newer generations, that's 12 years a slave. 'Cause that shit fucked me.
That was bad, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, 12 years a slave fucked me up.
I didn't
12
watch
Years a Slave?
Didn't watch
Yeah.
it. Like, why do I want to watch 12 Years a Slave?
It was different for me to see.
It's my guilty
people
pleasure. I
get
can't
caught.
help but watch slavery stuff. Like all the remakes. For real, I can't. Like,
I get sick of it.
It may be the
But that's
same
why I like
type
Black
of
Panther so
story, but I'm like hooked on a good, like, tell me all the stories. I don't know why. And I get mad.
You like that?
And I
You
get
like being
angry. I don't know.
See white people at the grocery store and be like, bitch,
It
I'm
bubbles
white.
something up.
That's
but
also
I
why
can't.
I like that one where they were the black women were for NASA. You know what I'm talking about? And they
Oh
said-
yeah, the yes,
Help me.
Raji Henson.
Help.
Fuck.
What's the name of it?
I can't think of it. I'm trying to think.
I loved it. It's positive.
No,
Like,
because we need to.
black-
Yeah, let's.
You like the
highlight it.
positivity part.
Yes, I'm sick of slavery,
You
bro.
don't want to
Sick of hearing
see and
about
hear
slavery.
about it
I'm
anymore.
so
I get
tired
that
of slavery.
argument.
So
Well,
tired of it.
Sorry. Well, while we're talking about that, what I do want to say is, because we're gonna start swinging this around.
Hidden Figures.
Thank you.
Figures, thank you.
I didn't even see it.
This movie, this
Bruh?
list, we're gonna post a picture of this list, and I definitely want to. Sorry, see, I moved away from the mic that time.
But still heard it.
Still hurt.
I told you, I got the.
All right.
I got that. You know. See, it happens.
She clucked first.
She clucked. Not she clucked.
Yeah. Hey, I'm trying to be serious. All right. Can you pour shots?
Oh my God, you
Was
said
that your
you trying to be
version of serious?
serious.
I'm trying to be serious.
That was your version of serious.
But it's coming. It's coming.
You can't talk.
All right, so these movies here.
I like that. Do it again.
We're gonna post this list on the page.
Wait, keep in mind that it was not comprehensive. It wasn't meant to be comprehensive. We just kind of started a list.
Yeah.
But y'all can help fill in some blanks.
Please.
So I was gonna say
Lots of blanks.
Please comment. Let us know what we missed.
Mhm.
What movies was dope to you. Shoot, share it. Make sure other people see it. You know what I'm saying? This is something. This is our Black history, and I don't care what nobody say. Last episode we did Black TV shows.
Mhm.
This episode we did Black movies, and this is the shit that we pass on to our children and make sure that they know where we came from. The things that if they run into another kid who looks like them, they can say this and
Part
then
of the
they
culture.
will have something. So therefore, our Black kids don't have to be two separate tokens. They'll know what they can say to each other and know that they're cool. You know what I'm saying? That made friendships when I was young. I went to a white school, and when I saw another Black kid, I knew what to say. When I was in the Army and I saw another Black kid, I knew what to say. When me and you met, we knew we was cool, but was like, can we be friends? Like, and that's just you can tell when someone's like you, and you can tell when someone's not. But you have to have those experiences.
I would like to point out, not everybody's like that at all.
What do you mean?
You have discernment, bro. You know that.
You said what?
You have discernment. You are a discerning person. Not everyone is as discerning until they speak to them. But
well, that's what I mean. I feel like for us passing on to our lower generation,
They have TikTok reels.
That is definitely what they.
I hate to say it, but their movies have been diminished down to about 15 to a minute, even if it's a long one. Sometimes Lola plays one that are just crazy long, but they all know them and they
They do
relate
identify what
they relate with. I've seen her with other kids. And, did you see
the moves?
And I'm like, huh?
how
You
it
didn't
works.
see that? I'm like, it was a reel. I was like,
even that.
I'm sorry, I'm not just
we
sitting
need
up
to-
looking at
We
reels.
need to give our culture within it, though. Like, I don't know. We got to find our
It's
culture.
what's
one of those things you gotta
if you
force
lead
on
the
them.
children, you lead the future, and that's what's leading the children.
But that's what, like, we just talked about how Boomerang.
Not movies.
We talked about how Boomerang was forced on us. What's love got to do with it? And things like that. All right, not saying force those same things, but we have to find a way to force
certain
We have
things
to
that are
limit
us.
the TikTok reels.
I don't know.
Everybody's gonna think I'm like against it, but I'm telling you, got a 9-year-old and that little heifer.
I'm just saying. I just
lives
want
off of
to make sure
TikTok
that we're
reels.
passing current culture along with Black history.
Yeah.
Too. You know what I'm saying? We're passing our generation's version. If we were to put something, remember in school when they used to be like, put this in the time capsule and in 30 years they're going to open this.
Yeah.
Like, what would we put in there? What would our generation put in there? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Like back in the day, I used to hate, until I got to a certain age, I used to hate listening to like 104.1. Like that was like the old station.
The grandma
Like, come
station.
on,
That's what I used to
Dad.
say.
Like,
Sick of
come
it.
on, bruh.
Sick
Like,
of
Can
it.
I get some V103 or
Tom
107.9?
Tom Joyner is
Or if you're
the
really
same.
old, 975. That's if you really on the old school shit.
Piss me off.
Oh.
It's time
on the morning show.
I used to love them.
Yeah, so but that
Today
shit,
on 285 North, there has been an accident.
Yeah. Yeah.
but that shit was forced on us. And like now I'm appreciative and like I'm glad I know the oldies. And you know what I'm saying? I'm glad I
got culture.
We do
I
that.
feel like you got
instill
culture.
we instill in
You know
our
what I'm
daughter old stuff, and it's not old to us, but she'd be like,
Right.
"Yeah, like, oh, you used to that." Like, but
what's
she
funny
knows
is that's
it.
gonna make her like cool.
I think
like,
it's
when
gonna
she
make
get older,
her
it's gonna be relatable and yeah.
Yep, because she sits up and listens
Your
to
mom
all
used
our
to
old
make you listen
stories.
to that too?
Yep, and songs and
Yeah.
movies. Well, she can't get her on the movies.
And that's what I mean. You got to force them.
Yeah,
You got to force them.
Okay. All right, Joe.
You got to force
You got to force them.
all in all, I know we're wrapping it up, y'all, and I keep coming up with these, and I'm horrible. But The Color Purple was a classic Black people movie too.
You do right by me.
See, that's how you know. So we didn't mention them. I do want to say shout out to that because that was an all Black pretty much cast and some heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Oprah Winfrey.
I think that was the
Whoopi
first
Goldberg.
dark movie.
People don't know Erica
that I
Badu's
saw as
first
a comic
video
cover.
Was based off of
Reed
that.
Does, Reed does Color Purple.
Wow.
Sister, you went on.
That's my shit.
I don't even care about hitting that topic.
So yeah.
Do we have certain so we didn't hit all the movies. Some of them were just coming of age stories. And we were trying to find out, do we have current coming of age stories that our younger generation can watch? The same way that we had Friday, the same way we had Baby Boy and shit like that. Do we have those type of coming of age stories that our kids can watch? And the latest one that I can think of is Dope.
That's a good one.
Right.
I don't think we have that. Like, I think there are a few on Netflix, little movies or whatever like that, but they're not big. They're not how we really had a lot of coming of age stories. They're very, very few and far between.
I think our
Yeah.
youth and our old school is the same for them because now everything is at a rapid pace.
It's fast. It's quick.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's harder to be
They're
a
not
classic.
watching
That's a
movies
good
as
point.
much. Yeah.
So if the people couldn't hear him, he was saying that things are a lot faster now in the digital age. Pretty much, it take a little more time to become a classic, doesn't it? Like, yeah.
That's why I was playing but not playing TikTok. Is their thing? They cling to these very quick, fast.
Yeah, and they get used
Quick
to
pleasure,
getting
quick. Oh, I'm done.
that
Done
quickly.
Slide.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's not something they. I haven't seen many kids right now relating to a movie just because that's what we're talking an hour and a half or 2 hours of.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Just
of time.
their focus. It's rare. And not the little
Only
kids. They love the
superheroes.
Disney movies
I was about to
and
say, only
superheroes.
superheroes and shit.
But they get to this level, like I said, the 9, when they're like, they're not on. Their attention span is not there at that point, like to even give an hour and a half of their time to something that's going to be worth it in the end. So that's what I'm noticing.
Even music, like vocalists, black vocalists, like how we have our old school singers and groups, Temptations and stuff. It's like that kind of whole genre is like almost lost.
It's a gap. There's a gap somewhere in there that they're not going to have a connection between the old historical people that shaped them
like
and then
the Jacksons, Martin Luther King.
right.
There was a couple like
because the artistry and shit is gone.
They're gonna think that nothing else happened.
They don't remember anything.
They
Either.
don't
Something's
remember
hot
anything.
for 1 year and you don't.
And
don't
then there's
nobody
that.
Yeah,
you gotta
care about
constantly
it
be
anymore?
bringing new
So
shit
that's what I'm
out.
saying. We got to have more tradition, and we got to make sure that we carry tradition because we keep trying to be the breaking the mold, and we ain't doing. You know what I'm saying? We keep doing that, but at the same time, we got to make sure that we're carrying things that we want to carry too, and everybody can carry something different. You know what I'm saying? That'll make your children's different.
Your children's.
Your children's.
You know what I'm saying? But
Can I just say I wanted to be clear that although I don't think we need to dwell on the slavery portion of our history, I'm so about that. But I also feel that we have to also remember that history is not so long ago. What we're talking about is only 2 generations ago, and that is if that. Yeah, I'm giving it
segregation.
I'm rounding up
like that. Yeah.
But like truly, so it all this shapes our Black history just like that shit shapes it. To know who those characters were on some of these movies and some of these shows we did last week, they were coming out of what we came from as slaves. You know what I mean? It shaped us. They weren't always good depictions of us. It's not always how all of us are, but it shapes us as a culture. And I feel like people got to understand slavery is always going to be in there in a part of the timeline, but it doesn't need to be dwelled upon. Just understand that's what led to the next cycle and the next. We're not too far away from that shit, y'all.
That was
like we are, but we're not. So, it's a daily we're still working on getting the amount of Oscars and things like that. We're still fighting the fight. So we have to acknowledge the bad with the good movies, and shows.
And make sure you watch Roots. Make sure you make your kids watch Roots. You know what I'm saying? For the aunties and uncles, the people that don't got kids, so y'all like, well, this part don't apply to me. Yes, it does. Because you got to apply that to the kids that you around. I know you know somebody with kids. I know you watch somebody's kids. You call somebody your little nephew. Them. Make sure you talking to them too. Make sure you letting their parents know. Everybody need to be what's up.
We were slaves.
Yeah. I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. And I'm black and black. And I'm black, y'all. Also,
Rock.
Where we at? D?
120.
Oh,
Malcolm X. We didn't say that.
Yeah, we didn't hit those classics. Like I said, we didn't hit all the movies. And,
we didn't land on Plymouth Rock.
Get your hand out my pocket.
Get your hand out my pocket. But if y'all want, we can do another episode. Let us know what y'all want. Hold on. I'm gonna get there. But also,
it's a reflect.
In honor of Black History Month, still, I'm gonna give a shout out to Manny. I don't know if y'all noticed him in the back there.
I'm about to kick him over.
He black, bro. And he really he always got my back. And you know what I'm saying? He wears my robe for me. I got a guy who does that. I'm not taking no more Instagram pictures. I think I'm just gonna dress Manny and let him take them, or give him his own Instagram.
Is it shot o'clock yet?
Either than that, yes,
right.
it is shot o'clock.
Definitely.
He stopped shot o'clock.
It's it's shot 45 and we out. EOP.
We got a whole handshake. We're gonna show
follow us.
Handshake coming soon.
Woo! Shot time. Yeah.
That was fun.
That's a good one.
Ooh.
This President's Day, celebrate American legends with great deals at the Jeep President's Day event. Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Excludes Grand Cherokee L, SRT, and Trackhawk. 0% APR financing for 72 months equals $13.89 per month per 1,000 finance for all qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Take retail delivery from dealer stock by 2/28/2022. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
Intersys and Swanee is hiring machine operators and maintenance personnel. Charge your career with a better paying job at a company that values your experience. Starting pay is up to $20.07 an hour. Join a dynamic international company with a great culture and amazing benefits. Go to jobs.intersys.com. That's jobs.enersys.com. Charge your career. Intersys, on a mission to deliver reliable and sustainable power to the world.
Hello and welcome to MGP 462. I'm Kevin. With me as ever, there's Sheepdog, Anna and Pab. Say hello, boys and girls.
Hello, boys and girls.
Hello.
Hello? Hello.
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 What's happening? Is this what it was like last week?
Hello
Oh, my word. It must be good to have me back. What on earth was that? I hadn't listened back to last week's show.
Who
didn't say hello?
Saying hello, so I was saying hello.
That's
back.
because it doesn't
it's
come through.
lost.
Your hello doesn't come through on Discord, Anna, so it throws me every
I tell
time.
you what, I would love to see our audience retention statistics, because we have a 45-second long intro and then this for a minute. If people make it to minute 2, it's a miracle. We should stick an advert there. That's prime advert
Not a
position.
bad idea.
Because anyone making it
God.
anyone making it this far is ready to pay for something just to make it stop. My word.
I always assume the people that make it this far are the ones who are holding onto handlebars, or they're just stuck, their phones in their pocket, they're hooked in, they're all set up, and there's no turning back. They're just there wincing, thinking, I'm on this bike for the next 40 minutes. I can't get off.
Well, we got plans for you, boys and girls.
That's
it. Good job. Good job you left your phone in your locker and you're just running this off of your Bluetooth headphones. You're ruined. You're ruined. How are we all? Are we all good? Have we had a good week? Good 2 weeks? I don't know how your last weeks were. I didn't ask. I haven't even asked Anna how her last 2 weeks have been until now.
Yeah, not too bad.
Wow. Lots gone on then.
Well, I was off last week.
I feel like you lot have committed a crime last week and you're wary of saying anything in front of me.
I'm knackered today because, like, my kids, all my family except my daughter decided to just wreck me last night. I tried to go to bed and one came bursting in at like 1 a.m. saying he'd wet the bed, and then the other one wanted to sleep in our room but didn't want to sleep. They just wanted to do gymnastics in our room. And so every 20 minutes, Mrs. Sheepdog was like, "For goodness sake, will you stay still?" And so I kept getting woken up because I was fine. My bed's big enough that I didn't know what was going on. He was just doing flips and all sorts. I don't know. But I was a good 3 or 4 feet away from him with my, just my mask on.
How big is your bed?
About 1,000 feet. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It were different time zones. But, yeah, she just kept demanding that he stop moving and taking him back, but making it the most loud routine ever. And then to top it all off, I had to get up early to take my daughter to school this morning. So literally all of them have ruined me. I'm knackered. I was falling asleep on the sofa at 5, thinking I've got 2 hours till my stream. I can have a little kip. And my wife was like, "Look at you kipping on the sofa." I was like, "Maybe jump on my, you ruined me." And then my son kept wanting a hug. They just want too much. I need to sleep. But it's Pokemon Go Fest tomorrow, so I'm not going to sleep tomorrow morning either. And I'm excited. I thought of it a minute ago and was like, "Ooh!" So I'm giddy for that. But I reckon I'll be burning out this time tomorrow night. It'll be I'll have hit the line. The Pokemon will all be gone, and that'll be it. Be all moody.
Such a nerd. Nerd. I've got a new video game this week, boys and girls.
No, you don't.
Can you believe it?
Talking about that, surely?
What?
I'm just letting you know that I have one. I haven't played it. It's still wrapped.
Oh.
So I think we're safe. I didn't know it was coming. I was expecting a delivery of one thing and a different thing came.
Life is Strange True Colors on the Nintendo Switch, and it says in big letters on the front, internet download required. So I've not actually opened it yet. I don't know if there's a cartridge in it, or if it's just a code, or if you just got, maybe it's got episode 1 on the disc, and everything else is download. I should probably get this downloading, though.
Why are they clarifying internet download? Do they think you might accidentally go on like an intranet or something else?
It's a Nintendo, and we're idiots. Probably.
It's just saying you need to you can't play this game without internet, basically.
Exactly.
Okay,
Well, it just so happens that today I've plugged an Ethernet cable into my Switch dock, so I'll be able to download it wired. Never downloaded a Switch game wired before.
Is there even a? Hang on a minute. Where's the Ethernet port on the Switch?
On
dock?
the OLED port, on the OLED dock, there is a port.
Yeah, those of us who've got a proper Switch rather than an antique one. Oh yeah, it is a cartridge and a code. So, do I get the old game in here? Oh yeah, I do. I get the remastered collection is coming soon, and I've got a code for True Colors. I've never played. I've played the first episode of both Life is Strange series. Really enjoyed them. You what?
If you've only done the first episode, why have you bought this one?
Well, I wouldn't have bought it if I'd already completed it elsewhere. I bought it on PS5 as well when it came out.
Should have just said
I
Life
like
is
it.
Strange, Anna.
Yeah, I like this game, so I'll play it. Now I've got it handheld, I'll actually play it properly. It'll be
Why
my
do you
toilet
have
game
consoles then?
for streaming.
I
We've talked
see.
about this before. You've asked that question before.
I don't understand.
The only
remember
reason I have a
things.
PS5 and an Xbox is for streaming. They are business expenses. They are tools of the trade.
You're a tool.
You're a tool. But yeah, there you go. That's a brand new video game. We're hot off the press with brand new video games. So if any publishers out there are a little bit wary about giving us review codes because they think we might not take them seriously, I think we'll just fine. First 6 minutes of the episode, we've just talked about a brand new game that's out today. So get those review codes flowing, you scumbags. Goodness me. I deserve it. When was the last time we got a free game? Goodness me.
Well, the last time was when you tried to break the embargo by discussing whether it was as good as your old shed, and
Further proof that they're scumbags.
They weren't very happy. How does it compare to my old shed? Should I buy a new shed and all of this? Get a little message telling me that wasn't very cool of us. Yeah, maybe we need to just rebrand.
Maybe you just need to approach somebody else and not keep going back to that same company that
So
you've
you
upset.
ruined it, Kevin.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that was Microsoft.
I ruin a lot of things, but normally I have people who get me out of the things that I ruin. The amount of times I've upset Football Manager, and there's always people there to smooth it over for me.
I think between us, you upset Microsoft, I've upset Sony and Ubisoft, and I can't remember. There's someone that Anna was like meh about a game on, and it just didn't go down very well. And it's like, oh yeah, okay.
Well, I've just said Nintendo think we're idiots as well, just to cover all bases.
Yeah. So, I mean,
I dare you, video game publishers, to send us a freebie. Prove that you're not swayed by our brutal honesty and boyish good looks. Break the trend. Send us something for free. Anything. Don't really mind. I'll have more of those empty steel books that I can clad the bathroom with. It's fine. Anything for free. I just feel like I need some justification for standing in front of my microphone right now.
you get to spend time with me and Pab.
This is why I want free stuff. To compensate me for having to spend time with you two.
You love it. You were trying to get us to come to Amsterdam with you the other day.
You are coming to Amsterdam. TwitchCon is on. It's happening in July. Me and Anna are going.
No,
I'm not going.
Pab's not willing. Yeah,
I'm not going.
He's not willing to go.
I don't
That
know,
was-
Pab, an opportunity to spend time with
For a
me in another
convention
country.
That odds are we aren't going to be in there very long.
Yeah,
Why
if
don't
only we were in one of the world's great cities.
Yeah, why don't we just book at a time when hotels aren't through the roof because of TwitchCon?
They're not through the roof now. If you book now, like I have, it was
Through the roof.
cheaper than it was the flight and hotel was cheaper than a train and a hotel to London.
I mean, you ruined me because I said to Mrs. Sheepdog, look, I want to go to Amsterdam. It'll probably be 600-700 quid all in, like not for spending money, but like ticket stuff. And then you were like, I'm not coming. And I was like, oh, it might still be okay. And then Kev's working it out, and he's like, yeah, it'll be about 800 quid, not including the ticket. And I'm there thinking, I've told Kev I'm in. And then Mrs. Sheepdog's like, you can't. Well, she said, well, you literally said yesterday that we can't book a holiday because you want to save, you want to not spend all your money and all of this. And you're not doing a family holiday until at least May. You'll look at it then, and you're telling me you want to go away in June or whatever it is. I was like, oh yeah, that's a really good point. She remembers things I say. I don't remember what I say. I don't remember the
That's uncalled for, remembering things you say. I don't think that's necessary.
It's not cool. But I did say to her, look, I can't go because Pab's letting me down. If Pab wants to join in the fun and go splitsies with me, then we can go to Amsterdam.
The other option is Pab could look after your kids for the weekend and Kirsty can come with us.
It's a really good idea. Or, but then that's not really her splitting the cost with me, is it? That's just it costing.
Well, no, Pab will still pay. He'll pay to look after your kids, and you and Kirsty can go and have a romantic weekend in the hotel. What was the theme of the room in our hotel, Anna? I can't remember the word. Burlesque. Yeah, we're in a burlesque hotel.
Lovely. If any of our Dutch listeners want to just put me up for a weekend, I'll come stay with you for a bit. You can feed me. What do they have there? Waffles?
Marijuana.
Yeah,
you can feed him cannabis.
Let's go. Yeah, no. I'm sure our Dutch contingencies will, they'll come through.
Awesome. We'll convince Pabby, he wants a Dutch ice cream. You can hear it in his voice.
I would happily have a Dutch ice cream without a 200 quid ticket for TwitchCon that we're going to be in for 10 minutes.
Could I commute from Denmark?
Yeah, of course you can. Don't bother getting the TwitchCon ticket then. We won't be in there much.
There's no point. I'm telling you now, prices for the hotels have gone up.
I've already paid for the hotel.
Yes,
Pabby.
I know. But they're considerably higher now, or when you booked it, than it was the week before when it didn't know the date.
I think Amsterdam's quite a popular place for people to go to, regardless of if there's a convention on.
Trust me.
Remember, Kev wasn't booking he wasn't booking the place next to the event either.
No, I know.
Booked, like the centre of the city.
That's a sensible thing to do.
But yeah, I mean, we don't need to cover Kev's bookings now.
I knew someone who, for the last TwitchCon that was it Amsterdam last time as well?
Yeah.
The last time he went, it was cheaper for him to commute on a plane from London, or wherever it was, back and forth on a plane and get a hotel.
Yeah, but that's because it's £30 flights.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the case whether TwitchCon was on or not.
We just get the premiere in at Luton then.
Well, you can do that if you want.
I'm not doing that.
It'd be well fun.
What?
That would be insane.
We could just stream. We could sit on the plane. We could do little vlogs about our journey and our.
It is only like a 50-minute flight.
I can't really keep on the flight then. My plan was to sleep on the plane, but I didn't think it was an 8-hour flight. I was just planning on only sleeping on airplanes. Could you imagine? Just that's my bed. The plane's my bed for the entire time. I mean,
you should perhaps go to the one in America then.
That's a good shout too.
Commute back and forth to that from Luton. Do they fly to Anaheim from Luton? Probably. But anyway, Anna.
Kevin.
I've got a bone to pick with you.
This has nothing to do with me.
It is absolutely to do with you because
no, it's not.
I have developed an addiction and it is your fault.
No, it isn't.
It is absolutely your fault. And
whatever I do in bed, there's nothing to do with you.
Please let me clarify it before you get on this. Goodness me. I am bringing this to Judge Sheepdog and he will decide whether you should have known better based on what you know about me. We've been together 10 years now. You should know me quite well. I'm going to explain what happened, and Sheepdog will tell you whether it's your fault or not that I am now addicted to Pokemon cards. This is what happened.
Not true.
For several weeks, Anna has been watching people open Pokemon cards on her phone. She sometimes watches it in bed. She sometimes watches it on the sofa, but she's doing it when I'm around, where I can hear it. And I've never had any interest in Pokemon cards. I was given a whole load of Pokemon cards at Summer in the City a few years ago and was so uninterested in them. They were in a bin bag in my garage for a year before I dropped them off at Sheepdog's house. No interest at all. But Anna kept having these little videos on. And every now and again, a man would get excited, and I'd come and have a little look, and he'd be opening stuff and getting excited about it.
Leon Hart.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
He's very
good. I'd be having a little look and a slightly longer little look, and it was just kind of, it was there in my head. That looks fun. And then we were in Tesco, and we were wandering through the toy section. as we always do.
No. We were going to the toy section to get the ice cream truck and the Tesco truck.
The point was, you let me into the toy section, and they had a whole load of Pokemon cards in there, little tins for £10. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to get one of these tins. And Anna went, okay. And she let me buy one tin for £10, which I then brought home and opened it and thought, that was fun. That made me feel things. So I said to her, I think I'm going to go back to Tesco tomorrow and buy the rest of them. And she said, do what you want. So I did. I went back to Tesco. I bought everything they had, brought it back, opened them, got myself a nice shiny Charizard, showed her that. She said, that's good. Put it on the internet. You then backed her up and said it's worth several £100 apparently. And at that point, I'm in. It's ticking all my boxes. And now I am stood here at 10:37 on a Friday night, sorting cards into order so I can put them in my binder. Now, is that Anna's fault?
No.
Anna, that's absolutely your fault. Like,
How? How is that my fault?
I was expecting to have it up. I kind of guessed it was going to be about the cards because I've, obviously been in the conversations on Twitter where he's been asking me about them. But yeah, no, you're dangling this entertaining thing in front of him, and then if he's going to get a taste of anything, he's not going to do anything in moderation, is he?
On the phone. I was just doing my thing. He shouldn't have been listening. I don't listen to he watches.
Yeah, but you did also say do what you want. You should have been like, no, Kevin, don't get into this highly addictive, card collecting thing. They must have seen him coming a mile away. They've gone, quick, get the Charizard one out. It's the Lou show. Everyone knows he's a moron. He'll be buying everything.
Yeah.
Oh, Anna, what have you enabled here? This is silly. Have you had anything as good as the Charizard since?
Oh, yes. I've had some lovely stuff. I can't get into too much detail because I'm making videos on it. So I don't want to spoil my upcoming videos. But yeah, I've got quite the little collection of some quite cool stuff.
Have you developed any catchphrases yet? Do you say, I'm risking it all?
I'm not saying that. The weird thing is, the thing I'm enjoying as much... See, it tickles all of my boxes. Tickling my boxes. I get to the thrill of opening packs, which for someone who spends hundreds of pounds on FIFA Ultimate Team every year and who collected collects the stickers for every World Cup and Euros and loves all that. I completed my Euro sticker collection last year. I love opening packs, so I've got opening packs. But then, this was unexpected, I've got sorting stuff. And I am loving sorting stuff and putting it in my little binder. But the thing I'm probably enjoying more than any of it, which is what links it back in to this video game podcast, is I am obsessively playing the game as well online. Because you get, with every pack that you open, you get a little code that gives you a digital version of a pack. So I've got loads and loads of them. I've opened loads and loads of packs, and I have just been playing it constantly. I love it. It's such a good game. You know what I'm like with card games. I loved Hearthstone. I loved Gwent. I am a card game monster, and this is like a triple attack on me. I feel defenseless. I just have to kind of hold my hands up and say, yeah, fair enough. Pokemon trading cards, you've got me. There's nothing I can do about this now. I am yours. Do with me what you will.
They have quite good old DS games. They're like a game where it was trading cards, but there's a story to it and stuff.
Don't give me story as well. Don't make it even worse. I still have to work. Goodness me. I've got to pay for the cards somehow.
When are you starting to get the suits for your videos? Because that's another thing that Leon Hart does, doesn't he? He wears those amazing Pokemon suits with the tyres and the big...
I have looked, but they don't come in my size. I've looked at them before because they do one that's just I can't remember the name of the company, a mono suit or something like that. And they do a suit that looks like it's made of money, and I wanted to buy that to wear in the Streamer Showdown, but They don't go up to my size. They only go up to like a 44-inch chest. And I mean, I don't think that would wrap around my leg. Yeah, I could have one jacket on each leg, and it might just about button up.
I mean,
but
I guess they probably think only children want to wear Pokemon jackets, money
Idiots.
jackets, but still.
Well, there's last laughs on them. I went to that place we got our dodgy tuxedos from that time, and I've bought a golden paisley tuxedo. So
God, I had a paisley shirt when I was a kid, and it's ugly as hell. Ugh.
Oh, it's an excellent tuxedo, and that will be debuting on the Streamer Showdown this weekend.
Nice. So I have to. I'm looking forward to watching. Well, these videos aren't out yet, are they? I've not seen.
No,
yet.
They're being edited now.
I'm assuming that you have practiced your letting your blood pressure skyrocket as you see the card, and so you go as purple as possible and act like you're having a heart attack. Because
it's like I'm learning YouTube for the first time again. I've done 2 videos now. The first one, I'm very, very wooden. And I've got a GoPro on my knee basically filming it, and it's a bit rubbish. And the lighting's a bit rubbish. And I watched it back, and I was like, I don't even know if I can release it, but I have to release it because I need to justify spending money on these cards. So I'm releasing it anyway. But I've now got myself an overhead camera rig and extra lighting, and the second one that I've just recorded this evening is much better, and by the time I've got half a dozen of these under my belt, I'll be a pro. But yeah, I'm getting there. It's just fun. It's a fun thing. Why didn't you tell me Pokemon was good? I feel like this is on you a little bit. You could have told me.
Well, I know not to encourage you. I know full well that if I encourage you, it will end badly. But Anna obviously forgets these things, and
I
she lets me make my own decisions. Sometimes it's dangerous. Yeah.
Classic female reaction to avoid all blame.
I should be protected from this kind of thing.
You should.
It's too late now. You can't unpop the Pringles. But it's just be aware. The next thing that comes along, don't let me try it. Don't let me know about it.
Don't know where it ends for you though, because the problem you've got is I don't think this current. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think this current set has the Legends Arceus Pokemon in it. But like they literally just announced it. So what you'll have is sort of 3-4 months away. There'll be a new set out, and everyone will be doing a mad rush for whatever.
Let's face it. I ain't going to stop buying them now, am I?
No, exactly.
They're just going to keep. I get a box of wrestling figures turn up every month.
It's when we go to conventions and I mean, my mate John goes to events and he'll be having a nose through, seeing if they've got like a 15-year-old Dragonair or whatever that he's looking for, and he's just trying to get a good price for it because he wants it in his collection and he wants that specific one and blah blah blah. And it's fascinating because he's like, some of them go for hundreds, and he's going, I'm not going to spend that much. He wants to find somewhere that's got it, and it's like a 7 out of 10 or whatever, and he can spend like 50 quid on it instead of 400 quid on it or whatever. But it's ludicrous. I'd hate to think because Ollie's obviously got probably about 1,000 cards up in his room in various drawers, and I dread to think if any of them were ever worth anything at any point. He's ruined them all now. Like they're in a big old pile. Like I could sit and play a game with you. You definitely know which ones are mine because they'd be the ones that are all tatty and broken. But
this is it then. We're playing Pokemon in Amsterdam.
Yes, but are you doing the whole putting them in their proper little sleeves, trying to avoid?
Of course I am. Of course, that's extra things I could buy. Of course, I've got a box to keep them in. I've got 3 different binders for different sets.
I thought you had a fireproof box.
No, I might invest in one of them if I get a few more good cards. I'll get a fireproof box. I was explaining to you I would need a fireproof box at some point.
Have you learned all about like the centering and the whiting
ranges? Oh yes, of course I have. I've been telling Anna all about it. She's been having a lovely time.
I bet she's, yeah.
I've bought us a table so that we can sit in the living room and play it together. I bought her a deck so that we can play together. She's really looking forward to it, aren't you, Anna?
No.
I just like to
watch that man open cards because he gets really excited, and then I like to watch this other man who bought a whole box of cards, and they were all the same cards, and then he found out they were not real cards, and he got really, really sad about it. He even teared up like real cards to do something with the ink. I don't know what the ink was doing, but apparently they were all fake. And he spent like 10 grand on this box of first edition.
Rather than tearing them up, he should have returned them.
Yeah, he I don't know.
There's a lot of good stuff they do where I know someone's in a shop in America and they find a pack underneath a shelf and it's like, oh, this is a 20-year-old pack.
Oh, I've seen that as well.
Well, that's the thing. Planning for the future, the stuff that I've bought today, I bought 2. I bought 1 to open and 1... Right, that's going in the cupboard. I'm not touching that for 20 years. Just put it in a cupboard. So I'm buying 2 of everything. 1 to open, 1 to keep.
God, could you imagine? We'll be on like Pokemon Generation like 12 and you'll be whacking out your Gen 8 Pokemon cards and we'll all be going, wow, like, well done for keeping them. We'll be on like podcast episode 2000 or something.
This is where I need to get a separate storage unit to put them in that only Anna has the key to, because otherwise there's no way they're lasting 20 years. They'll be open next week when I've got nothing else to do.
See,
I might just open 1 and have a look.
My family think I'm a loser because when we went... I am a loser, but when we went to see Pokemon I Choose You, they handed us a Pokemon card in a little plastic see-through wrapper. It's like Pikachu wearing Ash's hat. Just, yeah. They handed me one and Oliver one. And I took them both, and they were on a shelf behind me, just behind stuff, just there in the part of the collection. And I'm just like, they're just going to sit there. Part of me's thinking they're probably going to get damaged thinking about it. But I was like, one day you just don't know, because I doubt many people kept them. They were just handed out at a cinema. And yeah, you just don't know. Kev might get mad enough that he goes, Sheepdog, I haven't got that one. I'm willing to give you a house for it. And I'll be like, there we go. I knew it would pay off. But
don't encourage him.
It's just sat on my shelf, and Mrs. Sheepdog was like, what's the point? And I was like, well, I don't know. It might be useful one day. It might be rare. I don't know. But it's probably not. It's probably like a $5 on eBay at the moment. But I didn't realise they do that. Whenever there's a film on in the cinema, it's worth going down there and getting the card.
Well, I have been watching the anime, so I might start watching the films. I've been watching the first series still, which is ridiculously long. I feel like I'm on like episode 400. How long is this series?
It is a long series. I feel like you're massively encroaching on my bit.
Says the man who was streaming Football Manager this evening. This is just me reciprocating.
Weirdly role reversing. Yeah, it's weird. No, but to be fair, I've been trying to get.
This is how we slowly morph into the same person. We'll just when one of us dies, it doesn't matter. They've taken enough of each other's personalities to the one that's left can live both lives. It's fine. That's the plan.
It's a bit daunting. I'd inherit a lot of Pokemon cards though, and a lot of other tat. All those storage lockers.
You'd need my strong hairline though.
I'd just wear a wig.
Yeah, I'll add that to my will. I'll leave my hair to Sheepdog.
Yeah. I'll just go there. I'll be like, oh, Anna, can I see the body? And then I'll be like, just leave me a minute alone. I want to say goodbye to him. He's my mate. And then to come back, and I'll have just cut your scalp clean off.
And you'll be wearing it when she walks
in. I'll be wearing it and some shades, and I'll be on stilts, and she'll think it's you back from the dead. But it's just me trying to be taller.
Yeah, that all seems reasonable. That seems fine. That's an excellent plan. But yeah, this concludes episode 1 of Judge Sheepdog. Anna is guilty, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Guilty as charged.
Not a chance.
Is that the right thing they say?
I think so. I think she probably owes me some Pokemon cards.
I don't owe you anything.
Court adjourned.
Right, Pabby, if you could muster such a thing up, now would be a good time to put in an advert before you talk about some video games.
And now the weather. Expect partly cloudy skies with an excellent chance of maximum refunds. Wait, that can't be right.
Oh, but it is.
Who are you?
I'm April, and we could see refunds raining down all tax season with people switching to TaxAct.
TaxAct?
The tax filing software that makes it easy to file for less and get more.
New forecast. It's sunny days ahead for everyone using TaxAct.
Always happy to brighten your day.
TaxAct.
Switch to TaxAct today and start for free.
See TaxAct.com for details.
This President's Day, celebrate American legends with great deals at the Jeep President's Day event. Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Excludes Grand Cherokee L, SRT, and Trackhawk. 0% APR financing for 72 months equals $13.89 per month per 1,000 finance for all qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital, regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Take retail delivery from dealer stock by 2/28/2022. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
Beautiful. He probably didn't put one in. He's been really lazy with it lately.
It's been crap, hasn't he?
This is. I mean, Pab, I've got cards to pay for. For goodness' sake, put some adverts in.
We ain't getting to Amsterdam if you don't pull your finger out, Pabby. If you'd have been pressing that button for the past 6 weeks or however long it's been, we'd have probably been able to buy 2 Amsterdams with that. But
exactly. Right. Somebody talk about video games.
I've been playing No, I haven't. Not Assassin's Creed. Why did I say Assassin's Creed? It's because I saw the boat.
What's the sort of thing I might have been playing? Jeez. And that was the first one that came into your head.
That really got... It's because I keep seeing it going, oh, Valhalla is free till the 28th. I'm like, well, I already own it, so it doesn't matter. No, I have put 25 hours into Horizon Forbidden West. And I like it more than I did.
Last week, you mean?
Yeah, I started it last week. I only played an hour before the thing because Kevin was on about his knees or something. And I was like, oh, I don't really like it. Doing mad in it because what has happened is I came from Dying Light and because I haven't finished that yet. I came from Dying Light into this, and the parkour in Dying Light and the movement is like seamless. It's just mwah, like I love it. It just moves, but she doesn't move like this, Aloy, and it was doing my head in, and I couldn't get into it, and I was like, just move properly, but there seems to be like, it's like she's stuck on like glue paper, just like move, and she doesn't. So anyway, I persevered with it. Like I said, I'm now 25 hours in, and the story has got me because there has been twists and turns that I was not expecting. I was like, what is happening here? Why is this happening? So I don't want to give spoilers, but things happen, and I was like, what? Who? Why? Where? So, yes, I'm enjoying it. There was a patch out yesterday, but I don't know what it was for. But I keep getting really weird screen issues. Now, I don't know whether it's my TV being weird or the game is being weird, but like I'll do an action and the screen will just go completely black. And yesterday I went past, so I ran down a hill and I came back up the hill because there was like a green exclamation mark, and green ones are side missions. But for some reason she wouldn't talk to me, so I ran down the hill, ran back up again to see if something had to click over. But as I went past one part of this hill, my screen went blank. I came back up, went down again, and it went blank at the same time. So I don't know if it's the world or the TV, but I keep getting it every now and then. It's only like a split second, but it's noticeable, and I don't know why it's happening. Maybe they need to patch it. But yes, I like the way you scan things now. So in the world of Horizon, she has like this little, she calls it like I don't know what she calls it actually. She can basically see the old world through this little triangle thing on her focus, that's it, on her head. So she can, like, you press the button, everything like lights up when she's in like an old place from before, or the machines are there, and now you can like pick what part you want to like hit off first, because you can use them parts for your armor and your weapons. So that's kind of cool, because like because like now you get armor, and the armor can be upgraded. This wasn't in the last one. The last one you could put like weaves on them, so it would be like, I don't know, 6% against acid or fire. Well, this time you can also update your armor, and I needed like this flying beast. I needed its chest plate to make my armor stronger. So as I was doing it through my focus, so that the focus tells you like what it's weak against, what it's not so weak at, and it tells you where their certain bits are, so you can focus on them, hit them, they fall off, and then as they fall off, they are then collectible, and then you can take them and do what you need with them. So that's kind of cool that you can set yourself jobs. It will show up on your focus, and then you can do it that way. If you need a part that's not an animal, not a machine, sorry, but an animal, if you just press triangle, it will tell you where that is, and you can go there and farm them pieces. So yeah, I'm liking it. I've gone to the west. So I started in the east or centre.
I thought the west was forbidden.
It is forbidden. I have seen a nice lush area. So like I said last week, it was very green. There was too much green. I was just like, oh, there's too much, because yes, I'm not colourblind, but it was just, there was so much green, and then when you got your focus and that's blue, it just didn't really work with my eyeballs very well. I got out of that. I got to like a more, it was still green and nice and lush, but it was, I could see it wasn't so bad. So I've done like that side of the map. So think of thirds going right to left. I've done that third. Now I'm in the middle third, and then I'll have the other third. So I think that each one is going to be a different biome, because I remember seeing the videos, and I've not seen what was in the videos yet. Like, it was a beach, and it was lush, and it was water, and it was stuff. So I have not seen that yet. There's been some frustrating things of, like, I'm liking the game, but the game is not very good at explaining things. Because, like, such as face paint.
Yeah.
I keep getting face paint. I know what to do with them now, but at the start, it's like,
your abilities.
where are these? Like, just the face paint stuff. I was getting them. It's like, face paint acquired. I'm like, yes, but I want to put it on my face. I now know how to put them on my face, but only literally the last hour I've found that out. So I now have face paint. It doesn't tell you. So, like, I was finding these flowers on the wall, these red flowers. And this was in the first area, and I'd go to it and goes, can't get past there, need equipment. What equipment? He doesn't tell you. I was there just hitting arrows at it and javelins at it and everything at it. It's just like, no, this is blocked. And I was like, so that was annoying me. And now I found another collectible that I cannot collect because I need another piece of special equipment. And like, I keep finding, because like in the first game there was these metal flowers, and they are everywhere. Like, they are in every part of the map I've been. So I know where they all are, but do I have the piece of weaponry that I need to open that? No. That just give me all the weapons at the start. Well, not at the start, but like, give me everything I need so I don't have to keep going back to areas. Quality of life, they have now put in fast travel that is free. So if you find what's one of these called? A fire. So I made a fire with my hands. If you find a campfire, you can go from one to another one that you have found. That's incredibly helpful, especially when you go in like across over there quite far away and there's machines everywhere, and then you flick back. You can fast travel from anywhere, but that will use a bedroll pack thing.
It's like a travel ticket type thing.
Yeah, but they're like use. Yeah, they're easy enough to make, and you can buy them anywhere. So that's
you can make
fun.
them. Okay.
Oh yeah. If you get pressed
I assumed you could buy them. I didn't know if you could make them though. Okay.
Yeah, they're in the crafting area.
There you go.
Was there crafting phase? I don't believe there
you
was.
crafted it. You crafted your ammo and stuff. Like you do now. So.
But this one you can now, like I said, you can make your armor and your weapons more impacty and just. Yes, I like that. I like collecting things, because like in the first game you would collect things, but it would only be for shards, and the shards you just buy new armor and weapons. This time you can, like, I've got a suit on that I've had from the first area because I really like it. The skills, that tree is massive, and I still don't understand half of it, because it's like, use your valor. What? Use what now? Valor? What's that?
Yeah.
And it doesn't tell you. It hasn't. Like, I found one that I like,
so
but it's like
it kind of There was, but very briefly, and I feel like I stumbled across it by accident, and you have to kind of go into a menu and activate your Valor, don't you? It's like an ability that you get for unlocking certain you get down certain levels of the skill tree.
Yes. So there's like you'll have like I don't know 4 or 5 little abilities, and in the middle there's a big one. I think you have to go into like you'll be in a battle and you'll want to change it to one of them, and then you can just equip it. I've only had the one equipped at the moment because I like how it works. That's how I play because I am playing this game stealthy. I like playing it stealth. Yeah. You can play it, I don't know, as tanky if you want, but I like playing as stealth. I like going up behind them and like poking them with a stick, which is literally a stick.
She likes doing that in real life.
I do,
as well.
yes. I like the climbing more. That's more better. Like in the first game, there was climbing, but they were only at certain areas, so there'll be like yellow, like nobules on the wall, and you could go up them. This one, if you scan a wall area, it will show you like little lines, and if there's yellow lines, you can go up them. I like that. It does get a bit fiddly sometimes. Like she'll go and like she'll just stay there and like move. Oh my god, just move, and she doesn't. But yeah, I like the fact that you can go just over a hill and not have to go all the way around because that's annoying. You can play the game guided. Do not play the game guided. Oh my god, I put it on guided because. So I have it on Explorer, right? With Explorer, you can I will highlight my mission, and the quickest way to get to a mission is a straight line. The guided one will make you, so say you're in like a middle of, I don't know, a wooded area. The guided one will make you go to a road and then like take you the longest way ever. And you're looking at it like, well, why? If you do it, the Explorer, it just points you where it is on the map, and then you can just walk there instead of going around all the roads. I just don't like that. I turned it off because it's getting on my nerves. It did it in the first game as well. I was like, no, this is annoying. I don't want to go on the roads. I want to explore. I want to go down that hole and find what's down there, and then get stuck and then have to travel out. That's fun. Don't do that. It's not fun. But yeah, apart from the not having certain weapons through the game, because it gives you places to explore, I can't explore them, and then that just makes me sad. But I'm enjoying it.
I've not seen that yet, really. I've not come across
Have you not?
No, I mean, I've played 10 hours or so.
Oh, well, that's why then.
Yeah. I've just done the first tall neck.
Oh, gosh, okay.
So I've done I feel like I've done a lot of side quests.
Yes.
I've been doing a lot of the side stuff that has turned up for me, and I think I'm level 12, and I was doing quests that were level 7. So
I'm level 27.
Yeah, I'm more than powerful enough now to handle that. And I enjoy... I said this last week, and I'll say it again. I don't know if it gets any better, but I doubt it does. I feel like the game... I feel like there's so much more story in this than what the previous one was, where I felt lost pretty much immediately, and all the story comes right in the back quarter.
Yes, it does.
This one, there's more story in this straight away, but I feel like they do a bad job of explaining. I said it last week. They do a bad job of explaining what has gone on previously. There's a recap at the start, but
there is.
But like, someone just turns up to me in the market, and they both know each other.
Yep.
And like, but I don't know who this person is, and they're just having a conversation like as if I'm not there. And I'm like, I'm meant to know who this person is, but it doesn't explain who this person is. But they obviously know each other. But I'm meant to make decisions based on me knowing this person and how the conversation's going to go. And I'm like, I have no connection to this person, so it doesn't mean anything to me. So I could be a bit of an arse with them, and not realizing that they're quite a pivotal character that I kind of need to keep on my side. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a character section that you can.
I probably do need to probably read on, but I'm not reading anything that comes up with a big log of text, I'm like, I'm not reading this. Except for the ones that like have a code for something. There's occasionally some that requires you to need a code, and you're like, okay, I better read the code then. Conveniently, there's a little note there next to the coded lock. I better read this one.
Yeah.
What
Like there has been times I've had to look at walkthroughs because it's just it's not clear.
I did. I did. I went through one of the ruins, and there was one. I was like, he puts a hole in the floor. I was like, there's a hole in the floor. Okay, great. Now what do I do? This hole in the floor. I was like, I don't know. I'm climbing through the hole. I'm up and down this hole, up and around the building. Going, I don't know what I'm going to do. And then it was just a case of I meant to push this box through the hole. I was like, oh, seriously? I was like, felt like a bit of an idiot, but so far I have enjoyed it. I found it getting its grips of me.
Yes.
Which isn't a bad thing. I felt like I struggled with the first one, and I kind of forced myself through a lot of it. This one, I feel like it's got its grips of me. The animation is something else. The character models and the facial animations are almost like ultra realistic. It's frightening how good they look. I just found myself just watching a conversation, just like kind of just staring, going, that it's like almost real. It's so good.
It is. Like I turned it off. I had it on one performance mode, and I turned that off because I just didn't like it. It had issues with like popping, like the backgrounds and stuff, and I didn't like it. So I turned it onto the other one, or with resolution. I turned it on that, and it's much better. They all have really nice teeth.
Yes.
I find that really bizarre. They all have perfect straight teeth. Now, I don't know if that's something to do with their atmosphere or they've got great water or something, but they all...
makes your teeth good, does it?
Yes, they all have perfect teeth. It's mad. I find that a bit jarring. Like, your teeth are so perfect. How? Like, I don't know. That's the only thing that's just, like, weird. But... yeah, I've got to, like, people have got face paint on, and the face paint actually has got, like, reflective pigments in it, and it's just like, wow, that's mad how, like, I know it's because of PlayStation 5 and it's newer console, newer technology, but, yeah, it's pretty. And I like the story at the moment. I'm like, who is that? And, yeah, it's good. But that's all I've played this week because it just takes up all my time. That, and I've been watching someone play Elden Ring. This game looks amazing.
Okay.
I will not play it because it's one of them games. I cannot play them games. They will frustrate me out. But I love watching these games. I watched Bloodborne. I've watched Dark Souls. The other one. I love watching them, but I will not play them. Have you played it? Have you got it?
I've got it. I played about 90 minutes of it. I wanted to have played more, but I spent an hour before I played it today trying to get the controller to work for it. It just wasn't working at all. I was like, I don't know what the issue is.
What you on? PS5?
PC.
PC. Right.
Solution was unplug mouse and keyboard, then restart the game. And that it basically just gives it no option, but you can't play mouse and keyboard now. You've got to play with this controller.
Okay.
It was just stupid. I was going to deter me
How'd
from
you restart the game without a mouse and a keyboard?
In big picture mode.
Okay.
Yeah. It's going to deter me from playing this game if we don't fix that, because I'm not going around unplugging the computer, like pulling the computer out and unplugging the mouse and keyboard every time I want to play this game. But you're right, Anna, it is one of those games. It very much is one of those games. Now with a sprinkling of Breath of the Wild in there for good measure.
Definitely.
It's all open world, so much options to work with. A map that has never been in a Souls game or any From Software game for that matter, realistically. Fast travel, crafting.
But there's no quest log, is there?
Yeah, no, you're right. There is no quest log. It's just a game. Now, talk about Horizon having a guided mode. This is boot you up the backside, out the door, and go go on, clear off, and then you go,
Yeah.
but what, and then the door slams behind you. Like, I don't know what I'm meant to be doing. I honestly don't know what I'm meant to be doing. You get there's like a tiny bit of hint sort of thing. So you go to like the grace, the places of grace, which are basically bonfires. I think I can't remember the exact name.
Yeah.
And they give you like, if you look at the map, they kind of like guide you in a direction, sort of thing, like a point of interest kind of thing. They kind of just
It's like a paint stripe, isn't it? Like
yeah, it's
go
kind of
that
like a
way.
little stripe, and I've been told it points you towards other points of grace.
Okay.
So it points to them, but obviously they come with usually a place of interest or somewhere you need to go to do something.
Mhm.
So all I've done realistically is just wander around this open world. I just got absolutely battered straight away. I was like wandering around, like, who's this big lad? This big lad on a horse come along and just absolutely beat the hell out of me. And I went, okay, so he's I don't mess with him. Straight out of the gate, don't mess with him. He's a bigger boy. I'm going to leave him alone. So instead, I just kind of went around him, and then I went through a castle, like a big archway kind of thing, like in front of a castle or some sort of fort. And there's like 4 guys stood there in front of me. I was like, okay, we'll deal with it. Then this gigantic big troll just drops down in front of me, jumped off the top of the castle. I was like, oh god! So I ran away from him. Kind of kited him around a bit, using magic, because I'm playing a magic class because I'm a dirty cheater who doesn't like. Magic classes are notoriously easier to work because they work with ranged attacks.
Okay, but there was a samurai, wasn't there, as well?
The
That looked
samurai,
cool.
there's all sorts of different types. I'm a astrologer.
Okay.
I think that is the class I picked. She's supposed to be heavy in magic.
Now, you know that's not as cool as a samurai, right?
Yes, but it has a magic wand, so I can just shoot him from a distance and run away. That's my philosophy in this game.
Coward.
Yeah,
Leave him
trust me,
alone.
that's just a effective strategy in this game. Being someone who I can, if I can get up close, because this game, also from what I can tell, I don't think many other ones. Sekiro did, but this one has stealth in it as well, where you can hide through the bushes like Horizon. Shuffle your way in right up to the back and then backstab them, do massive damage on a crit, and then you can just finish him off. What I don't like so far is that if you down an enemy, like sort of knock them to the floor, you can't just right, I'm going to finish you off now and wail on them. They have invincibility till they get back up. And I was like, oh, that's the worst, because then it gives them a chance to get the shields back up or take a swipe at you, which has happened quite a bit.
Yeah.
But so far, the game is just survive. The game is just survive and see what we get. Like I say, I've only played about 90 minutes of it, but it is very much one of those games, a Dark Souls-esque, with, like I say, open world, and you can literally go anywhere. It's just a game. To me, there's no real massive responsibility. It's a game of trial and error. It's like, go over there, oh, I died. I realised that's not a place for me. I'll go the other way and see if it gets me any success going that way. It is like ultimate exploration and finding out what is in this world. And yeah, it seems interesting. It does seem interesting. If you like From Software games like Dark Souls and Bloodborne and Demon Souls, it's more Dark Souls than, like, say, Bloodborne or Sekiro. But it seems alright. It seems alright for what it is. I will play some more. We'll see if we get on with it. But as it stands, I prefer playing Horizon just because of the ease of it. It's probably less stressful, and it's a lot more hand-holdy, especially with guided mode, on which I have on. I do actually confess I've got the guided mode on because
I just don't like the way it handles the map.
But you don't. Yeah, I realise what you say with that, and I was like, sometimes I just ignore the map. I just kind of I know where it wants me to go. I'll just aim in this direction and just kind of the map will adjust to me rather than me just trying to bend to its will. But I need to pinpoint the points of interest and different things on the map for me on Horizon. And yeah, we'll see how Elden Ring goes. I've seen, like you, Anna, I've seen many videos on it, like of all places.
Yeah, it's the only way
I'll
enjoy. Like, if they put an easy mode in it, then I'd go and play it. But I just can't.
That's not the way.
I know
do it,
I know, but I just want to experience the world. But if I can't experience by playing it, I will
Yeah,
just
probably
watch
just better
someone.
to experience with watching it. Yeah,
Yeah.
probably for the best. Yeah, I feel like that is probably all I've played. Yes, I'm going to say yes.
It's like a lot
People's-
of games are coming out, but it's taking up a lot of people's time, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
That's
two
the
massive,
thing.
massive open world games that have come out in the last week. Just a lot of time taken up for people.
Yeah, definitely. Sheepdog?
I've not really done anything new. I've completed Arceus now. I've done it. I've got about 15 side quests to do, and so I think I'm going to stream that Sunday afternoon and just finish it. Other than that, I've been playing on Board Game Arena a bit more. I hadn't touched it. I got so sick of it in lockdown because it become my Tuesday night routine. But now it's not. Now it's not compulsory. I'm enjoying it. I was playing a game called King of Tokyo on there. That you're basically everyone's a monster, and you've got a choice of standing outside of Tokyo and attacking whoever's in Tokyo, or being in Tokyo and attacking outwards. And yeah, you just dice rolling and stuff like that. I feel like we should play games on this at some point, just socially, because it's fun. But also, I'm sort of trying to figure out whether I could get away with streaming games on it. It's such a cool site. I'm excited that obviously I've got my Pokemon Go Fest tomorrow from 9 till 9 all day. It's going to be fantastic. I can't wait. There's going to be legends in the wild, so the legendary beasts are going to be running around. If any of you don't have the regionals from Gen 2, they'll be in the wild tomorrow. I think for free. There was a picture.
I think I speak for the rest of us when I say we have no interest in Pokemon.
The tickets are still available as well. What am I saying? So I had a picture for the free features ready for the So the regional Pokemon will be available tomorrow for free. Event exclusive eggs will be available for free. New shiny Pokemon for free.
I have a question.
Go on, mate.
Do you work for these people?
No, I don't. But it's
Sounds
a
like you
game
do.
that I really like, and I paid for the ticket, and it's very cool. So I'm just saying, people should get on it. It's a good chance to complete the decks if you haven't got the regionals. I had to go to Florida to get some of these regionals. They're in the
some of
wild
them.
tomorrow for free.
That's interesting.
Exactly. That's why I'm
now
telling
you've got
you.
Pab's
I'm not going to
interest.
open it. No, I'm not
You'll
going to
get
open
your
it.
commission now.
Heracross is a great Pokemon, and it's now available shiny as well.
I'll live without
giant
having a
pink
Heracross.
You won't live without having one though, because they're really good.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm going to be spending my day tomorrow doing, just walking and driving around town, sitting on my own, ignoring my family, being completely alone, listening to the football on the radio while I sit in the cold, and hoping that it'll be a successful one. Because last year was really good. I think the only other thing I've been playing is Football Manager, which I'm hoping the new update will make. It keeps doing really weird things. I don't know if it's just Football Manager being Football Manager or whether or what. But I had a player who I offered to clubs because I didn't want him, and he said, "I'm annoyed. I want to leave. I'm annoyed you tried to sell me. I'm off." And I'm like, "Okay, good."
That's just Football Manager being Football Manager.
And it was just weird. And then on the parting words, I was like, "Look, I had to sell you. You're worth a lot of money." He went, "Cheers, boss. Really appreciate you." And I'm like, "You hated me 5 seconds ago. Weird game." But yeah, I can't decide whether I'm slowly running out of steam with the game itself, or whether I'm just running out of steam with the save and need to start a new one. So I need to.
With the new update out, there's never been a better time to start a new save. Plus the new versus mode, which has online playing against other people, matchmaking stuff for the first time ever.
Oh,
which is going to be interesting. Online matchmaking. Can you imagine?
How does that work? Do I sign up like
you can either you can export the team from your save if you want, or you can just pick any team in the game and then play against other people. It's not perfect yet, so at the moment it's not. You can't say I want to play someone who's got a 4-star team with my 4-star team. So you could go on there as Maidstone and play against Chelsea. So my recommendation would be take a team from a save that you've done really well with and get on there with your team.
Save exists. Thanks for supporting.
That was really a comment for the listeners rather than you. But yeah, it looks interesting. You can do little online tournaments as well. I suspect once the Streamer Showdown is over and done with this weekend and this charity thing that I'm doing right now, as the podcast comes out, I'm doing a charity stream once all that kind of stuff's out of the way, I suspect I'll do a stream where I do like a tournament with viewers thing, because you can just do like a 8-team tournament, 16-team tournament, and it's just like first come, first serve to jump in, and it will just set up the tournament for you, and it looks really cool. It's their big new thing, so fingers crossed this is the thing that allows us to finally take on FIFA and I can become a millionaire.
Yeah, maybe it will be. Sounds cool though. Actually, that's a good time for it to come out because, as I say, I mean, I think it's just the save. I moved from Maidenhead to Cardiff. I suck at Cardiff. They've got no money, and no one free is good enough to play for them. So it's just like a bit of a catch-22 weird club to work at. But yeah, I mean, that's been my week really. Those games, board games, and catching. I've been trying to catch shiny Pokemon in Legends Arceus, but there are none. The other big Pokemon thing that is happening, which may be relevant to cards, so it's worth you knowing, Kev, is that there's well, I don't know for sure, but because it's Pokemon Day tomorrow, not just Go Fest, tomorrow is every year, whatever the date is, I guess it's 26th of February, must be Pokemon Day, but it's tomorrow. Or it's tomorrow or Sunday, I forget actually. Anyway, Sunday they're doing a 15-minute long, live event thing on the internet where they talk about future releases, and normally that will mean they'll say we're bringing out this new game, this DLC, this card game box set, so it'll be a good way for you to listen firsthand when they're releasing the next boxes or what the plan is, if they do.
Well, I guess you'll have to tell me when it's happening.
I will. I'll try and remember. It'll probably be during the Streamer Showdown or something, and you'll have to
prioritize. I'll have to watch that and not win this time.
But no, I'm excited. I'm hoping that they announced like DLC for all 3 of the Switch games, even though one of them's already had one. But I'm just hoping that they'll just have a whole massive stream of DLC coming out, and then I'll have plenty to play. Because if they haven't got DLC coming out in like March, then I don't know what I'm playing in March. I'm kind of running out of ideas. I need to sit and figure out what
play the card game with old Kev.
You said that before, but I don't know that. I don't really know if I fancy.
When I said that before, that was as I was downloading it to have a look. That was the day I'd bought the cards, and I had a code to use, so I went on there and used my one code and had a little look and said, you should do this, sheepdog. And then everything went awry from there.
I did have a drawer full of those codes at one point where I kept getting them out of Ollie's kits and thinking I might use these one day. If I stumble across that drawer over the weekend, not that I'm going to look for it, but if I happen to, then I will dabble them. I'll stick them in.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure I only did the tutorial on the online bit and maybe one game against another person, and I just got annihilated. And I just thought, okay, that's not for me.
I am the annihilation man now. I do the annihilating.
I probably don't want to keep just following games you're on. Do you know what I mean? That seems like a bad idea as well. I just need to find my own games, and then you'll like them in a year.
You have no imagination, though. I have to tell you what to play.
I really
don't
have
anything.
imagination. No, it's insane. It's driving me nuts. That is the problem. I need to just sit. I need to sit and dedicate time to it and brain space to it. I haven't really done that. I'm expecting the inspiration to just pop up the moment I need it, rather than actually sitting down and making a plan. So that's what I need to do.
Splendid. Is that your lot then, boys and girls? Are we done?
We
are done. Yeah.
Well, then we will wrap the podcast up there for another week. This time next week, Pab will be telling us that he's agreed to come to Amsterdam. But between now and then, make sure you all tell him on Twitter that it's a good idea for Pabby, because then he can have Dutch ice cream, which I know he's always longed for. Make sure you follow us on the Twitter. It's at MGUK Podcast, or I'm at Lelujo.
And I'm at RB6K.
I'm at Miss Lelujo.
And I'm at Pab1986.
And if you are listening to this when it first comes out and you're now at a loose end for the rest of your Saturday morning, head over to Twitch between 9 and 12 Saturday morning, where I'm doing a charity stream for Special Effect, trying to raise lots of money for those. And then, of course, it is Streamer Showdown weekend as well, where I'll become Kevy 8 times and win myself some Pokemon card tokens. Hooray! See you next week, boys and girls.
Have a good week.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening, folks.
This President's Day, celebrate American legends with great deals at the Jeep President's Day event. Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Excludes Grand Cherokee L, SRT, and Trackhawk. 0% APR financing for 72 months equals $13.89 per month per 1,000 finance for all qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Take retail delivery from dealer stock by 2/28/2022. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC. This President's Day, celebrate American legends with great deals at the Jeep President's Day event. Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Excludes Grand Cherokee L, SRT, and Trackhawk. 0% APR financing for 72 months equals $13.89 per month per 1,000 finance for all qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Take retail delivery from dealer stock by 2/28/2022. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.